The Monkey Spoons by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, May 1950. Funeral spoons. What a gift for a man to give his bride. The little shop seemed to have taken the musty, worm-eaten quality of furniture and relics it offered for sale. There was an all-pervasive odor of mildew and decaying wood. Dust motes whirled in a shaft of sunlight as the street door opened, with the hushed tinkle of a bell above the sedate gold letters, Jonathan Sproul, Antiques. The three young people who entered, arm in arm, looked as out of place in such a shop as three children at a board meeting. The girl, a vivacious brunette with a large diamond solitaire on her left hand, linked the two men together. One, a tall, easygoing Norse blonde, the other small, wiry and dark, with sensitive features that resembled those of the girl. They stood for a moment, laughing and chattering together, but in lowered tones, somewhat subdued by the atmosphere of the old shop. No, not 3 rings, Bob. Rings are so trite, the girl was protesting. What we want is something unusual, Alan? Something distinctive to link us three together always, like the Three Musketeers, and remind us of our undying. She broke off with a stifled gasp as a stooped, wrinkled gnome of a man, a hunchback, scuttled out from the shadowy recesses at the rear of the place. There was something spider-like about his appearance until he smiled. Large, luminous brown eyes beamed upon each of them in turn. "I overheard," he murmured in a mellow, friendly voice that matched his eyes. "You are looking for some little memento?" His eyes drifted keenly to the girl. "Soon is your wedding day, yes?" He hazarded. "And you and your brother and your fiancé wish to buy some antique curio in revolting term, triplicate, as a bond of love and remembrance?" The trio glanced at one another, jaws dropping. "Why, yes," the girl laughed. "You must be psychic." "Observation, merely observation and deduction." The old proprietor chuckled pleasantly. "I have very little trade here, worse luck, and much time to meditate. Now, what did you have in mind? 3 identical snuff boxes, perhaps? 17th century? Or what about lockets, Renaissance Italian, with your pictures in each? I have some that fold open in 3 sections. 2 of them could be worn as watch fobs, of course." He smiled at the 2 utterly unlike but congenial young men. They grinned back at him, wandering curiously among the cluttered displays of crow's nest tables, hammered brass fire dogs, old spinning wheels, and 100 other reminders of generations past. Idly they wandered over to a showcase of antique silverware, ornate gold and silver sugar shells, pickle forks with tiny demons on the handle, little salt spoons, and graceful kriss-shaped butter knives. The girl strolled away by herself, poking about with quiet fascination. Presently her eyes fell on a small, worn, black velvet case pushed half out of sight on a shelf. She leaned to open it and called out eagerly, "Look! Oh, Alan, Bob, look, I found some monkey spoons." She beckoned to her brother and fiancé, then smiled across the shop at the old proprietor, whose sudden look of agitation she failed to notice. "These are monkey spoons, aren't they, Mr. Sproul? I've never seen any with a drinking monkey perched on the knob. It's always something stylized, a fawn or a skull. These must be very old." The 2 men moved to her side, fondly amused at her excitement. The blonde one, Bob, looked at the dark one, Alan, and spread his hands humorously. "What on earth," he drawled, "are monkey spoons?" "Alan, if we're going to open that antique shop of ours, with my backing and Marcia's and your experience, you'll just have to brief me on these." The brother and sister started explaining, both at once, interrupting each other. They gave up, laughing. Then suddenly Mr. Sproul stepped forward, edging unobtrusively between the 3 young people and the black velvet box. "Monkey spoons," he explained diffidently, were presented by the old Dutch patroons to honored guests and relatives as late as the 17th century. They were mementos of some occasion, a funeral, most often, as you can see from these very fine specimens. Skillfully, he steered the trio away to another showcase, shutting the black velvet box behind him with a furtive gesture. These, he pointed out one set of 5, are typical. Note the wide, shallow, fluted bowl of the spoon, very thin silver. Bearing a hammered-out picture symbolic of funerals, a man on horseback delivering the invitations, with a churchyard in the background. These bear a likeness of St. Michael, weigher of souls on Judgment Day. This one has a picture of a mourner weeping over a cinerary urn. Brah! Cheerful little trinkets, aren't they? Bob laughed, resting one hand on Alan's shoulder and sliding his other arm about his fiancée's waist. Mean to say they passed out these things at funerals like flowers at a party? Not exactly. Mr. Sproul smiled. They were hung around the rim of the punch bowl at the Dude Feast, Dead Feast. Something like the Irishman's wake. A small silver lozenge, the seal, was always welded at the center of the handle, engraved with the name of the deceased and the dates of his birth and death. The handles are quite slender, as you see. They curl backwards like the end of a violin to form the knob, on which is mounted a silver fawn, or a skull, or a monkey, the girl asked eagerly. Why monkey spoons, Mr. Sproul? She drifted over to the black box again and picked up one spoon. I've always wondered why they're called that. That, the old dealer shrugged his humped shoulders, is an enigma among antique experts. One theory is that the monkey was simply a symbolic invitation to come and be gay at the Dude Feast. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow. Zwieging der Monkey was an old Dutch expression meaning to get drunk. Ugh! Marcia's delicate nose wrinkled in distaste. I certainly wouldn't want everybody getting soused at my funeral. They'll just have to sit around and cry soberly, or they'll get no monkey spoons from me. Remember that now, Bob. She laughed and planted a kiss on her fiancé's cheek. Hush! Her brother, the more sensitive of the two men, shuddered visibly. Marcia, don't be so morbid. People shouldn't joke about. Who's morbid? The girl laughed more gaily, winking at Bob. Oh, Alan, you're a sissy. Do come and look at these darling monkey spoons over here. Those with the drinking monkey are very rare, aren't they, Mr. Sproul? There are only 3 of these. Her face lighted, and she whirled about at a sudden idea. Oh, why don't we choose these for our keepsakes? I could have mine made into a scarf pin, Bob. Yours and Alan's could be watch fobs, or you could have them welded on silver cigarette cases. Some old Dutchman's funeral spoons. Wouldn't that be just too gruesome and clever? And, she added eagerly, we can call our antique shop the 3 Spoons, and people will drop in by the droves just to ask us why. Bob, darling, please buy them. Her fiancé grinned at her fondly, winked at her discomforted brother, and reached for his checkbook with a light shrug. All right, my precious, all right. Anything your foolish little heart desires. But funeral spoons, he roared with amusement. What a gift from the groom to the bride. Mr. Sproul, how much are you asking for? He broke off, caught by the expression on the face of the hunchbacked antique dealer. Mr. Sproul looked frightened. There was no mistaking that quiver about his mouth or the agitation in his kindly old eyes. I. Wouldn't you prefer something less expensive? He blurted. Those particular spoons are almost a collector's item. Besides, he added in an oddly loud tone, they are not mine to sell, really. They are not mine. He emphasized the words queerly and glanced toward the dark rear of the shop as though he were speaking for the benefit of some skulking eavesdropper whom they could not see. The former owner, he lowered his voice again in apology, was a Mrs. Havisham, an elderly widow. Her heirs have not yet been located. She died intestate about a month ago, shortly after buying the set of 4 monkey spoons at an auction. She kept 1 spoon and left 3 of them with me to sell for her at a profit. Merely as her agent, he emphasized sharply, with another odd glance toward a particularly dark corner. She kept a fourth spoon, not wanting to part with her entire collection. She was asphyxiated in her garage, he added with apparent irrelevance. Carbon monoxide gas from her car. An accidental death, of course, he said quickly, again with that nervous glance into the shadows. The girl Marcia, her fiancé Bob, and her brother Alan looked at one another significantly. The old hunchback was certainly peculiar, to say the least. A borderline mental case, Bob's raised eyebrows suggested. With a glance at his fiancée's disappointed expression, he became brisk and businesslike. Well, you have the legal right to sell the spoons, though, and collect your commission, he pointed out shrewdly. How much? Ah, $500, Mr. Sproul murmured, then added with a manner of pleading. That's exorbitant, of course, and I can find you something much more attractive for the price. Exorbitant, you can say that again. For 3 little spoons? The blond young man whistled good-humoredly, but uncapped his fountain pen. That's $500 apiece, Mr. Sproul said hurriedly, for each spoon. Now I'm sure you wouldn't care to pay so much for a whim. Let me just show you. Bob set his jaw stubbornly, giving the old dealer an oblique look. Mr. Sproul, don't you want to make this sale? Look, if you're trying to run up the price, he snapped, just because my fiancée has taken such a fancy to. He broke off, grinned abruptly, and spread his hands in rueful defeat. All right, you old pirate, 1,500 it is. He smiled indulgently at the girl beside him who was shaking her head violently. If it's something you really want, darling, you shall have it. Old Mr. Sproul sighed deeply, with a tone of resignation rather than of satisfaction. The price, he said heavily, is $500 for the set if you insist on buying it. But I must tell you this, although I am sure you young people will laugh at me or perhaps be even more intrigued by these devilish spoons, you see, Mr. Sproul gulped. They are supposed to be cursed. The two men did laugh, but the girl's face lighted up. She clapped her hands as pleased as a child with its first jack-o'-lantern. Oh, a curse! How marvelous! Why didn't you tell us before? Now I simply must have them. The old hunchback nodded and shrugged. As I predicted, he murmured. Then doggedly, the spoons are mementos of the funeral of an old Dutch patroon, Schuyler van Grooten. You'll see his name on the seals, who owned and tenant-farmed about half of the Connecticut Valley in the Ees. Mrs. Havisham had an old Dutch diary written by one of his ancestors. I was able to translate only a few pages when I called at her home, but it seems there were 13 spoons originally. Rather a significant unlucky number, as the patroon was secretly murdered by friends and relatives who would inherit his estate. One by one, the story goes, he caused 6 guilty ones to die, exactly as he himself had died. The remaining owners of the monkey spoons became frightened finally and gave theirs away, thereby escaping his vengeance. But anybody who owns the spoons inherits the curse. Is that it? Marcia cried delightedly. Alan, isn't it exciting? Oh, Bob, do give Mr. Sproul a check before somebody comes in and buys our haunted spoons right out from under our noses. The antique dealer looked at her and sighed. He saw the girl's brother bite his lips, frowning, but the blond young man grinned at his fiancée and wrote out a check for the 3 monkey spoons. Opening the black velvet box, he presented one of the spoons to Marcia with an exaggerated bow. The second he gave to Alan, holding it over his wrist like a proffered rapier. The third spoon he thrust carelessly into the pocket of his tweed coat. Then, laughing at his horseplay, Marcia offered an arm to each of the 2 young men, and they marched out together, whistling in harmony, into the sunlit street. Behind them, old Mr. Sproul, although he was not a very devout Catholic, crossed himself. He ran a finger around under his collar and inhaled noisily, aware all at once of the extreme stuffiness of his little shop. It was unusually close in here today, he thought, almost stifling. He scurried to a window and flung it open, gulping in lungfuls of cool autumn air, as if, for some reason, he found it terribly hard to breathe. It was almost closing time, about a week later, when the bell over his door tinkled again, and two of the attractive young threesome walked into his shop. Mr. Sproul scuttled forward to meet them, beaming in recognition. But his smile faded at sight of the grim expression on the blond man's face, and the stunned, swollen-eyed look of the pretty girl. She had been crying, the old dealer saw, and Bob, her fiancé, was tight-lipped and cold with anger. "Yes?" Mr. Sproul murmured hesitantly. "You were not satisfied with your purchase." An odd look of hope leaped into his eyes. "You wish to return the spoons, perhaps? Of course I shall be glad to refund your—" For answer, the blond young man thrust one of the delicate little monkey spoons under his nose, pointing to the tiny silver seal welded at the center of the handle. "Is this your idea of a joke?" he snapped. The antique dealer blinked, and putting on an old-fashioned pair of square-lensed spectacles, peered at the spoon. The blood ebbed slowly from his face. I don't understand," he stammered. "When I sold them to you, the inscriptions read, Schuyler Van Grooten, born August 3rd, 1586, died June 8th, 1631. But now it reads Alan Fentress, born September 14th, 1924, died November 3rd, 1949. Why," he broke off, "that's yesterday." A sob burst from the girl, and she buried her face against her fiancé's shoulder, weeping wildly. Bob glared at Mr. Sproul. "Yes," he said harshly, "and Alan was drowned yesterday, November 3rd, 1949. The death date engraved on that, damned. How the devil did you get hold of Alan's spoon?" He towered over the old cripple threateningly. "You, sadistic old. You took that seal off, didn't you? And welded the new one on, just to stir up some freak publicity and boom, trade for your crumby little shop." "But Alan," he ground out through clenched teeth. "Why did you have to pick on Alan?" "Because you knew he was moody and susceptible to suggestion. Because you knew he'd brood over your little hoax, not telling us. His painting wasn't going well lately. So you thought it would be a cinch to drive him to suicide. Out there in the lake yesterday, he just stopped swimming and went under. When I got his clothes from the locker room, I found this damned spoon you changed." "Like a death sentence," Mr. Sproul gasped, looking first at the dead youth's angry friend, then at his grieving sister. Oh no," he protested. "My dear young people, you surely don't accuse me of—" "You're upset. Who wouldn't be? It's the curse," he said quietly. "Remember, I did my best to warn you." "To plant your story, you mean?" the young man snarled. Glaring at him furiously, he led the girl toward the door. "Come on, darling. I might have known we'd get no satisfaction out of this cold-blooded old ghoul. But let me tell you," he threw back furiously at the antique dealer, "when I locate the engraver who changed that inscription, or find out how you learned Alan's birth date, I'll come back here and kill you." The door slammed with an agitated jingle of the little bell. Mr. Sproul stood for a moment, wringing his hands miserably. He had liked those three light-hearted young people on sight, and would not for the world have wished harm to befall any of them. But there were forces a crippled old man could not combat. Forces older than any item in his musty little shop, older than logic, older than time. "Oh, dear heaven," the hunchback moaned. "Why didn't I tell them to give those other two spoons away? Melt them down, bury them, anything. If that diary had only told how Van Grooten died, perhaps I could have warned them to avoid. But there were only hints. The writer never did come out and say, 'But that young man is Perhaps he could come to some conclusion that I've missed. He turned and ran for the telephone directory, leafing through it hastily to find the names Fentress or Milam, the signature on the young man's check. For an hour he clung to the phone, calling every Fentress and Milam in the book, but there was no Robert Milam. Mr. Sproul tried the hotels, then the funeral homes to trace the dead brother, Alan. Finally he hung up, defeated, concluding that they were all from out of town. He sat staring at the telephone then, wringing his wrinkled old hands in the helpless anguish of one who can only wait. Wait for disaster. But the period of waiting was not long. 3 days later, just at noon, the doorbell tinkled again. Mr. Sproul looked up from a 6-branched candelabra he was polishing to see a disheveled figure swaying a few feet from him. It was Bob Milam, his face drawn and covered with a stubble of beard, his eyes bloodshot and puffy from drinking. In his hand he held an ugly little automatic. Mr. Sproul caught his breath and stood very still. Then, despite his own fear, he burst out, "Oh, my poor young friend. The second spoon? Your fiancé?" The blond man's mouth twisted with pain and bitterness. For reply, he flung another of the monkey spoons at the old dealer's feet. Mr. Sproul stooped to pick it up. He paled and nodded. The tiny oval seal on the handle was engraved to read, Marcia Fentress, born April 17th, 1927, died November 6th, 1949. At the old man's nod, Bob's eyes narrowed. He said not a word, but the ominous click of the safety catch on his gun was eloquent enough. Yet there was more pity than terror in Mr. Sproul's face. "Oh." His murmur of shocked sympathy had a genuine ring. How did she?" "My fiancée," the young man grated bitterly, "was terribly grief-stricken at her brother's death. You figured on that too, didn't you? You insane, twisted." His voice broke on a sob of impotent rage. "Alan and Marcia were inseparable. We three were, in fact. Marcia couldn't sleep, so last night she took a big dose of sleeping pills. While..." He gulped, then plunged on miserably. "While she was drugged, a very large beauty pillow on her bed fell over her face somehow. It wasn't the sleeping pills, smothered to death. The coroner called it an accident," he lashed out. "But I call it murder. You murdered Alan too. I can't prove it, but I surely as hell can." With a sob, he leveled the gun at the old antique dealer's heart, his mouth working with hate and grief. At sight of his tortured young face, Mr. Sproul dabbed at his eyes, oblivious to his own danger. "My poor, unfortunate young friend," he murmured pityingly. "You can't believe I would cause such tragedy for a few paltry dollars? I did not change those seals, but I cannot hope to persuade anyone as matter-of-fact as yourself to believe in the supernatural. The diary recounts that when each guest at Van Gruten's dude feast died, their spoons changed too. Mrs. Havisham's seal altered also. The lawyer found it later among her effects, but assumed it to be the grim jest of some house servant." Bob Milam snorted derisively, but the murderous anger in his eyes ebbed slowly, and the gun in his hand wavered. "You're insane," he said heavily. "Maybe you don't even realize you changed those seals. Maybe your twisted mind really believes all that silly guff about some old Dutchman who..." His shoulders slumped all at once. He swayed, passing one hand over his bleary eyes. The gun in his other hand clattered to the floor. Suddenly he snatched the monkey spoon and flung it down the furnace, grating. "Insane," he mumbled. I can't shoot a crazy crippled old man in cold blood. But oh, why did you do it?" He groaned, staring at the hunchback. "Why, Mr. Sproul? Why? My best friend, and then my fiancée. I'd gladly have signed over my whole bank account to you if it was money you..." "Oh, please," the antique dealer cried out in despair. You must believe that I had no part in. I tried to phone you to warn you. Tried to figure out the manner of death so you could avoid. But they all died so differently. Mrs. Havisham, asphyxiated. Your friend, drowned. And your lovely fiancé. The old man's eyes widened suddenly. Ah, now I understand. It's true. It all ties together. Listen to me. Bob Milam had turned unsteadily toward the door, but Mr. Sproul sidled after him like a small, persistent crab and seized him by the arm. No, wait. You must listen, he gasped. The diary mentioned that Schuyler Van Grooten was subject to sleeping fits, a cataleptic. His intimate friends and relatives must have known that, but they... Wait, he begged. Your monkey spoon, where is it? You must give it away. At once, the old dealer insisted excitedly. To some impersonal agency. The scrap metal drive, yes, that's it. Get it out of your possession or you too will. So much hate, such hunger for revenge hovers about them. Like a piece of metal that has been magnetized, they can actually draw disaster to anyone who... But at that moment, the blond young man jerked his arm loose and plunged out into the street, wanting only to get away from this crazy old man who had caused him so much grief in the space of a few short days. Mr. Sproul pattered after him, calling excitedly for him to wait. But by the time he reached the curb, Bob Milam had whistled down a passing cab and was climbing into it. The old hunchback hurried to the curb and strained to catch the address. But the young man was only telling the driver wearily, "Drive around. Just drive. Anywhere. I don't care." The antique dealer's arms dropped to his sides limply in defeat. He watched the taxi speed out of sight, then turned slowly and walked slowly, thoughtfully, back into his shop. The evening paper, left under his door as usual, carried the story. A taxi was ambling along 187th Street, where wreckers were busy raising an old warehouse. Somehow the dynamite charge went off sooner than was intended, and a crumbling wall of bricks and mortar fell on the cab as it passed. The cabbie managed to dig his way out, but the single passenger, an intoxicated young man identified as one Robert Milam of New Jersey, could not be pulled out of the wreckage for almost an hour. He was dead when frantic workmen did finally reach him, not crushed, but trapped without air in the rear seat of the taxicab. And in his pocket, the police found a peculiar-looking spoon, inscribed with his name, the date of his birth, and the very date of his death. Mr. Sproul finished reading, then took off his square-lensed glasses and polished them with a hand that trembled. There was nothing, he mused philosophically, really nothing at all that he could have done to save those three nice young people, who had all three died the same way, fighting for breath, smothered to death by one agency or another, just exactly as Mrs. Havisham had died, in her exhaust-filled garage. And just as, centuries ago, an old Dutch patroon, one Schuyler Van Grooten, had died, clawing and screaming and gasping for breath in his coffin, awakened from one of his cataleptic trances to find that his greedy heirs had deliberately buried him alive. End of The Monkey Spoons by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. The Long Still Streets of Evening by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, September 1944. Jewels are like people. No two are alike. No two have the same secrets. Before ringing the doorbell of the great house on the avenue, Ives Cranston gazed furtively about him. The street was almost deserted, although the evening was still young. Gay automobiles hummed past and occasional buses lumbered down toward the square. Across the street was Central Park, like a peaceful green carpet spread out in the throbbing turmoil of the city. Ives Cranston was fastidiously dressed, not flashily but in perfect taste. He was tall and rather good-looking. Handsome would be too strong a word, but he was not unattractive. Again he gazed furtively up and down the street. Then he shrugged his shoulders. Evidently he had arrived at some sort of a decision, for he rang the bell. It boomed out sonorously through the rooms as though searching for the dwellers hidden beyond those massive walls. Almost immediately, the door was opened by a Chinese servant who was attired in Occidental formal evening dress. He bowed low as he bade the visitor to enter. A suggestion of burning pungent incense made fragrant the great halls. "I believe the Honorable Chang Qian is expecting me," began Cranston. "My master is in the library," was the reply. "Will you acquaint him with the fact that Ives Cranston of Chicago awaits the pleasure of an interview? My master has instructed me to lead you into his presence at once." The man, although undoubtedly Chinese, spoke as easily and as fluently as though he were native-born. He led the way down a wide, spacious hall, a hall carpeted in velvet and dimly lighted by iridescent yellow-orange lamps. At the end of the hall was a doorway hidden by soft, rich curtains. The servant, whose name was Shung Kung, held the draperies aside as Ives Cranston entered. The room in which he now found himself was very long and very wide. At one end was a massive open fireplace, a fireplace so huge that it seemed capable of holding a trunk of an entire tree at one time. There was no fire burning, although a great log lay upon the irons ready to be consumed by the flames whenever necessity demanded. The room was cozy and comfortable. There were many books spread about on the tables, and also many lamps. Near every chair there was a lamp, and near every lamp there were a quantity of books. Scattered about the room were vases filled with flowers, wistaria, roses, carnations, and sweet jasmine, whose fragrance hung like a caress on the air. Chang Qian sat in a great armchair before the fireplace. He rose as Ives Cranston entered. Cranston reflected that he had seldom seen a man so handsome despite his evident Mongolian extraction. His face, although it had a yellow-olive cast, was almost white. His lips were well-formed. Well-formed also was his aquiline nose, but it was his splendid eyes that were his chief attraction. They were dark as night shadows, but they were more brilliant than crystals in sunlight. They were extremely expressive, reflecting his every mood except when he did not wish his thoughts to be known. Then the fires died down in them, as though at the command of his will they had been banked, leaving them somber and brooding. He was faultlessly attired in a tuxedo suit. His hands were thin and expressive. On one finger he wore an amethyst which glowed like a purple sunset. In his own country he was a powerful mandarin. After greetings had been exchanged, Chang Qian motioned his guest to be seated. "I was just drinking a cup of pearl orchid-scented tea," he said. "Perhaps you might care to join me. There is no more charming method of binding friendship than for companions to quaff tea together." As he spoke, he poured out a tiny cupful of the amber fluid. "Small though the cup is," he mused, "the strength it contains is vast." Ives Cranston lifted the fragile cup to his lips and sipped the tea. It was odd, slightly sweet in taste, but not unpleasant. As Cranston slowly consumed the beverage, Chang Qian plunged into a discussion of literature which was distinctly charming. His enunciation was perfect, and the tone of his voice was like rare music. He talked of the charm of single words, of groups of words and tiny verses, and quoted snatches of songs from old Chinese poets. "The wind blows. The inn is filled with the scent of willow flowers. She sits all night by the cold lamp until the moon melts into the dawn. The sages and worthies of old times have left not a sound. Only those who drank have achieved lasting fame." So he quoted on and on, bits of verse, broken bits of sentences that aroused pleasurable thoughts within him. At first Ives Cranston was delighted with his drolleries, but as the hours passed he commenced to grow uneasy. Finally, When for a moment his host lapsed into silence, he said abruptly, "I could listen to you endlessly were it not for the fact that I am pressed for time. Literature has always appealed to me, and poetry I have always adored. But I have come all the way from Chicago to behold the Gobi diamond which you have advertised for sale throughout the country. Legends about it are cropping up everywhere, even in the wind that blows through the wheatlands." Chang Keen rose to his feet. He was all apologies. "Forgive me for forgetting your purpose here," he said, "but when my mind is plunged in literature, it is as though I walk in a sweet dream. Lovely words are jewels more gorgeous than any precious stone. They enthrall me far more greatly. A stone delights the material eye, gorgeous words appeal to the spiritual." As he spoke, he crossed the room to a wall safe, a simple affair which is customarily builded into the better class houses. In a few moments he returned with a red velvet box. Without a word he drew from it an enormous diamond, which he placed upon the table before him where the electric lamps gleamed upon it, causing it to flash and scintillate with a wondrous fire. It was blue-white, like moonlight sparkling on a blue lake. Ives Cranston gasped. He took a step forward. His face was flushed. It seemed hard for him to breathe, as though he was suffocated by its magnificence. His hands trembled. They fluttered nervously about the diamond, afraid to touch it, yet caught in the web of its witchery. "Examine it," suggested Chang Keen. "You can better then judge of its perfection." He was perfectly composed. Once more he seated himself in the great armchair. He sipped languidly at his tea. He paid little attention to the diamond. He thought of the written picture of Ho Shao Chi. The single butterfly comes, goes, comes, returning as though urged by love. The tea in his cup was cold, so he took a fresh cup and filled it from the pot that had been singing softly, kept warm by an alcohol lamp. And now Ives Cranston held the glowing blue diamond in his hands. He caressed it as though it were alive. He crooned softly to it. The expression of his face was like that of one hypnotized. Chang Keen gazed at him and smiled. It was foolish to go into such ecstasies over a jewel. Now a perfect quatrain or an unpublished poem by the immortal Li Tai Po would be something quite different, but a jewel that contained no music. He was interrupted in his musings by the voice of Ives Cranston. Chang Keen was a man of moods. His mind was like the sky, ever changing, ever charming. But his opinions varied upon occasion. At the moment his mind was filled with wondrous poetry. At other times art and prose held him equally enthralled. "What is the price of this jewel?" asked Cranston hoarsely. "How can one put a price on perfection?" replied Chang Keen quizzically. "In all the world, there is no other stone exactly identical to that. Jewels are like people. No two are alike. Pearls, for instance, can be matched as to size and color and fire, but they are not duplicates any more than are two men of similar appearance. I do not say that this is the most marvelous diamond in the world, but such as it is, there is no other to absolutely match it." Ives Cranston seemed surprised. "You advertise the gem for sale," he said. "Throughout the length and breadth of the country, strange tales and legends are being circulated about it. Its fame could not be greater if you employed a press agent. Yet now you refuse to set a price upon it." Chang Keen smiled. "I advertised it in 12 leading cities," he explained. "An art treasure of this sort cannot be disposed of by confining oneself to a single locality. I have had a constant stream of collectors to view it. Some have come all the way from the Pacific coast." "If you refuse to put a price upon the diamond," persisted Cranston, "how do you expect to sell it?" "Merely by bids," was the reply. "If you care, you may give the matter thought and mail me a bid. If it is satisfactory, I shall reply. If not, the interlude will be over. I sometimes wonder, after all, whether I would not be disappointed if I succeeded in finding a purchaser." Long after Cranston had departed, Chang Qian sat alone in the great room upstairs in which he slept. It was a room of austere simplicity. All the draperies were of purple and dark blue. There were a few chairs scattered about, a great bed, and an enormous library table well stacked with books. Chang Qian considered that a house only was cosily furnished when there were books in every room. He switched off the electric lights and seated himself in a comfortable armchair. Lazily, he lighted a cigarette. It was the hour of the day which he enjoyed most. Each night he sat alone in the darkness before retiring. He liked to review the events of the day. Usually they were worth musing over. His existence had always been rather venturesome and exciting. He loved to study faces. He thought of the people who had recently visited his house to view the diamond. They had come from all walks of life, all sorts and conditions of men and several women, enough material for 100 dramas. He thought of Grey Anthony and of Ives Cranston. There could be no doubt that they knew each other. At least Cranston knew Anthony, and yet he had denied it. Odd. But then Chang Qian had lived in China, in the Gobi Desert, where strange, unbelievable things frequently happen. He had schooled himself to be surprised, to be shocked at nothing. On the other hand, trusted no man. How many friends he had he neither knew nor cared. His sole consideration was the exact number of his enemies. That was a problem worthy of reflection. How long he remained sitting in the chair he knew not. It was a moment of complete relaxation. He was off guard. He was resting. If the mask slipped from his face, what did it matter? All of us wear masks. Expressions never reflect the true man. But they are as necessary as one's clothes to hide one's nakedness. He had been dozing, but now he was fully awake in an instant. He always slept like a soldier prepared for battle. The thing that aroused him was a feeling that someone was moving about downstairs. He did not know whether he had actually heard a sound. Nor did he care. He had a sort of sixth sense that warned him of danger. Perhaps it was purely natural, since many years of his life had been spent in desert places. He knew that his faithful valet, Sheng Kong, had retired. They had come upstairs together. Sheng Kong was more than a servant. He was a trusted companion, a friend. His faithfulness had been tested time and time again. He was the partner in all his master's numerous enterprises. Chang Qian listened, every nerve tense. There was scarcely any sound, but still he knew that someone had stealthily entered the house. Slowly, cautiously he rose to his feet. He was no longer smoking. His cigarette had long since been consumed, and he was glad. The faint aroma on the air might be perceptible to a keen sense even above the pungent fragrance of the incense. Fortunately, the door of his room was still open, so there was no danger of its creaking. He slipped off his slippers. Barefooted, he crept stealthily out into the hall. He was unarmed, nor did he make any attempt to secure a weapon. Step by step, he crept down the stairs. They were carpeted in rich velvet, heavily padded. Even had he worn shoes, his footfalls could not have been heard. At last he arrived at the library door and peered eagerly within, taking every precaution not to be seen. Before the wall safe was Ives Cranston. He had opened the safe and was just drawing the diamond from it as Chang Qian beheld him. He carried no light, for the moon was at the full. It flooded the room in a soft, silvery radiance, at least that part of the room that held the wall safe. It was as though the very perfection of the night had decided to help in the robbery. Chang Qian watched Cranston only for a second. Then he made his way slowly back upstairs to his room. There he found Sheng Kong awaiting him. Sheng whispered to him softly as he entered. In a few brief words, his master informed him of what he had perceived. Subterfuge, he murmured, is a terrible thing. Thus speaking, he sighed and lay down upon the bed. Meanwhile, Ives Cranston had secured the diamond. He left through the open window by which he had entered. He had found it unlatched when he arrived, so it was not necessary to try to pick the door lock. He was jubilant. The gorgeous Gobi diamond was his at last. It was worth coming from Pittsburgh to secure. Of course, he had said that he was from Chicago. It would never do in an affair of this sort to give one's real hometown. A few moments later, he was on the street again. For safety's sake, he decided to cut through Central Park. Perhaps he could find a taxi. He had hoped to have a taxi waiting for him, but at the last minute, he had decided that to do so would be too risky. As a rule, he worked alone. No one had anything on him. In Pittsburgh, he was known as a wealthy stockbroker. He was well respected, well liked. His friends were numerous. They imagined he was extremely rich, and he was. After all, is not a clever mind far greater in value than mere money? A taxi was ambling past. He hailed it. It was fortunate that it was empty. He directed the chauffeur to drive him to the Pennsylvania depot. He decided to take the first train out of town no matter where it went. The main thing now was to get away. After that, he would hurry to Pittsburgh as quickly as possible. Thus musing, he stepped into the taxi. To his consternation, he discovered that it was not vacant. He had made a frightful mistake. On this one night of all nights, when he wished to avoid meeting anyone, he had blundered into a situation which necessitated quick thinking. The occupant of the cab was an old man, a rather tiny old man with bushy white hair. Most of the time only his white hair was visible, but whenever they passed a street lamp, his jovial face loomed into view. "Pardon me," spluttered Ives Cranston. "I thought this taxi was empty." The old man laughed heartily. "It practically is," he chuckled, "for I am as good as nobody. A garrulous old man whom no one takes seriously." He seized the arm of Cranston. "You must stay," he went on quickly. His voice was decisive. "After midnight all men are brothers, whether they be kings or thieves. At that time the long still streets of evening take on a hush of magic. All honest folks are sleeping. Only millionaires, beggars and milkmen are prowling about. Where do you wish to go? I'll take you anywhere you say. If you wish, I will join you on a night's adventure. I am cursed with insomnia. For years it has clutched at my health. But now I have mastered it. The secret of overcoming insomnia is never to go to bed." Ives Cranston sat in his corner. He was very dejected. How was he to rid himself of this garrulous old gentleman? He was probably mildly mad, but harmless. At another time, he would have been amused by the old man's prattle, but not while he carried the wondrous Gobi diamond in his pocket. Not even Scheherazade herself could have interested him at that moment. He was in a quandary, but abruptly he decided that he would be affable. The old man was harmless. To insist on getting out of the taxi might create a scene. He was unable to gauge the exact degree of the old man's mania. "I wish to go to the Pennsylvania depot," he said. "If you insist on going out of your way to accommodate me, you may do so." The old man called through the speaking tube to the chauffeur. He had hard work making himself understood. "I guess," he drawled, "you can't get a license to be a chauffeur unless you are slightly deaf. Anyway, they all seem to be." He drew a couple of cigars from his pocket. "Smoke?" he asked laconically. "These are excellent. A friend sent me them from Tampa. They're the only things from Florida that aren't overrated." Mechanically, Ives Cranston took the proffered cigar. As he lighted it, he admitted that its excellence could not be denied. Never had he smoked a cigar that was more pungent to the taste. After all, the evening's work was not ending in failure. Perhaps this was even a better way to get to the station than that which he had planned. The little old gentleman sitting beside him, like an old jovial grandfather, was the very best sort of a companion to direct suspicion from him. He drew on his cigar. It was surprising how rapidly it was burning away. Within the cab it was delightfully comfortable. The chauffeur was driving rather slowly as though he were drowsy. Cranston yawned. He was drowsy too. Time after time he yawned, and once he actually dozed. For a moment he forgot where he was. This would never do. A fortune depended on his keeping awake. Yet the drowsiness persisted. His eyes kept closing as though there were leaden weights on the lids. A delightful feeling of contentment crept over him. If only he could sleep. Sweet dreams beckoned. More than anything else in the world he desired sleep. That is more than anything but the Gobi diamond. Surreptitiously he felt in his inner pocket to see if the diamond was still there. He sighed with relief as his hand encountered it. Now he could sleep, now he could rest. Even his memory was breaking away from its moorings like a launch in a typhoon. He forgot everything. Forgot his predicament. Forgot the necessity to escape. Forgot Chang Qian. Yes, even the diamond itself. Tranquil sleep stole over him. The curtain of unconsciousness softly descended. The last thing he was conscious of was the calm, even voice of the old man. In the long, still streets of evening, anything and everything may happen. When Ives Cranston awakened, he was lying in a soft bed in an attractive room. The sun streamed in through a stained glass window. The room was not elaborately furnished, but it was wonderfully restful. So quiet and peaceful it was, it urged one to slumber. He drew his hand across his eyes, striving to collect his memory. He felt remarkably well, but all the happenings of the night preceding seemed like a dream. Suddenly he thought of the Gobi diamond. He sprang from the bed. He was extremely nervous as he took his coat from a chair and felt in the inside pocket. After that he breathed easier. He still had the diamond. He had no inkling as to where he was, nor how he had gotten there. Although the room was serene, he realized that his position was precarious to the extreme. Nevertheless, he was able to think clearly. He walked into the adjoining bathroom and washed and brushed his hair. Then, very deliberately, he completed dressing. He was in no hurry. In fact, he rather hesitated to open the door that led from the room. What lay behind it? It was a hard question. Even after he had finished dressing, he was loath to leave. He sat down on a couch. The climax of this particular adventure was upon him. Even as he thus reflected, the door opened slowly. He gazed at it ominously until it had opened wide. Then a man appeared upon the threshold. He advanced into the room all smiles, but Cranston did not smile. His tongue and lips grew dry, for the figure that approached was that of Chang Qian. "I came quietly," he said, "so that I would not disturb you if you were still sleeping. He who arouses a guest is more of a scoundrel than he who destroys a wondrous symphony. You must be hungry. I will order your breakfast to be served right here." He walked across the room and pressed a button in the wall. A few minutes later, Sheng Kung appeared carrying a tray. On the tray were toast, a plate of cold chicken, and a pot of coffee. "For my own breakfast," mused Chang Qian, "I always take tea, but I am aware that in this country coffee is given preference. Eat and may you enjoy your breakfast. While you do so, I will read a bit." As he spoke, he drew a slender volume from his pocket. "This little book," he continued, "is a history of the haikai form of poetry. It is Japanese, and although I prefer the poems of China, still I like to read the poetry of other countries for comparative purposes. Chinese poetry is the oldest in the world. It has mellowed like old wine with age. Japanese poetry is mostly imitative. Its roots are buried in old China. Still, there are gems in the literature of Japan which are superb in their loveliness. What could be more exquisite than, thought I, the fallen flowers are returning to their branch, but lo, they were butterflies. I think of all Japanese poems I like best the haikais of Matsuro Basho. I come weary, in search of an inn. Ah, these wistaria flowers. One would have to journey long to find aught that exceeds them in perfection. Although Ives Cranston had no appetite, he ate mechanically. He felt as though an unseen net was tightening about him. Chang Qian could not have been more cordial, but it was unnatural. Under the circumstances, he would have preferred him to show extreme anger. At last he finished eating. The last drop of coffee had been consumed. He put down his cup and gazed questioningly at the face of Chang Qian. But Chang was unperturbed. He continued reading. Between the hedges of 2 gardens, floating, swaying, floating, a willow. Ives Cranston could stand the silence no longer. Would I be presuming, he asked coldly, if I asked how I came to be here? Chang Qian laid aside his book. He smiled. As to that, he said, would I be presuming if I asked how the Gobi diamond came to be in the inner pocket of your coat? We will answer questions in chronological order. Since the diamond disappeared prior to your entrance into the room, I do not think I am at fault in requesting some slight explanation. Ives Cranston seemed confused. What answer could he give? It was bold-faced robbery, and he had been caught. There was nothing to say, and so he said nothing. You are guilty of sundry crimes, mused Chang Qian. To enter unlawfully the home of a man with whom you have shaken hands in friendship is a grievous thing. What are you going to do? Asked Cranston defiantly. I scarcely know, replied Chang Qian. Shall I ring for more coffee, or perhaps you would prefer a cigarette? It has always seemed to me that the world would progress if wars could be fought in gentlemanly fashion. I want nothing, snapped Cranston. That is the strangest request I have ever had made to me, drawled Chang Qian. Usually my acquaintances desire all sorts of favors and expensive extravagances. I have often thought that a man must indeed be fortunate to be able to afford many friends. Personally, I prefer enemies. They are less expensive and far more interesting and diverting. So much for preliminaries. Now as to the matter in hand. There are several roads down which I might proceed. You will perhaps pardon my bluntness, but you have robbed my house. You have taken from me a rare possession, the Gobi diamond. Besides which you have given one more jolt to my faith in human nature. I could have you arrested. Nothing of the sort, declared Cranston. While it is true I am here in this room, you cannot prove that I have robbed you of anything. What proof is there that I took the Gobi diamond? It would be your word against mine. I am a citizen, a respected member of society. Being a member of society can scarcely be taken as a recommendation, said Chang Qian. As to proof, I saw you take the diamond from the safe. So did the faithful, honest Shun Kung. The little old man with whom you rode about the city last evening is a famous and shrewd detective. He brought you to this house. He saw the Gobi diamond in your pocket. He knew that it belonged to me, for it was not the first time he had seen it. I assure you, I am violating no trust when I say that the old gentleman was employed to guard the diamond. Who shall find fault with him simply because his methods of working are slightly different to the established? I do not wish to spoil your day. The sun is far too beautiful, the air too fresh. There is poetry in the air. This morning I do believe a lark was singing in my garden, yet it seems to me the evidence against you is very strong. I have no doubt that you are well thought of in Pittsburgh. Who said I came from Pittsburgh? Snapped Cranston. Pardon me if I presume, was the reply. I know you stated you were from Chicago. However, a gentleman from Chicago as a rule does not have his clothes made in Pittsburgh. Your hat, too, has a Pittsburgh label. However, it is of no consequence. It would be quite possible, I imagine, for a man to be a gentleman in either city. In my own country, I am respected. I trust I show no conceit when I state that my fame has spread throughout the Gobi Desert. In my own country, I am a magistrate. Countless are the trials at which I have officiated. I rather pride myself on my fairness. Justice to me is a divine thing. I am rather vain, and for that reason I believe I will settle the present case to my own liking. You have caused me much worry. You have made me lose an entire night's sleep. This rest is lost. I shall never be able to reclaim it. If you have any suggestions to make, I will listen to them. But bear this in mind. You will not escape until the scales of justice have swung into balance. The law must take its course. Ives Cranston could not help admiring the suave manner of Chang Qian. He knew that he had met defeat. He also realized that if this affair ever became known, he would lose all the prestige, which for years he had labored so carefully to build up. Let us say, he suggested, that for last night I simply rented the diamond. For its use I am willing to pay. What do you think about $1,000? Not much, said Chang Qian curtly. This is an affair which I detest being mixed up in. To a great degree I feel that it is beneath me. You cannot bargain with me. My price is $10,000, nothing less. And permit me to say, all things considered, you are getting off rather cheaply. Ives Cranston gasped. I have not that amount of money with me. I am sure of that, was the reply. But I think under the circumstances I will permit you to leave the house to get it. You have an account in a New York bank not far from this house. If you take a taxi, it will not take you long. I do not think that you will endeavor to get away. You would not in any case. Even at this moment, a taxi is waiting for you at the door. As Chang Qian spoke, he led the way downstairs. I will wait for you in the library, he said. I shall read a bit more of Matsura Basho while I do so. After Cranston had gone, Chang Qian settled down in a great armchair. He would like to have seen Cranston's face when he found the jovial old friend of the past evening waiting to share once more his taxi with him. In less than half an hour, Cranston was back again. Now his expression was as calm and serene as that of Chang Qian. He too was able to control his emotions. He was a born gambler, a good loser. He bowed down before genius that was greater than his own. He counted out the money. It is all there, he said slowly. And now since our business is over, I suppose you have no objection to my leaving. None whatsoever, smiled Chang Qian. Whenever you are in New York, I should be charmed to have you visit me. Cranston was anxious to get away. He still had the Gobi diamond. In the confusion, Chang Qian seemed to have forgotten it. As he walked toward the door, Chang Qian called after him. One moment, he said. You may keep the Gobi diamond. It is only paste. The one you viewed last evening was real, but always before retiring, I remove it from the wall safe and place therein a rather splendid imitation. The chance of being robbed, you see, entered into my calculations. Long after Ives Cranston had gone, Chang Qian still sat in his library, reading his slender volume of haikais by Matsura Basho, who of all the Japanese poets is the most interesting. The evening's cold touches the pallid lily's skin before it touches me. Not till he had read the last verses did he lay the book aside. Even then he did so reluctantly. Now his mind was free to muse over the happenings of the last few hours. The interlude had been amusing and also lucrative. He admired the excellent manner in which Ives Cranston had accepted defeat. He was quite honorable enough to be a member of polite society. End of The Long Still Streets of Evening by Frank Owen. Dreamers' Worlds by Edmund Hamilton. Weird Tales, November 1941. Swift fantasy novelet of a dreamer and his dream. Surely the world of Thar, its strange cities and enormous mountains, its turquoise seas, twin moons and crimson sun, is nothing but a dream. And yet... Reining in his pony on the ridge, Kal-Khan pointed down across the other sands of the dry lands that stretched in the glare of the crimson, sinking sun. "There we are, my lads," he announced heartily. "See yonder black blobs on the desert? They're the tents of the dry landers." His tall young figure was straining in the saddle, and there was a keen anticipation on his hard, merry young face. But Brusul, the squat warrior in blue leather beside him, and little Zor, the wizened third member of the trio, looked uneasily. "We've no business meddling with the Drylanders," accused brawny Brusul loudly. "Your father, the king, said we were to scout only as far west as the Dragal Mountains. We've done that and haven't found any sign of the cursed bunts in them. Our business is to ride back to Jotun now and report." "Why, what are you afraid of?" demanded Kal-Khan scoffingly. "We're wearing nondescript leather and weapons. We can pass ourselves off to the Drylanders as mercenaries from Kalbos." "Why should we go bothering the damned desert folk at all?" Brusul demanded violently. "They've got nothing we want." Little Zor broke into sniggering laughter. His wizened, frog-like face was creased by wrinkles of mirth. "Our prince has heard of that Dryland princess, old Vladimir's daughter that they call Golden Wings," he chuckled. "I'll be damned," exploded Brusul. "I might have known it was a woman. Well, if you think I'm going to let you endanger our lives and the success of our reconnaissance for a look at some desert wench, you—" "My sentiments exactly, Brusul," cried Kal-Khan merrily, and spurred forward. His pony galloped crazily down the crimson ridge, and his voice came back to them singing. "The bunts came up to Jotun long ago. The bunts fled back on the homeward track, when blood did flow. Oh, damn all wenches, here's an end of us because of your fool's madness," groaned Brusul as he caught up. "If those Drylanders find us out, we'll make fine sport for them." Kal-Khan grinned at the brawny warrior and the wizened little spy. "We'll not stay long. Just long enough to see what she looks like. This Golden Wings the desert tribes all rave about." They rode forward over the Oka Desert. The huge red orb of the sun was full in their faces as it sank toward the west. Already the two moons, Qui and Quillis, were rising like dull pink shields in the east. Shadows lengthened colossal across the yellow sands. The wind was keen, blowing from the far polar lands of this world of Thar. Behind them rose the vast, dull red shoulders of the Dragal Mountains that separated the drylands from their own coastal country of Jotunland. A nomad town rose ahead, scores of flat-topped pavilions of woven black hair. Great herds of horses of the black desert strain were under the care of whooping herdsboys. Smoke of fires rose along the streets. Fierce, swarthy Drylanders whose skins were darker than the bronze faces of Kal-Khan and his companions looked at the trio with narrowed eyes as they rode in. Dryland warriors fell in behind them, riding casually after them toward Die Big Pavilion at the camp's center. "We're nicely in the trap," grunted Brusul. "Now only wit will get us out, which means we can't depend on you, Kal-Khan." Kal-Khan laughed. "A good sword can take a man where wit will stumble. Remember, now, we're from Kalbos." They dismounted outside the great pavilion and walked into it past cat-eyed Dryland sentries. Torches spilled a red flare over the interior of the big tent. Here along rows, on their mats, sat the chiefs of the desert folk, feasting, drinking, and quarreling. Upon a low dais sat old Vladimir, their highest chief. The old desert ruler was a bearded, steel-eyed warrior of 60 whose yellow skin was grizzled by sandstorm and sun. His curved sword leaned against his knee, and he was drinking from a flagon of purple Lurian wine. Kal-Khan's eyes flew to the girl sitting beside the chief. He felt disappointment. Was this the famous Golden Wings? This small, slight, slender, dark-haired girl in black leather? Why, she was nothing much, mildly attractive with her smooth black hair and fine golden-skinned features, but not as pretty by half as many a wench he knew. The girl looked up. Her eyes met Kal Khan's. The stab of those midnight black eyes was like the impact of sword shock. For a moment, the Jotun prince glimpsed, a spirit thrilling as a lightning flash. Why, I see now why they rave about her, he thought delightedly. She's a tiger cat, dangerous as hell and twice as beautiful. Golden Wing's black brows drew together angrily at the open, insolent admiration on the face of Kal Khan. She spoke to her father. Vladimir looked down frowningly at the tall, grinning young warrior and his two companions. "Watermen," grunted the dryland chief contemptuously, using the desert folks' name for the coast peoples. "What do you want here?" "We're from Kalbos," Brussel answered quickly. "We had to leave there when the Bunts took our city last year. Being men without a country now, we thought we'd offer our swords to you." Vladimir spat. "We of the desert don't need to hire swords. You can have tent hospitality tonight. Tomorrow be gone." It was what Kal Khan had expected. He was hardly listening. His eyes, insolent in admiration, had never left the girl Golden Wings. A shrill voice yelled from the drylanders feasting in the big torchlit tent. A thin, squint-eyed desert warrior had jumped to his feet and was pointing at Kal Khan. "That's no Kalbian," he cried. "It's the Prince of Jotun. I saw him with the king his father 2 years ago in Jotun city." Kal Khan's sword sang out of its sheath with blurring speed, but too late. Drylanders had leaped on the three instantly, pinioning their arms. Old Vladimir arose, his hawk eyes narrowing ominously. "So you're that hell's brand, young Kal Khan of Jotun," he snarled. "Spying on us, are you?" Kal Khan answered coolly. "We're not spying on you. My father sent us into the Dragals to see if the Bunts were in the mountains. He feared that traitor Aegir might lead the green men north that way." "Then what are you doing here in our camp?" Vladimir demanded. Kal Khan looked calmly at the girl. "I'd heard of your daughter and wanted to look at her, to see if she was all they say." Golden Wing's black eyes flared, but her voice was silky. "And now that you have looked, Jotanian, do you approve?" Kal Khan laughed. "Yes, I do. I think you're a tiger cat, as would make me a fit mate. I shall do you the honor of making you Princess of Jotun." Swords of a score of dryland warriors flashed toward the three captives as the desert warriors leaped to avenge the insult. "Wait," called Golden Wing's dear voice. There was a glint of mocking humor in her black eyes as she looked down at Kal Khan. "No swords for this princeling, the whip's more suited to him. Tie him up." A roar of applause went up from the drylanders. In a moment, Kal Khan had been strung up to a tent pole, his hands dragged up above his head. His leather jacket was ripped off and his yellow shirt torn away. Brussel, bound and helpless, was roaring like a trapped lion as he saw what was coming. A tall drylander with a lash had come. Swish, crack. Roar of howling laughter crashed on the echo as Kal Khan felt the leather bite into his flesh. He winced inwardly from the pain, but kept his insolent smile unchanged. Again the lash cracked, and on its echo came the voice of Golden Wings, silvery and taunting. "Do you still want me for a mate, princeling?" "More than ever," laughed Kal Khan. "I wouldn't have a wench without spirit." "More!" flashed Golden Wing's furious voice to the flogger. The lash hissed and exploded in red pain along Kal Khan's back. Still he would not flinch or wince. His mind was doggedly set. Through crimson pain mists came the girl's voice again. "You have thought better of your desire now, Jotanian?" Kal Khan heard his own laughter as a harsh remote sound. "Not in the least, darling. For every lash stroke you order now, you'll seek later to win my forgiveness with 100 kisses." 20 more strokes, flared the girl's hot voice. The whole world seemed pure pain to Kal Khan, and his back was a numbed torment, but he kept his face immobile. He was aware that the fierce laughter had ceased, that the dryland warriors were watching him in a silence tinged with respect. The lashes ceased. Kal Khan jeered over his shoulder. "What, no more? I thought you had more spirit, my sweet." Golden Wing's voice was raging. "There's still whips for you unless you beg pardon for your insolence." "No, no more," rumbled old Vladimir. "This princeling's wit struck, it's plain to see. Tie them all up tightly and we'll send to Jotan demanding heavy ransom for them." Kal Khan hardly felt them carrying him away to a dark, small tent. His body was so bathed in pain. He did feel the gasping agony of the jolt as he was flung down beside Brusul and Zor. They three, bound hand and foot with thongs of tough sandcat leather, were left in the tent by guards who posted themselves outside. "What a girl!" exclaimed Kal Khan. "Brusul, for the first time in my life, I've met a woman who isn't all tears and weakness." "Your wit struck indeed," flared Brusul. "I'd as lief fall in love with a sandcat as that wench. And look at the mess you've got us into here. Your father awaiting our report, and we prisoned here." "4. "We'll get out of this some way," muttered Kal Khan. He felt a reaction of exhaustion. "Tomorrow we'll bring counsel," he heard Brusul grumbling on, but he was drifting now into sleep. Golden Wing's face floated before him as sleep overtook him. He felt again the strong emotion with which the dryland girl had inspired him. Then he was asleep, and was beginning to dream. It was the same dream as always that came quickly to Kal Khan. He dreamed first that he was awaking. He was awaking, in fact. He was now awake. He yawned, opened his eyes, and lay looking up at the white-papered bedroom ceiling. He knew, as always, that he was no longer Kal Khan, Prince of Jotan. He knew that he was now Henry Stevens of Midland City, Illinois. Henry Stevens lay looking up at the ceiling of his neat maple bedroom, and thinking of the dream he had just had, the dream in which, as Kal Khan, he had been flogged by the Drylanders. "I've got myself in a real fix now," Henry muttered. "How am I going to get back to Jotan? But that girl Golden Wings is a darling." Beside him, his wife's plump figure stirred drowsily. "What is it, Henry?" she asked sleepily. "Nothing, Emma," he replied dutifully. He swung out of bed. "You don't need to get up. I'll get my own breakfast." On slippered feet, Henry Stevens plodded across the neat bedroom. As he carefully shaved, his mind was busy with remote things. "Even if Jotan can pay the ransom, it'll be a week before I can get back there," he thought, and who knows what the Bunts will be up to in that time. Out of the mirror, his own newly shaven face regarded him. It was the thin, commonplace face of Henry Stevens, 30-year-old insurance official of Midland City, a face far different from Kal Khan's hard, bronzed, merry visage. "I suppose I'm crazy to worry about Jotan, when it may be all a dream," Henry muttered thoughtfully. "Or is it this that's the dream after all? Will I ever know?" He was facing the mystery that had baffled him all his life. Was Kal Khan a dream, or was Henry Stevens the dream? All his life, Henry Stevens had been beset by that riddle. It was one that had begun with his earliest childish memories. As far back as he could remember, Henry had had the dream. As a child, he had every night dreamed that he was a child in a different world far removed from Midland City. Each night, when little Henry Stevens had lain down to sleep, he had at once slipped into the dream. In that dream he was a boy in the city Jotan, on the shore of the Zambrian Sea, on the world of Thar. He was Kal Khan, Prince of Jotan, son of the king, Khan Abul. All through his years of youth and manhood, the dream had persisted. Every night, as soon as he slept, he dreamed that he was awaking. And then, in the dream, he seemed to be Kal Khan again. As Kal Khan, he lived through the day on Thar, and when Kal Khan lay down to sleep, he dreamed that he awoke as Henry Stevens of Earth. The dream was continuous. There was nothing incoherent or jerky about it. Day followed day consecutively in the life of Karl Kahn, as logically as in the life of Henry Stevens. Henry Stevens grew up through boyhood and youth, attending his school and playing his games and going off to college, and finally getting a job with the insurance company and marrying. And each night, in Henry's dream, Karl Kahn was similarly pursuing his life, was learning to ride and wield a sword, and explore the mountains west of Jotunland, and go forth in patrol expeditions against the hated bunts of the south who were the great enemies of Jotun. When he was awake and living the life of Henry Stevens, it always seemed to him that Karl Kahn and his colourful, dangerous world of Thar were nothing but an extraordinarily vivid dream. All that world, with its strange cities and enormous mountains and forests and alien races, its turquoise seas and crimson sun, were surely nothing but dream. That was how it seemed to Henry Stevens. But when he was Karl Kahn, in the nightly dream, it was exactly the opposite. Then it seemed to Karl Kahn that Henry Stevens and his strange world of Earth were the dream. Karl Kahn seldom doubted that. The hardy young prince of Jotun knew there could be no such world as this Earth he dreamed about each night. A world where he was a timid little man who worked with papers at a desk all day long, a world where men dressed and acted differently, where even the sun was not red but yellow. Surely, Karl Kahn thought, that could be nothing but a dream that somehow had oppressed him all his life. Henry Stevens was not so sure about which was real. There were many times when it seemed to Henry that maybe Thar was the real world, and that Earth and Henry Stevens were die dream. They couldn't both be real. One of these existences of his must be the real one, and the other a strange continued dream. But which? If I only knew that, Henry muttered to his reflection in the mirror. Then whichever one is the dream wouldn't bother me much. I'd know that it wasn't real, whatever happened. He looked ruefully at himself. As it is, I've got 2 lives to worry about. Not that Karl Kahn does much worrying. His puzzled reverie was broken by the sleepy voice of his wife, calling a mechanical warning from the bedroom. "Henry, you'd better hurry or you'll be late at the office." "Yes, Emma," he replied dutifully, and hastened his toilet. He loved his wife. At least, Henry Stevens loved her, whether or not Henry was real. But golden wings. There was a girl. His pulse still raced as he remembered her beauty, when he had seen her through Karl Kahn's eyes. How the devil was Karl Kahn going to get out of the trap into which the girl's beauty had led him? He couldn't guess what the reckless young prince would do. For Karl Kahn and Henry Stevens had nothing in common in their personalities. "Oh, forget it," Henry advised himself irritably. "Thar must be a dream. Let Karl Kahn worry about it when the dream comes back tonight." But he couldn't forget so easily. As he drove to town in his sedate black coupe, he kept turning the problem over in his mind. And he found himself brooding about it that afternoon over his statements, at his desk in the big insurance office. If Karl Kahn didn't get away, his father might send an expedition out of Jotun to search for him. And that would weaken Jotun at a time when the bunts were menacing it. He must. "Stevens, haven't you finished that Blaine statement yet?" demanded a loud voice beside his desk. Henry started guiltily. It was Carson, the wasp-like little office manager, who stood glowering down at him. I was just starting it," Henry said hastily, grabbing the neglected papers. "Just starting it?" Carson's thin lips tightened. "Stevens, you've got to pull yourself up. You're getting entirely too dreamy and inefficient lately. I see you sitting here and staring at the wall for hours. What's the matter with you anyway?" "Nothing, Mr. Carson," Henry said panically. Then he amended. "I've had a few troubles on my mind lately, but I won't let them interfere with my work again." "I wouldn't, if I were you," advised the waspish little man ominously, and departed. Henry felt a cold chill. There had been a significant glitter in Carson's spectacled eyes. He sensed himself on the verge of a terrifying precipice of losing his job. "If I don't forget about Thar, I will be in trouble," he muttered to himself. "I can't go on this way." As he mechanically added figures, he was alarmedly trying to figure out a way to rid himself of this obsession. If he only knew which was reality and which was dream. That was what his mind always came back to. That was the key of his troubles. If, for instance, he could learn for a certainty that Karl Khan and his life in Thar were merely a dream as they seemed, then he wouldn't brood about them. There wouldn't be any point in worrying about what happened in a dream. On the other hand, if he should learn that his life as Karl Khan was real and that Henry Stevens and his world were the dream, then that too would relieve his worries. It wouldn't matter much if Henry Stevens lost his job, if Henry were only a dream. Henry was fascinated, as always, by that thought. He looked around the sunlit office, the neat desks and busy men and girls, with a flash of derisive superiority. "You may none of you be real at all," he thought. "You may all just be part of Karl Khan's nightly dream." That was always a queer thought, that idea that Earth and all its people, including himself, were just a dream of the Prince of Jotan. "I wish to heaven I knew," Henry muttered baffledly for the 1,000th time. There must be some way to find out which is real, yet he could see no test that would give proof. He had thought of and had tried many things during his life to test the matter. Several times he had stayed up all night without sleep. He had thought that if he did not sleep and hence did not dream, it would break the continuity of the dream life of Karl Khan. But it had had no effect, for when he finally did sleep and dreamed that he awoke as Karl Khan, it merely seemed to Karl Khan that he had dreamed he was Henry Stevens, staying up a night without sleep, that he had dreamed 2 days and a night of the unreal life of Henry Stevens. No, that had failed as a test, nor was there any other way. If he could be sure that while he was sleeping and living the dream life of Karl Khan, the rest of Earth remained real, that would solve the problem. The other people of Earth were sure they had remained in existence during his sleep. But if they were all just figments of dream, their certainty of existence was merely part of the dream. It was maddening, this uncertainty. He felt that it would drive him to insanity if the puzzle persisted much longer. Yet how was he to solve the riddle? Maybe a good psychoanalyst, Henry thought doubtfully. A fellow like that might be able to help. He shrank from his own idea. It would mean telling the psychoanalyst all about his dream life, and that was something he had not done for years, not since he was a small boy. When he was a boy, Henry Stevens had confidently told his family and chums all about his strange dreams, how each night when he slept he was another boy, the boy Karl Khan in Jotan, on the world Thar. He had told them in detail of his life as Karl Khan, of the wonderful black city Jotan, of the red sun and the 2 pink moons. His parents had at first laughed at his stories, then had become worried, and finally had forbidden him to tell any more such falsehoods. They had put it all down to a too vivid imagination, and his boyhood chums had jeered at his tales, admiring his ability as a liar but rudely expressing their opinions when he had earnestly maintained that he did dream it all every night. So Henry had learned not to tell of his dream life. He had kept that part of his life locked away, and even Emma had never heard of it. But still, if a psychoanalyst could help me find out which is real, he thought desperately, it'd be worth trying. That afternoon, when his work was finished, Henry found himself entering the offices of a Dr. Willis Thorne, whom he had heard of as the best psychoanalyst in the city. He had made an appointment by telephone. Dr. Thorne was a solidly built man of 40, with the body of a football player and calm, friendly eyes. He listened with quiet attention as Henry Stevens, slowly at first, and then more eagerly, poured out his story. "And you say the dream continues logically, from night to night?" Dr. Thorne asked. "That's strange. I've never heard of a psychosis quite like that. What I want to know is, which is real? Henry blurted. Is there any way in which you could tell me whether it's Thar or Earth that's real? Dr. Thorne smiled quietly. I'm not a figment of a dream, I assure you. You see me sitting here, quite real and solid. Too solid, I'm afraid. I've been putting on weight lately. Henry, puzzledly thoughtful, missed the pleasantry. You seem real and solid, he admitted, and so does this office and everything else to me. But then I, Henry Stevens, may only be a part of the dream myself. Kal Khan's dream. Dr. Thorne's brow wrinkled. I see your point. It's logical enough, from a certain standpoint. But it's also logical that you and I and Earth are real, and that Kal Khan and his world are only an extraordinarily vivid dream your mind has developed as compensation for a monotonous life. I don't know, Henry muttered. When I'm Kai Khan, I'm pretty sure that Henry Stevens is just a dream. But I, Henry Stevens, am not so sure. Of course, Kal Khan isn't the kind of man to brood or doubt much about anything. He's a fighter and reckless adventurer. Dr. Thorne was definitely interested. Look here, Mr. Stevens. Suppose you write out a complete history of this dream life of yours, this life as Kal Khan, and bring it with you the next time. It may help me. Henry left the office with his new hope on the wane. He didn't think the psychoanalyst could do much to solve his problem. After all, he thought depressedly as he drove homeward, there was hardly any way in which you could prove that you really existed. You felt you did exist. Everyone around you was sure they did too, but there was no real proof that that whole existence was not just a dream. His mind came back to Kal Khan's present predicament. How was he going to escape from the Drylanders? He brooded on that through dinner. Henry Stevens, you haven't been listening to one word. His wife's voice aroused him. Emma's plump, good-natured face was a little exasperated as she peered across the table at him. I declare you're getting more dopey every day, she told him snappily. I'm just sleepy, I guess, Henry apologized. I think I'll turn in. She shook her head. You go to bed earlier every night. It's not 8 o'clock yet. Henry finally was permitted to retire. He felt an apprehensive eagerness as he undressed. What was going to happen to Kal Khan? He stretched out and lay in the dark room, half dreading and half anticipating the coming of sleep. Finally, the dark tide of drowsiness began to roll across his mind. He knew vaguely that he was falling asleep. He slipped into darkness, and, as always, the dream came at once. As always, he dreamed that he was awaking. Kal Khan awoke in the dark, cold tent. His whole back was a throbbing pain and his bound arms and legs were numb. He lay thinking a moment of his dream. How real it always seemed, the nightly dream in which he was a timid little man named Henry Stevens, on a queer drab world called Earth. When he was dreaming, when he was the man Henry Stevens, he even thought that he, Kal Khan, was a dream. Dreams within dreams, but they meant nothing. Kal Khan had long ago quit worrying about his strange dream life. The wise men of Jotan whom he had consulted had spoken doubtfully of witchcraft. Their explanations had explained nothing. And life was too short. There were too many enemies to slay, and girls to kiss and flagons to drink, to worry much about dreams. But this is no dream, worse luck, thought Kal Khan, testing his bonds. The Prince of Jotan trussed up like a damned hirk, he stiffened. A shadow was moving toward him in the dark tent. It bent over him, and there was a muffled flash of steel. Amazedly, Kal Khan felt the bonds of his wrists and ankles relax. They had been cut. The shadow sniggered. What would you do without little Zor to take care of you, Prince? Zor? Kal Khan's whisper was astonished. How in the name of... Easily, Prince, sniggered Zor. I always carry a flat blade in the sole of my sandal. but it took me all night to get it out and cut myself free. It's almost dawn." The cold in the tent was piercing. Through a crack in the flap, Karl Khan could see the eastern sky beginning to pale a little. He could also hear the drylanders on guard out there, shuffling to keep warm. Karl Khan got to his feet while Zor was freeing Brussel. Then the little man used his sliver of steel to slice a rip through the back wall of the tent. They three slipped out into the starry darkness. Karl Khan chuckled a little to himself as he remembered how his dream self, the man Henry Stevens in that dream world, had worried about his plight. As though there was anything worth worrying about in that. They did not stop for a whispered consultation until they were well away from the tent in which they had been kept. The whole camp of the Drylanders was still, except for an occasional drunken warrior staggering between the dark tents and the stamping of tethered horses not far away. "The horses are this way," muttered Brussel. "We can be over the Dragles before these swart-skinned devils know we're gone." "Wait," commanded Karl Khan's whisper. "I'm not going without that girl. Golden Wings." "Hell take your obstinacy," snarled Brussel. "Do you think you can steal the Drylanders' princess right out of their camp? They'd chase us to the end of the world. Beside, what would you want with that little desert cat who had you flogged raw?" Karl Khan uttered a low laugh. "She's the only wench I've ever seen who was more than a sweet armful for an idle hour. She's flame and steel and beauty, and by the sun, I'm taking her. You two get horses and wait by the edge of the camp yonder. I'll be along." He hastened away before they could voice the torrent of objections on their lips. He had taken Zor's hiltless knife. Karl Khan made his way through the dark tents to the big pavilion of the Dryland chief. He silently skirted its rear wall, stopping here and there to slash the wall and peer inside. Thus he discovered the compartment of the pavilion in which the girl slept. It had a guttering copper night lamp, whose flickering radiance fell on silken hangings and on a low mass of cushions on which she lay. Golden Wing's dark head was pillowed on her arm, her long black lashes slumbering on her cheek. Coolly, Karl Khan made an entrance. He delayed to cut strips from the silken hangings and then approached her. His big hand whipped the silken gag around Golden Wing's mouth and tied it before she was half awake, her eyes blazing raging as she recognized him, and her slim silken figure struggled in his grasp with wildcat fury. Karl Khan was rough and fast. He got the silken bonds around her hands and feet, and then drew a breath of relief. "Now we ride for Jotan, my sweet," he whispered mockingly to her as he picked up her helpless figure. Golden Wing's black eyes blazed into his own, and he laughed. He kissed her eyelids. "This will have to serve as proof of my affections until we can take this damned gag off, my dear," he mocked. Her firm body writhed furiously in his grasp as he went out into the starry night. Silently, bearing the girl easily, he made his way through the sleeping camp. Stamping shadows loomed up at the camp edge, awaiting him. Brussel and Zor had horses, and the little spy handed Karl Khan a stolen sword. "You have the girl," Zor sniggered. "Even I could not make a theft so daring to steal the Drylanders' princess out of their own camp." "We haven't got her out yet, and it's far to Jotan," snarled Brussel. "Let's get out of here." Karl Khan vaulted into the saddle and drew Golden Wing's struggling silken figure across the saddlebow. They walked their horses softly eastward till they were out of earshot of the camp, and then they spurred into a gallop. The cold dawn wind whistled past Karl Khan's face. Far ahead, the black bulk of the Dragles loomed against the paling sky. He took the gag from Golden Wing's mouth. In the growing light, the cold anger of the girl's face flared at him. "Dog of Jotan," she panted, "you'll be staked out in the desert to die the sun death for this crime." "I didn't free your mouth for words, my dear," replied Karl Khan. "But for this," her lips writhed under his kiss. His laughter pealed bade on the wind as he straightened again in the saddle. Golden Wings sobbed with rage. "You'll not be killed at once," she promised breathlessly. "It will take time to think up a death appropriate for you. Even the sun death would be too easy." "That's the way I like to hear a girl talk," applauded Kal-Kan. "Hell take these wenches who are all softness and whimpers. We'll get along, my pet." They were still far from the first ridges of the Dragals when the crimson sun came up to light their way. Brussel turned his battered face back to stare across the ochre sands, and then swore and pointed to a remote, low wisp of dust back on the western horizon. "There they come. They're following our tracks, curse them." "We can lose them when we reach the mountains," Kal-Kan called easily. "Faster!" "You'll never reach the Dragals," taunted Golden Wings, eyes sparkling now. "My father's horses are swift, Jotun dogs." They spurred on. The first low red ridges of the Dragals seemed tantalizingly far away. The sun was rising higher, and its blistering heat had already dispelled the coolness of dawn. The crimson orb hung almost directly overhead, and they were still hours from the ridges, when Zor's pony tripped and went down. It rolled with a broken neck as the little man darted nimbly from the saddle. Kal-Kan reined up and came riding back. The dust cloud of their pursuers was ominously big and close. "Ride on," Zor cried, his wizened face unperturbed. "You can make the ridges without me." "We can't make them," Kal-Kan denied coolly. "And it's not our way to separate in face of danger." He dismounted. Golden Wings was looking westward with exultation in her black eyes. "Did I not tell you I'd see you caught?" she cried. Kal-Kan cut free her hands and feet. He reached up and set his lips against hers bruisingly. Then he stepped back, releasing her. "You can ride back and meet your father's warriors with the glad news that we're here for the taking, my sweet," he told her. "You're letting her go," yelled Brussel. "We could hold her hostage." "No," declared Kal-Kan. "I'll not see her harmed in the fight." He laughed up at her, as she sat in the saddle looking down at him with wide, strangely bewildered eyes. "Too bad I couldn't get you to Jotan with me, my little desert cat. But you'll have the pleasure of seeing us killed. Tell your father's warriors to come with their swords out." For a long moment, Golden Wings looked down at him. Then she set spur to the pony and galloped away to the oncoming dust cloud. Kal-Kan and his two comrades drew their swords and waited. And soon they saw the force of 100 Drylanders riding up to them. Vladimir was in the lead, his beard bristling, and Golden Wings rode beside him. "The little hellcat wants to help kill us," growled Brussel. "You should have slit her throat." Kal-Kan shrugged. "I'd liefer slit my own. Too bad we have to end in a skirmish like this, old friends. I dragged you into it." "Oh, it's all right, except that we won't be with the armies of Jotan when they go out to meet Aegir and the Bunts," muttered Brussel. The Drylanders were not charging. No sword was unsheathed as they came forward, though old Vladimir was frowning blackly. The desert chieftain halted his horse 10 paces away and spoke to Kal-Kan in a roaring voice. "I ought to kill you all, Jotanians, for taking my daughter away with you. But we're a free people. Since she says she goes with you of her own free will, I'll not interfere." "Of her own free will?" gasped Brussel. "What in the sun's name?" Golden Wings had dismounted and came toward Kal-Kan. Her dark eyes met him levelly. She did not speak, nor did he as she took his hand. Vladimir laid a sword blade across their clasped hands and tossed a handful of the yellow desert sand upon it. Kal-Kan felt his heart in his throat. It was the marriage rite of the Drylanders. Zor and Brussel were staring unbelievingly, the Drylanders sadly, but Golden Wings' red lips were sweet fire under his mouth. "You said that for each lash stroke last night, I'd pay 100 kisses," she whispered. "That will take long, my lord." He looked earnestly into the brooding sweetness of her face. "No deceptions between us, my little sand cat," he said. When I freed you and let you go to your father, I was gambling that you'd come back like this." For a moment, her eyes flared surprise and anger, and then she laughed. "No deceptions, my lord. Last night in my father's pavilion, I knew you were the mate I'd long awaited, but I thought the lashing would teach you to value me the more." Vladimir had mounted his horse. The stoical old desert chieftain and his men called their farewells and then rode back westward. They had left horse and sword for Golden Wings. She rode knee to knee with Kal Khan as they spurred up the sloping sands toward the first red ridges of the Draggles. Dusk came upon them hours later as they climbed the steep pass toward the highest ridge of the range. One of the pink moons was up and the other was rising. The desert was a vague unreality far behind and below. "Look back, and you can see the campfires of your people," he told the girl. Her dark head did not turn. "My people are ahead now in Jotan." They topped the ridge. A yell of horror burst from Brussel. "The Bunts are in Galoon! Hell take the Green Devils, they've marched leagues north in the last 2 days." Kal Khan's fierce rage choked him as he too saw. Far, far to the east, beneath the rosy moons, the lowland plain below the Draggles stretched out to the silvery immensity of the Zambrian Sea. Down there to the right, on the coast, should have shone the bright lights of the city Galoon, southernmost port of Jotunland. But instead the city was scarred by hideous red fires that smoldered through the night like baleful, unwinking eyes. "Aegir's led the green men farther north than I dreamed," Kal Khan muttered. "Oh, damn that traitor! If I had my sword at his throat." "We'd best ride hard for Jotan before we're cut off," Zur cried. They rode north along the ridges until the red fires of burning Galoon receded from sight. Then they moved down the western slopes of the mountains and galloped on north along the easier coast road. Galloping under the rosy moons, Kal Khan pointed far along the shore to a yellow beacon fire atop the lighthouse tower outside Jotan. The square black towers of Jotan loomed sheer on the edge of the silver sea, surrounded by the high black wall which had only 2 openings, a big water gate on the seaside and a smaller gate on the other. The rosy moonlight glinted off the arms of sentries posted thick on the wall, and a sharp challenge was flung down as Kal Khan rode up to the closed gate. Joyful cries greeted the disclosure of his identity. The gates ground slowly open, and he and Golden Wings galloped in with Brussel and Zor. Kal Khan led the way through the black-paved stone streets of Jotan to the low, brooding mass of the palace. When, with Golden Wings' hand in his, he hurried into the great domed, torch-lit marble hall of the kings, he found his father awaiting him. Cannibal's iron-hard face seemed even grimmer than usual. "The Bunts," Kal Khan began, but the king finished for him. "I know. The Green Men have captured and sacked Galoon, led by my traitorous brother. We've been gathering our forces. Tomorrow we march south to attack. It's good you are in time to join us." "But who's this?" Kal Khan grinned. "I found no Bunts over the Draggles, but I did find a princess for Jotan. They call her Golden Wings, Vladimir's daughter." Cannibal grunted. "A dryland princess? Well, you've made a bad bargain, girl. This son of mine's an empty-skulled rascal, and tomorrow he goes south with us to battle." "And I go with him," declared Golden Wings. "Do you think I'm one of your Jotan girls that cannot ride or fight?" Kalkin laughed. "We'll argue that the morrow." Later that night, in his great chamber of seaward windows, with Golden Wings sleeping in his arms, Kal Khan also slept. Henry Stevens brooded as he sat waiting in the office of the psychoanalyst the next afternoon. Things couldn't go on this way. He'd been reprimanded twice this day by Carson for neglect of his work. Since he'd awakened this morning, the danger to Jotan had been obsessing his thoughts. It was queer, but he had had more time to reflect upon the peril than had Kal Khan himself in the dream. "You can go in now, Mr. Stevens," smiled the receptionist. Dr. Thorne's alert young eyes caught the haggardness of Henry's face, but he was casual as he pushed cigarettes across the desk. "You had the same dream last night?" he asked Henry. Henry Stevens nodded. "Yes, and things are getting worse over there in Thar. The Bunts have taken Galoon in some way, and Aegir must be planning to lead them on against Jotan." "Aegir?" questioned the psychoanalyst. Henry explained. "Aegir was Kal Khan's uncle, the younger brother of Khan Abul. He's a renegade to Jotan. He fled from there about 4 Thar years ago, after Khan Abul discovered his plot to usurp the throne. Since then, he's been conspiring with the Bunts." Henry took a pencil and drew a little map on a sheet of paper. It showed a curving, crescent-like coast. "This is the Zambrian Sea," he explained. "On the north of this indented gulf is Jotun, Kal Khan's city. Away to the south here across the gulf is Buntland, where the barbarian green men live. On the coast between Buntland and Jotan are the independent city of Kaubos and the southernmost Jotanian city of Galoon. When my uncle Aegir fled to the Bunts," Henry went on earnestly, "he stirred them up to attack Kaubos, which they captured. We've been planning an expedition to drive them out of there. 5 days ago I rode over the Dragal Mountains with 2 comrades to reconnoiter a possible route by which we could make a surprise march south. But now the Bunts are moving north and have sacked Galoon. There's a big battle coming." Henry paused embarrassedly. He had suddenly awakened from his intense interest in exposition to become aware that Dr. Thorne was not looking at the map, but at his face. "I know it all sounds crazy to talk about a dream this way," Henry mumbled, "but I can't help worrying about Jotan. You see, if it turned out that Thar was real and that this was the dream—" He broke off again, and then finished with an earnest plea. "That's why I must know which is real, Thar or Earth, Kal Khan or myself." Dr. Thorne considered gravely. The young psychiatrist did not ridicule Henry's bafflement, as he'd half expected. "Look at it from my point of view," Thorne proposed. "You think it's possible that I may be only a figment in a world dreamed by Kal Khan each night. But I know that I'm real, though I can't very well prove it." "That's it," Henry murmured discouragedly. "People always take for granted that this world is real. They never even imagine that it may be just a dream. But none of them could prove that it isn't a dream." "But suppose you could prove that Thar is a dream," Thorne pursued. "Then you'd know that this must be the real existence." Henry considered. "That's true, but how can I do that?" "I want you to take this memory across into the dream life with you tonight," Dr. Thorne said earnestly. "I want you, when you awake as Kal Khan, to say over and over to yourself, 'This isn't real. I'm not real. Henry Stevens and Earth are the reality.'" "You think that will have some effect?" Henry asked doubtfully. "I think that in time your dream world will begin to fade, if you keep saying that," the psychoanalyst declared. "Well, I'll try it," Henry promised thoughtfully. "If it has any effect, I'll be sure then that Thar is the dream." Dr. Thorne remarked, "Probably the best thing to happen would be if Kal Khan got himself killed in that dream life. Then, the moment before he died, the dream of Thar would vanish utterly as always in such dreams." Henry was a little appalled. "You mean Thar and Jotan and Golden Wings and all the rest would be gone forever?" "That's right, you wouldn't ever again be oppressed by the dream," encouraged the psychoanalyst. Henry Stevens felt a chill as he drove homeward. That was something he hadn't foreseen, that the death of Kal Khan in that other life would destroy Thar forever if Thar was the dream. Henry didn't want that. He had spent just as much of his life in Thar as Kal Khan as he had done here on Earth. No matter if that life should turn out to be merely a dream, it was real and vivid, and he didn't want to see it utterly destroyed. He felt a little panic as he pictured himself cut off from Thar forever. never again riding with Brusul and Zor on crazy adventure, never seeing again that brooding smile in Golden Wings' eyes, nor the towers of Jotan brooding under the rosy moons. Life as Henry Stevens of Earth, without his nightly existence in Thar, would be tame and profitless. Yet he knew that he must once and for all settle the question of which of his lives was real, even though it risked destroying one of those lives. "I'll do what Dr. Thorne said when I'm Karl Khan tonight," Henry muttered. "I'll tell myself Thar isn't real and see if it has any effect." He was so strung up by anticipation of the test he was about to make that he paid even less attention than usual to Emma's placid account of neighborhood gossip and small household happenings. That night, as he lay, waiting for sleep, Henry repeated over and over to himself the formula that he must repeat as Karl Khan. His last waking thought, as he drifted into sleep, was of that. Karl Khan awoke with a vague sense of some duty oppressing his mind. There was something he must do or say. He opened his eyes to look with contentment upon the dawn-lit interior of his own black stone chamber in the great palace at Jotan. On the wall were his favorite weapons, the sword with which he'd killed a sea dragon when he was 14 years old, the battered shield with the great scar which he had borne in his first real battle. Golden Wings stirred sleepily against him, her perfumed black hair brushing his cheek. He patted her head with rough tenderness. Then he became aware of the tramp of many feet outside, of distant clank of arms and hard voices barking orders, and rattle of hurrying hoofs. His pulse leaped. Today we go south to meet Eerie and the Bunts. Then he remembered what it was that dimly oppressed his mind. It was something from his dream, the queer nightly dream in which he was the timid little man Henry Stevens on that strange world called Earth. He remembered now that Henry Stevens had promised a doctor that he would say aloud, "Thar isn't real. I, Karl Khan, am not real." Karl Khan laughed. The idea of saying such a thing, of asserting that Thar and Jotan and everything else was not real, seemed idiotic. That timid little man I'm in the dream each night, he thinks I would mouth such folly as that. Karl Khan chuckled. Golden Wings had awakened. Her slumberous black eyes regarded him questioningly. "It's my own private joke, sweet," he told her, and he went on to tell her of the nightly dream he had had since childhood, of a queer world called Earth in which he was another man. "It's the maddest world you can imagine, my pet, that dream world. Men don't even wear swords. They don't know how to ride or fight like men. And they spend their lives plotting in stuffy rooms for a thing they call money, bits of paper and metal. And the cream of the joke," Karl Khan laughed, "is that in my dream I even doubt whether Thar is real. The dream me believes that maybe this is the dream, that Jotan and Brusul and Zor, and even you, are but phantom visions of my sleeping brain." He rose to his feet. "Enough of dreams and visions. Today we ride to meet Eerie and the Bunts. That is no dream." 10,000 strong massed the fighting men of Jotan later that morning, outside the walls of the city. Under the red sun their bronzed faces were sternly confident and eager for battle. Carnabul rode out through their ranks, with his captains behind him in full armor. Karl Khan was among them, and beside him rode Golden Wings. The desert princess had fiercely refused to be left behind. Their helmets flashed in dye-red sunlight, and the cheers of the troops were deafening as Carnabul spoke to his captains. "Aegir's main force is already 10 leagues north of Galoon," he told them. "There's talk of some new weapon which the Bunts have, with which they claim to be invincible. So we're going to take them by surprise. I'll lead our main force of 8,000 archers and spearmen south along the coast road," the king continued. "My son, you will take our 2,000 horsemen and ride over the first ridge of the Dragals, then ride south 10 leagues. We'll join battle with the Bunts down on the coastal plain, and you can come down from the Dragles and strike their flank. And the gods will be against us if we don't roll them up and destroy them as our forefathers did generations ago. Carnival led the troops down the coast road, and as they marched along they roared out the old fighting song of Jotun. The bunts came up to Jotun long ago. Hours later, Kalkan sat his horse amid a thin screen of brush high in the red easternmost ridge of the Dragles, leagues south of Jotun. Golden Wings sat her pony beside him, and their 2,000 horsemen waited below the concealment of the ridge. Down there below them, the red slopes dropped into a narrow plain between the mountains and the blue Zambrian. Far southward, a pall of black smoke marked the site of sacked Galoon, and from there, something like a glittering snake was crawling north along the coast. "My uncle Aegir and his green devils," muttered Kalkan. "Now where are father and our footmen?" "See, they come," Golden Wings cried, pointing northward eagerly. In the north, a glittering serpent of almost equal size seemed crawling southward to meet the advancing bunt columns. "Your desert eyes see well," declared Kalkan. "Now we wait." The two armies drew closer to each other. Horns were blaring now down in the bunt columns, and the green bowmen were hastily forming up in double columns, a solid, blocky formation. More slowly they advanced. Trumpets roared in the north, where the footmen of Jotun marched steadily on. Faintly to the two on the ridge came the distant chorus. The bunts fled back on the homeward track. When blood did flow. "There is my uncle, damn him," exclaimed Kalkan, pointing. He felt the old bitter rage as he saw the stalwart, bright-helmed figure that rode with a group of bunts at the head of the Green Men's army. "He leads them to the battle," he muttered. "He never was a coward, whatever else he is. But today I will wipe out his menace to Jotun." "They are fighting!" Golden Wings cried, with flaring eagerness. Clouds of arrows were whizzing between the two nearing armies as Jotun archers and bunt bowmen came within range. Men began to drop in both armies, but in the Jotun army 4 fell for every stricken bunt. "Something's wrong," Kalkan cried. "Every man of ours who is even touched by an arrow is falling." "I can't." "Poison," hissed Golden Wings. "The air using poisoned arrows. It's a trick I've heard of the nameless men of the far north." Kalkan stared unbelievingly. Even the bunts wouldn't use such hideous means. "Yet my uncle is ruthless." Red rage misted his brain, and his voice was an unhuman roar as he turned and shouted to his tensely waiting horsemen. "Our men are being slain by foul magic," he yelled. "Down upon them we strike for Jotun." It was as though he and Golden Wings were riding the forefront of a human avalanche as they charged down the steep slope to the battle. They smashed home into the flank of the bunts. The green men gave way in surprise and momentary terror. Kalkan's sword whipped like a lash of light among ugly green heads and thrusting spears. As always in a fight, he moved by pure instinct rather than by conscious design. Yet he kept Golden Wings a little behind him. The girl was fiercely wielding her light sword against those on the ground, who sought to hamstring Kalkan's horse with spear or sword. His riders were yelling shrilly. The crazy confusion of the battle took on definite pattern. The bunts had recoiled from the unexpected attack, but Aegir was reforming them. Kalkan shouted and spurred to get at Aegir. He could see his uncle's giant form, his cynical, powerful face under his helmet, and could hear his bull voice directing the reforming of the bunt columns. But he could not smash through the mad melee toward Aegir. And now poisoned bunt arrows were dropping men from their saddles. Brussel had reached him, was shouting to him, "Prince, your father is slain, one of those hellish arrows." Kalkan's heart went cold for a moment. He hardly heard Brussel's hoarse voice shouting on, "We can't face those poisoned shafts here in the open. Unless we fall back, They'll cut us down from a distance like grain in harvest time. Kal Khan groaned. He saw the dilemma. They could not hope to smash the bunt lines that Aegir had reformed, and in a long battle the new poisoned arrows of the green men would take heavier and heavier toll of them. The safety of Jotun was now a crushing weight on his shoulders. He was king now, and the dire responsibility of the position in this mad moment left him no time even for sorrow for his father. A battle lost here now meant that Jotun was defenseless before Aegir's horde. With a groan, he ordered a trumpeter to sound retreat. "Fall back toward Jotun," he ordered. "March the footmen back on the double, Bruzel. We'll cover your withdrawal with the horsemen." Through the long hot hours of that afternoon, the bitter writing retreat surged back northward to Jotun. The bunt columns followed closely, the green men howling with triumph. Ever and again, Kal Khan and his riders charged back against the pursuing bunts and smashed their front lines, making them recoil. Each time, empty saddles showed the toll of the poisoned shafts. Sunset was flaring bloodily over the Dragals when they came back by that bitter way to the black towers of Jotun. Footsore, reeling with fatigue, Brusul's spearmen marched through the gate into the city. One last charge back at the bunts made Kal Khan with the horsemen. He rode back then with Golden Wings, who was swaying in her saddle. They too were the last of the riders to enter the city. The great gates hastily ground shut, as sweating men labored in the dusk at the winches. Through the loopholes of the guard towers, Kal Khan looked out and saw the bunt hordes outside, spreading to encircle the whole land side of Jotun. "They have now 4 fighting men to every one of ours," he muttered through his teeth. "We are in a trap called a city." He was staggering, his face grimed and smeared with sweat and dust and blood. Golden Wings pressed his arm in complete faith. "It was only the foul trick of the poisoned arrows that defeated Tiz," she exclaimed. "But for that, we'd have rolled them into the sea." "We have Aegir to thank for that," rasped Kal Khan. "While that man lives, doom hangs like a thundercloud over Jotun." He stepped to the window and sent his voice rolling out into the gathering darkness. "Aegir, will you settle this man to man, sword to sword? Speak." Back came a sardonic voice from the camp of the bunts. "I am not so simple, my dear nephew. Your city's a nut whose shell will soon crack and pick. So rest you." Kal Khan set guards at every rod of the wall. Jotun's streets were dark under the 2 moons, for no torches had been lit this night. The sound of women's voices wailing a requiem for his dead father brought his numbed mind a sick sense of loss. No one else in Jotun spoke or broke the stillness. Awful and imminent peril crushed the city's folk. But from the darkness outside the walls came the sound of distant hammering as the bunt hordes began making scaling ladders for the morrow. From a window of the palace, before he collapsed in drugged sleep of exhaustion, Kal Khan saw the bunt fires hemming in the whole landward side of the city in their crescent of flame. Henry Stephen's wife had been worried about him all day. He had been acting queerly, she thought anxiously, ever since he had awakened that morning. He had been pale and stricken and haggard since he had awakened. He had not gone to the office at all, a tiling unprecedented. And he had spent most of the day pacing to and fro in the little house, his haunted eyes not seeming to see her, his whole bearing one of intense excitement. Henry was afraid of the dread climax to which things were rushing in the other world of Thar. He knew the awful peril in which Jotun now stood. Once those hordes of bunts got over the wall, the city was doomed. "I've got to quit driving myself crazy about it," he told himself desperately that afternoon. "It's just a dream. Thar and Kal Khan must be only a dream." But his feverish apprehension was not lessened by that thought. No matter if Thar was only a dream, it was real to him. He knew Jotun and its people from the nightly dreams of his earliest childhood. Every street of the Black City he had known and loved, as Kal Khan. Even if it were only a dream, he couldn't let the old, lovely city and its people be overwhelmed by Aegir and his green barbarians. If Thar was the dream, and the city Jotun was taken and Karl Khan was slain, there would be an end to his precious dream life, forever. Only the monotonous existence of Henry Stevens would stretch before him. And if Thar happened to be the reality, then it was doubly vital that Karl Khan's people be saved from that menace. Yet what can I do? Henry groaned inwardly. What can Karl Khan do? The bunts will surely break into the city. The poisoned arrows, new to the Jotanians, gave Aegir's green warriors a terrific advantage. That, and their outnumbering hordes, would enable them to scale the walls of Jotun, and then the end would be at hand. Damn Aegir for his deviltry in using those arrows, Henry muttered. I wish I could take a dozen machine guns across. I'd show the cursed traitor. It was a vain and idle wish, he knew. Nothing material could traverse the gulf between dream world and real world, whichever was which. His own body even, Henry Stevens's body, never crossed that gulf. He took into Thar each night were his memories of Henry Stevens' life on Earth during the day, and that seemed only a dream. He could take memory across, though, and that thought gave pause to Henry. A faint gleam of hope appeared on his horizon. As Karl Khan, he would remember everything that he did or learned now as Henry Stevens. Suppose that he, by heaven, Henry exclaimed excitedly, there's a chance I could do it. A trick to overmatch Aegir's poisoned arrow. After all, that was only a dream. Henry Stevens and Earth and its science were only an insubstantial vision of his sleeping mind, and nothing that he learned in that could be of any value. I could wish you'd dreamed away the bunts entirely, Brussel was saying dryly. Unfortunately, they're still outside and it won't be many hours before they attack. Karl Khan was not listening. His mind was revolving the simple formula that Henry Stevens had desperately memorized in the dream. It wouldn't work, he thought. It couldn't work when there's no reality to all that. Yet he kept remembering Henry Stevens' desperate effort to help him. That timid, thin little man, he was in his dream each night. That little man had prayed that Karl Khan would not ignore his help, would try the formula. Karl Khan reached decision. I'm going to try it, the thing I learned in the dream, he told the others. Brussel stared. Are you wit-struck? Dreams won't help us now. How could a dream weapon be of any use? I'm not so sure now it was a dream, Karl Khan muttered. Maybe this is the dream after all. Oh, hell, take all speculations, dream or reality, I'm going to try this thing. He shot orders. Bring all the charcoal you can find, all the sulfur from the street of the apothecaries, and all of the white crystals we use for drying fruits. Those crystals were called saltpeter in the dream. Scared, wondering men brought the materials to the palace. There, Brussel and Zor and Golden Wings watched mystifiedly as Karl Khan supervised their preparation. He remembered clearly the formula that Henry Stevens had memorized in the dream. He had the men pound and pulverize and mix until a big mass of granular black powder was the result. Now bring small metal vases, enough to hold all this, and lampwicks and day, he ordered. A captain came running, breathless. The bunts have finished their ladders, and I think they're soon going to make their attack, sire, he cried. And our leader lingers here, muddling in minerals, cried Brussel gustily. Karl Khan, forget this crazy dream and make ready for battle. Karl Khan paid no attention. He was having the men stuff the small metal vases with the black powder, stopping their mouths with clay through which a fuse like wick protruded. Distribute these vases to all our men along the walls, he ordered. Tell them that when the bunts place their ladders, they are to light the fuses and fling the vases down among the green warriors at my command. Hell destroy all dreams, raged Brussel. What good will such a crazy plan do? Do you think dropping vases on the bunts will stop them? I don't know, Karl Khan muttered. In the dream, I thought it would. The dream me called the powder gunpowder, and the vases grenades, and in the dream they seemed a more terrible weapon even than the poisoned arrows. Yells from the walls and the warning blare of trumpets ripped across the sunlit city. A great cry swept through Jotun's streets. "The bunts are coming!" "To the wall!" Kal Khan cried. From the parapet atop the great wall, the rising sun revealed an ominous spectacle. From all around the landward side of Jotun, the hordes of the bunts were surging toward the city. First came a line of green bowmen whose hissing poisoned shafts were already rattling along the top of the wall. Jotanian warriors sank groaning as the swift poison sped into their blood. Kal Khan held his shield up and swept golden wings behind him as they waited. Behind the first line of bowmen came bunts carrying long, rough wooden scaling ladders. Behind these came the main masses of the stocky green men, armed with bows and short swords, led by Aegir himself. The ladders came up against the wall, and the blood-chilling bunt yell broke around the city as the green warriors swarmed cat-like up them. Jordanians who sought to push over the ladders were smitten by arrows. "Over the wall and open the gates!" Aegir's bull voice was yelling to his green men. "Let us into Jotun!" The main horde of the bunts was already surging toward the gates of the city, while their attackers on the ladders sought to win the wall. "Now, light the fuses and drop the vases!" Kal Khan yelled along the parapet, through the melee. Torches at readiness set the wicks alight. The seemingly harmless little metal vases were tossed over into the surging mass of the bunts. A series of ear-splitting crashes shook the air, like thunder. White smoke drifted away to show masses of the bunts felled by the explosions. "Gods!" cried Brusul pallidly. "Your dream weapon is thunder of heaven itself." "Magic!" yelled the bunts, shrinking back aghast from their own dead, tumbling in panic off the ladders. "Flee, brothers!" The fear-maddened green warriors surged back from the walls of Jotun, breaking in panic-stricken, disorganized masses. Aegir's bull voice could be heard raging, trying to rally them, but in vain. The men of Jotun who had lighted and flung the new weapons were as horrified as their victims. Kal Khan's yell aroused them. "Horses and after them," he cried. "Now is our chance to avenge yesterday." The gates ground open, and every horseman left in Jotun galloped out after Kal Khan and Golden Wings in pursuit of the routed green men. The bunts made hardly any effort to turn and fight. They were madly intent on putting as great a distance as possible between them and Jotun. "It's Aegir I'm after," Kal Khan cried to Brusul. "While he lives, no safety for Jotun." "See, there he rides," cried Golden Wings' silvery voice. Kal Khan yelled and put spur to his horse as he saw Aegir and his bunt captains riding full tilt toward the Dragals in an effort to escape. They rode right through the seeing bunts in pursuit of the traitor. They were overtaking him when Aegir turned and saw them coming. The Jotanian renegade uttered a yell, and he and his green captains turned. "Where arrows?" shouted Brusul behind Kal Khan. Kal Khan saw the bunts loosing the vicious shafts, but he saw it only vaguely, for only Aegir's sardonic face was clear to him as he charged. Sword out, he galloped toward his uncle. Something stung his arm, and he heard a scream from Golden Wings and knew an arrow had hit him. "My dear nephew, you've 2 minutes to live," panted Aegir, his eyes blazing hate and triumph as they met, and their swords clashed. "You're a dead man now." Kal Khan felt a cold, deadly numbness creeping through his arm with incredible rapidity. He summoned all his fast-flowing strength to swing his sword up. It left his guard open, and Aegir stabbed viciously as their horses wheeled. Then Kal Khan's nerveless arm brought his blade down. "This for my father, Aegir!" The sword shore the traitor's shoulder and neck half through, and a moment after Aegir dropped from the saddle, Kal Khan felt his own numb body falling. He could not feel the impact with the ground. His mind was darkening and everything was spinning around. It was as though he whirled in a black funnel, and was being sucked down into its depths, yet he could still hear voices of those bending over him. Kalkan. That was Golden Wings, he knew. He tried to speak up to them out of the roaring darkness that was engulfing him. Jotan, safe now with Aegir gone. The kingship to Brusul. Golden Wings. He could not form more words. Kalkan knew that he was dying. But he knew at last that Thar was not a dream, for even though his own life was passing, nothing around him was vanishing. But his darkening brain wondered if that had been real all the time. But then, in a flash of light on the very verge of darkness, Kalkan saw the truth that neither he nor the other had ever imagined. Henry Stevens lay dead upon his bed in the neat bedroom of his little suburban cottage, and in the room his sobbing wife was trying to tell her story to the physician and the psychiatrist. "It was all so sudden," she sobbed. "I awoke and found that Harry was clenching his fists as though in a convulsion and was shouting something about Jotan being safe now. And then he was dead." The physician was soothing her as he led her to another room. When he came back, his face was keen as he looked at Dr. Thorne. "You heard her story?" he said to the psychiatrist. "I telephoned you because I understood he'd been consulting you. I can't understand this thing at all." He pointed to Henry's motionless figure. "The man had nothing organically wrong with him, as I happen to know. Yet he died in his sleep, as though from terrible mental shock." "You've hit it, Doctor," nodded Dr. Thorne thoughtfully. "If my guess is right, he was dreaming, and when his dream self was killed, Henry Stevens died also." He went on to tell the physician of the case. The practitioner's face became incredulous as he heard. "The poor devil," he ejaculated. "He had that dream and dream life all his life long, and when his dream self died, he died too by mental suggestion. I'm not sure that that other life of his, that world of Thar, was a dream," Dr. Thorne replied soberly. "Oh, come, Doctor," protested the other. "If Henry Stevens and Earth were real, and we know they were, Thar and Kalkan must have been only his dream." "I wonder," replied the psychiatrist. "Did you ever hear of mental rapport? Cases where two people's minds are so tuned that one experiences the other's feelings and thoughts when his own mind is relaxed and quiescent. There have been a good many such provable cases. Suppose," Thorne went on, "that Henry Stevens was a unique case of that. Suppose that his mind happened to be in rapport from the time of his birth with the mind of another man who was not of Earth but of some world far across the universe from ours. Suppose that each man's subconscious was able to experience the other man's thoughts and feelings when his own consciousness was relaxed and sleeping, so that each man, all his life, seemed each night to dream the other man's life." "Good Lord!" exclaimed the practitioner. "If that were true, both Henry Stevens and Kalkan were real, on far separated worlds." Dr. Thorne nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, and the two men would be so much in rapport that the death of one would kill the other. It's only a theory, and we can never know if it's true. Probably he knows now." Henry Stevens, lying there, seemed to be smiling at their speculations. But it was not his own smile that lay upon his face. It was the reckless, gay, triumphant smile of Kalkan. End of Dreamers' Worlds by Edmund Hamilton. And the disorienting nature of reality permeate the narrative. The plot explores existential questions and the frightening possibility of being lost in time. Train for Flushing by Malcolm Jameson. Weird Tales, March 1940. They ought never to have hired that man. Even the most stupid of personnel managers should have seen at a glance that he was mad. Perhaps it is too much to expect such efficiency these days. In my time, a thing like this could not have happened. They would have known the fellow was under a curse. It only shows what the world has come to. But I can tell you that if we ever get off this crazy runaway car, I intend to turn the Interborough wrong side out. They needn't think because I am an old man and retired that I am a nobody they can push around. My son Henry, the lawyer one, will build a fire under them. He knows people in this town. And I am not the only victim of the maniac. There is a pleasant, elderly woman here in the car with me. She was much frightened at first, but she had recognized me for a solid man, and now she stays close to me all the time. She is a Mrs. Herrick, and a quite nice woman. It was her idea that I write this down. It will help us refresh our memories when we come to testify. Just at the moment, we are speeding atrociously downtown along the 7th Avenue line of the subway, but we are on the Uptown Express track. The first few times we tore through those other trains, it was terrible. I thought we were sure to be killed. And even if we were not, I have to think of my heart. Dr. Steinbach told me only last week how careful I should be. Mrs. Herrick has been very brave about it, but it is a scandalous thing to subject anyone to, above all such a kindly little person. The madman who seems to be directing us, if charging wildly up and down these tracks implies direction, is now looking out the front door, staring horribly at the gloom rushing at us. He is a big man and heavy-set, very weathered and tough-looking. I am nearing 80 and slight. There is nothing I can do but wait for the final crash. For crash we must sooner or later, unless some Interborough official has brains enough to shut off the current to stop us. If he escapes the crash, the police will know him by his heavy red beard and tattooing on the backs of his hands. The beard is square-cut, and there cannot be another one like it in all New York. But I notice I have failed to put down how this insane ride began. My granddaughter, Mrs. Charles Eltonek, wanted me to see the World's Fair and was to come in from Great Neck and meet me at the subway station. I will say that she insisted someone come with me, but I can take care of myself, I always have, even if my eyes and ears are not what they used to be. The train was crowded, but somebody gave me a seat in a corner. Just before we reached the stop, the woman next to me, this Mrs. Herrick, had asked if I knew how to get to Whitestone from Flushing. It was while I was telling her what I knew about the buses that the train stopped and let everybody off the car but us. I was somewhat irritated at missing the station, but knew that all I had to do was stay on the car, go to Flushing and return. It was then that the maniac guard came in and behaved so queerly. This car was the last one in the train, and the guard had been standing where he belongs on the platform. But he came into the car, walking with a curious rolling walk, but I do not mean to imply he was drunk, for I do not think so. And his manner was what you might call masterful, almost overbearing. He stopped at the middle door and looked very intensely out to the north at the sound. "That is not the Scheldt," he called out angrily with a thick foreign accent, and then he said "Bah!" loudly, in a tone of disgusted disillusionment. He seemed of a sudden to fly into a great fury. The train was just making its stop at the end of the line, in Flushing. He rushed to the forward platform and somehow broke the coupling. At the same moment, the car began running backward along the track by which we had come. There was no chance for us to get off, even if we had been young and active. The doors were not opened. It happened so quickly. Then he came into the car, muttering to himself. His eye caught the sign of painted tin they put in the windows to show the destination of the trains. He snatched the plate lettered Flushing and tore it to bits with his rough hands, as if it had been cardboard, throwing the pieces down and stamping on them. "That is not Flushing, not my Flushing, not Vlissingen, but I will find it. I will go there, and not all the devils in hell nor all the angels in heaven shall stop me." He glowered at us, beating his breast with his clenched fists, as if angry and resentful at us for having deceived him in some manner. It was then that Mrs. Herrick stooped over and took my hand. We had gotten up close to the door to step out at the World's Fair station, but the car did not stop. It continued its wild career straight on, at dizzy speed. "Rugwatch!" he shouted, or something equally unintelligible. "Back I must go, like always, but yet will find my Vlissingen." Then followed the horror of pitching headlong into those trains. "The first one we saw coming," Mrs. Herrick screamed. I put my arm around her and braced myself as best I could with my cane. But there was no crash, just a blinding succession of lights and colors in quick winks. We seemed to go straight through that train from end to end at lightning speed, but there was not even a jar. I do not understand that, for I saw it coming clearly. Since there have been many others, I have lost count now. We meet so many, and swing from one track to another so giddily at the end of runs. But we have learned, Mrs. Herrick and I, not to dread the collisions, or say, passage, so much. We are more afraid of what the bearded ruffian who dominates this car will do next. Surely we cannot go on this way much longer. It has already been many, many hours. I cannot comprehend why the stupid people who run the interborough do not do something to stop us, so that the police could subdue this maniac and I can't have Henry take me to the district attorney. So read the first few pages of the notebook turned over to me by the Missing Persons Bureau. Neither Mrs. Herrick nor Mr. Dennison, whose handwriting it is, has been found yet, nor the guard he mentions. In contradiction, the interborough insists no guard employed by them is unaccounted for, and further, that they never had a man of the above description on their payrolls. On the other hand, they have as yet produced no satisfactory explanation of how the car broke loose from the train at Flushing. I agree with the police that this notebook contains matter that may have some bearing on the disappearances of these two unfortunate citizens. Yet here in the psychiatric clinic we are by no means agreed as to the interpretation of this provocative and baffling diary. The portion I have just quoted was written with a fountain pen in a crabbed, tremulous hand, quite exactly corresponding to the latest examples of old Mr. Dennison's writing. Then we find a score or more of pages torn out, and a resumption of the record in indelible pencil. The handwriting here is considerably stronger and more assured, yet unmistakably that of the same person. Farther on, there are other places where pages have been torn from the book, and evidence that the journal was but intermittently kept. I quote, now all that is legible of the remainder of it. Judging by the alternations of the cold and hot seasons, we have now been on this weird and pointless journey for more than 10 years. Oddly enough, we do not suffer physically, although the interminable rushing up and down these caverns under the streets becomes boring. The ordinary wants of the body are strangely absent or dulled. We sense heat and cold, for example, but do not find their extremes particularly uncomfortable, while food has become an item of far distant memory. I imagine, though, we must sleep a good deal. The guard has very little to do with us, ignoring us most of the time as if we did not exist. He spends his days sitting brooding at the far end of the car, staring at the floor, mumbling in his wild red beard. On other days he will get up and peer fixedly ahead as if seeking something. Again he will pace the aisle in obvious anguish, flinging his outlandish curses over his shoulder as he goes. Verdurmt and verwünscht are the commonest ones. We have learned to recognize them, and he tears his hair in frenzy whenever he pronounces them. His name, he says, is Vanderdecken, and we find it politic to call him Captain. I have destroyed what I wrote during the early years, all but the account of the very first day. It seems rather querulous and hysterical now. I was not in good health then, I think, but I have improved noticeably here, and that without medical care. Much of my stiffness, due to a recent arthritis, has left me, and I seem to hear better. Mrs. Herrick and I have long since become accustomed to our forced companionship, and we have learned much about each other. At first, we both worried a good deal over our family's concern about our absence. But when this odd and purposeless kidnapping occurred, we were already so nearly to the end of life, being of about the same age, that we finally concluded our children and grandchildren must have been prepared for our going soon, in any event. It left us only with the problem of enduring the tedium of the interminable rolling through the tubes of the Interborough. In the pages I have deleted, I made much of the annoyance we experienced during the early weeks due to flickering through oncoming trains. That soon came to be so commonplace, occurring as it did every few minutes, that it became as unnoticeable as our breathing. As we lost the fear of imminent disaster, our riding became more and more burdensome through the deadly monotony of the tunnels. Mrs. Herrick and I diverted ourselves by talking, and to think in my earlier entries in this journal I complained of her garrulousness, or by trying to guess at what was going on in the city above us by watching the crowds on the station platforms. That is a difficult game, because we are running so swiftly, and there are frequent intervening trains. A thing that has caused us much speculation and discussion is the changing type of advertising on the bill posters. Nowadays they are featuring the old favorites. Many of the newer toothpastes and medicines seem to have been withdrawn. Did they fail, or has a wave of conservative reaction overwhelmed the country? Another marvel in the weird life we lead is the juvenescence of our home, the runaway car we are confined to. In spite of its unremitting use always at top speed, it has become steadily brighter, more new-looking. Today, it has the appearance of having been recently delivered from the builders' shops. I learned half a century ago that having nothing to do, and all the time in the world to do it in, is the surest way to get nothing done. In looking in this book, I find it has been 10 years since I made an entry. It is a fair indication of the idle, routine life in this wandering car. The very invariableness of our existence has discouraged keeping notes. But recent developments are beginning to force me to face a situation that has been growing ever more obvious. The cumulative evidence is by now almost overwhelming that this state of ours has a meaning, has an explanation. Yet I dread to think the thing through, to call its name, because there will be two ways to interpret it. Either it is as I am driven to conclude, or else I must talk it over frankly with Nellie Herrick. She is remarkably poised and level-headed and understanding. She and I have matured a delightful friendship. What disturbs me more than anything is the trend in advertising. They are selling products again that were popular so long ago that I had actually forgotten them, and the appeals are made in the idiom of years ago. Lately it has been hard to see the posters. The station platforms are so full. In the crowds are many uniforms, soldiers and sailors. We infer from that there is another war, but the awful question is, what war? Those are some of the things we can observe in the world over there. In our own little fleeting world, things have developed even more inexplicably. My health and appearance, notably. My hair is no longer white. It is turning dark again in the back and on top. And the same is true of Nellie's. There are other similar changes for the better. I see much more clearly, and my hearing is practically perfect. The culmination of these disturbing signals of retrogression has come with the newest posters. It is their appearance that forces me to face the facts. Behind the crowds we glimpse new appeals, many and insistent, buy Victory loan bonds. From the number of them to be seen, one would think we were back in the happy days of 1919, when the soldiers were coming home from the World War. My talk with Nellie has been most comforting and reassuring. It is hardly likely that we should both be insane and have identical symptoms. The inescapable conclusion that I dreaded to put into words is so, it must be so. In some unaccountable manner, we are unliving life. Time is going backward. Rugwatch, the mad Dutchman, said that first day when he turned back from Flushing, "We will go backward to his Flushing, the one he knew." Who knows what Flushing he knew? It must be the Flushing of another age, or else why should the deranged wizard, if it is he who has thus reversed time, choose a path through time itself? Helpless, we can only wait and see how far he will take us. We are not wholly satisfied with our new theory. Everything does not go backward, otherwise how could it be possible for me to write these lines? I think we are like flies crawling up the walls of an elevator cab while it is in full descent. Their own proper movements, relative to their environment, are upward, but all the while they are being carried relentlessly downward. It is a sobering thought. Yet we are both relieved that we should have been able to speak it. Nellie admits that she has been troubled for some time, hesitating to voice the thought. She called my attention to the subtle way in which our clothing has been changing, an almost imperceptible de-evolution in style. We are now on the lookout for ways in which to date ourselves in this headlong plunging into the past. Shortly after writing the above, we were favored with one opportunity not to be mistaken. It was the night of the armistice. What a night in the subway! Then followed, in inverse order, the various issues of the Liberty bonds. Over 40 years ago, counting time both ways, forward, then again backward, I was up there, $1 a year man selling them on the streets. Now we suffer a new anguish, imprisoned down here in this racing subway car. The evidence all around us brings a nostalgia that is almost intolerable. None of us knows how perfect his memory is until it is thus prompted. But we cannot go up there. We can only guess at what is going on above us. The realization of what is really happening to us has caused us to be less antagonistic to our conductor. His sullen brooding makes us wonder whether he is not a fellow victim. Rather than our abductor, he seems so unaware of us usually. At other times, we regard him as the principal in this drama of the gods, and are bewildered at the curious twist of fate that has entangled us with the destiny of the unhappy Vanderdeschen, for unhappy he certainly is. Our anger at his arrogant behavior has long since died away. We can see that some secret sorrow gnaws continually at his heart. "There is een vloek over me," he said gravely one day, halting unexpectedly before us in the midst of one of his agitated pacings of the aisle. He seemed to be trying to explain, apologize for, if you will, our situation. "Accursed I am, damned." He drew a great breath, looking at us appealingly. Then his black mood came back on him with a rush, and he strode away growling mighty Dutch oaths. "But I will best them. God himself shall not prevent me, not if it takes all eternity." Our orbit is growing more restricted. It is a long time now since we went to Brooklyn, and only the other day we swerved suddenly at Times Square and cut through to Grand Central. Considering this circumstance, the type of car we are in now, and our costumes, we must be in 1905 or thereabouts. That is a year I remember with great vividness. It was the year I first came to New York. I keep speculating on what will become of us. In another year, we will have plummeted the full history of the subway. What then? Will that be the end? Nellie is the soul of patience. It is a piece of great fortune, a blessing, that since we were doomed to this wild ride, we happened in it together. Our friendship has ripened into a warm affection that lightens the gloom of this tedious wandering. It must have been last night that we emerged from the caves of Manhattan. 34 years of darkness is ended. We are now out in the country going west. Our vehicle is not the same. It is an old-fashioned day coach, and ahead is a small locomotive. We cannot see engineer or fireman, but Vanderdeschen frequently ventures across the swaying, open platform and mounts the tender, where he stands firmly with wide-spread legs, scanning the country ahead through an old brass long glass. His uniform is more nautical than railroadish. It took the sunlight to show that to us. There was always the hint of salt air about him. We should have known who he was from his insistence on being addressed as Captain. The outside world is moving backward. When we look closely at the wagons and buggies in the muddy trails alongside the right-of-way fence, we can see that the horses or mules are walking or running backward. But we pass them so quickly, as a rule, that their real motion is inconspicuous. We are too grateful for the sunshine and the trees after so many years of gloom to quibble about this topsy-turvy condition. 5 years in the open has taught us much about nature in reverse. There is not so much difference as one would suppose. It took us a long time to notice that the sun rose in the west and sank in the east. Summer follows winter, as it always has. It was our first spring, or rather, the season that we have come to regard as spring, that we were really disconcerted. The trees were bare, the skies cloudy, and the weather cool. We could not know at first sight whether we had emerged into spring or fall. The ground was wet, and gradually white patches of snow were forming. Soon the snow covered everything. The sky darkened, and the snow began to flurry, drifting and swirling upward, out of sight. Later we saw the ground covered with dead leaves, so we thought it must be fall. Then a few of the trees were seen to have leaves, then all. Soon the forests were in the full glory of red and brown autumn leaves, but in a few weeks those colors turned gradually through oranges and yellows to dark greens, and we were in full summer. Our fall, which succeeded the summer, was almost normal, except toward the end, when the leaves brightened into paler greens, dwindled little by little to mere buds and then disappeared within the trees. The passage of a troop train, its windows crowded with campaign-hatted heads and waving arms, tells us another war has begun, or more properly, ended. The soldiers are returning from Cuba. Our wars, in this backward way by which we approach and end in anxiety, more nostalgia. I finished that war as a major. I keep looking eagerly at the throngs on the platforms of the railroad stations as we sweep by them, hoping to sight a familiar face among the yellow-legged cavalry. More than 80 years ago it was, as I reckon it, 40 years of it spent on the road to senility, and another 40 back to the prime of life. Somewhere among those blue-uniformed veterans am I, in my original phase. I cannot know just where, because my memory is vague as to the dates. I have caught myself entertaining the idea of stopping this giddy flight into the past, of getting out and finding my way to my former home. Only, if I could, I would be creating tremendous problems. There would have to be some sort of mutual accommodation between my alter ego and me. It looks impossible, and there are no precedents to guide us. Then, all my affairs have become complicated by the existence of Nell. She and I have had many talks about this strange state of affairs, but they are rarely conclusive. I think I must have overestimated her judgment a little in the beginning, but it really doesn't matter. She has developed into a stunning woman, and her quick, ready sympathy makes up for her lack in that direction. I glory particularly in her hair, which she lets down some days. It is thick and long and beautifully wavy, as hair should be. We often sit on the back platform, and she allows it to blow free in the breeze, all the time laughing at me because I adore it so. Captain Vanderdecken notices us not at all, unless in scorn. His mind, his whole being, is centered on getting back to Flushing, his Flushing that he calls Vlissingen, wherever that may be in time or space. Well, it appears that he is taking us back too, but it is backward in time for us. As for him, time seems meaningless. He is unchangeable. Not a single hair of that piratical beard has altered since that far future day of long ago when he broke our car away from the interborough train in Queens. Perhaps he suffers from the same sort of unpleasant immortality the mythical wandering Jew is said to be afflicted with. Otherwise, why should he complain so bitterly of the curse he says is upon him? Nowadays he talks to himself much of the time, mainly about his ship. It is that which he hopes to find, since the Flushing beyond New York proved not to be the one he strove for. He says he left it cruising along a rocky coast. He has either forgotten where he left it, or it is no longer there, for we have gone to all the coastal points touched by the railroads. Each failure brings fresh storms of rage and blasphemy, Not even perpetual frustration seems to abate the man's determination or capacity for fury. That Dutchman has switched trains on us again. This one hasn't even pinched gas, nothing but coal oil. It is smoky and it stinks. The engine is a wood burner with a balloon stack. The sparks are very bad and we cough a lot. I went last night when the Dutchman wasn't looking and took a look into the cab of the engine. There is no crew and I found the throttle closed. A few years back that would have struck me as odd, but now I have to accept it. I did mean to stop the train so I could take Nell off, but there is no way to stop it. It just goes along, I don't know how. On the way back, I met the Dutchman, shouting and swearing the way he does on the forward platform. I tried to throw him off the train. I am as big and strong as he is, and I don't see why I should put up with his overbearing ways. But when I went to grab him, my hands closed right through. The man is not real. It is strange I never noticed that before. Maybe that is why there is no way to stop the train, and why nobody ever seems to notice us. Maybe the train is not real either. I must look tomorrow and see whether it casts a shadow. Perhaps even we are not. But Nell is real. I know that. The other night we passed a depot platform where there was a political rally, a torchlight parade. They were carrying banners. Garfield for president. If we are ever to get off this train, we must do it soon. Nell says no, it would be embarrassing. I try to talk seriously to her about us, but she just laughs and kisses me and says let well enough alone. I wouldn't mind starting life over again, even if these towns do look pretty rough. But Nell says that she was brought up on a Kansas farm by a stepmother, and she would rather go on to the end and vanish if need be, than go back to it. That thing about the end troubles me a lot, and I wish she wouldn't keep mentioning it. It was only lately that I thought about it much, and it worries me more than death ever did in the old days. We know when it will be. 1860 for me, on the 3rd day of August. The last 10 years will be terrible, getting smaller, weaker, more helpless all the time, and winding up as a messy, squally baby. Why, that means I have only about 10 more years that are fit to live. When I was this young before, I had a lifetime ahead. It's not right. And now she has made a silly little vow, until birth do us part, and made me say it with her. It is too crowded in here, and it jolts awfully. Nell and I are cooped up in the front seats, and the captain stays in the back part, the quarterdeck, he calls it. Sometimes he opens the door and climbs up into the driver's seat. There is no driver, but we have a 4-horse team and they gallop all the time, day and night. The captain says we must use a stagecoach, because he has tried all the railroad tracks and none of them is right. He wants to get back to the sea he came from and to his ship. He is not afraid that it has been stolen, for he says most men are afraid of it. It is a haunted ship, it appears, and brings bad luck. We passed 2 men on horses this morning. One was going our way and met the other coming. The other fellow stopped him, and I heard him holler. They killed Custer and all his men, and the man that was going the same way we were said, "The bloodthirsty heathens. I'm going to join." Nellie cries a lot. She's afraid of Indians. I'm not afraid of Indians. I would like to see one. I wish it was a boy with me instead of this little girl. Then we could do something. All she wants to do is play with that fool dolly. We could make some bows and arrows and shoot at the buffaloes, but she says that is wicked. I tried to get the captain to talk to me, but he won't. He just laughed and said, "Intid keys and vor." That made me mad, talking crazy talk like that, and I told him so. "Time," he bellows, laughing like everything. "'Twill all be right in time." And he looks hard at me, showing his big teeth in his beard. 400, 500, 600 years more, it is nothing. I have all eternity, but one more on my ship, I will get there. I have sworn it. You come with me, and I will show you the sea, the great Indian Sea behind the Cape of Good Hope. Then someday, if those accursed headwinds abate, I will take you home with me to Flushing. That I will, though the devil himself, or all the... And then he went off to cursing and swearing the way he always does in his crazy Dutchman's talk. Nellie is mean to me. She is too bossy. She says she will not play unless I write in the book. She says I am supposed to write something in the book every day. There is not anything to put in the book. Same old stagecoach, same old captain, same old everything. I do not like the captain. He is crazy. In the night time he points at the stars shining through the roof of the coach and laughs and laughs. Then he gets mad and swears and curses something awful. When I get big again, I am going to kill him. I wish we could get away. I am afraid. It would be nice if we could find Mama. This terminates the legible part of the notebook. All of the writing purporting to have been done in the stagecoach is shaky, and the letters are much larger than earlier in the script. The rest of the contents is infantile scribblings or grotesque childish drawings. Some of them show feathered Indians drawing bows and shooting arrows. The very last one seems to represent a straight up and down cliff with wiggly lines at the bottom to suggest waves, and off a little way is a crude drawing of a galleon or other antique ship. This notebook, together with Mr. Dennison's hat and cane and Mrs. Herrick's handbag, were found in the derailed car that broke away from the Flushing train and plunged off the track into the meadows. The police are still maintaining a perfunctory hunt for the two missing persons, but I think the fact they brought this journal to us clearly indicates they consider the search hopeless. Personally, I really do not see of what help these notes can be. I fear that by now Mr. Dennison and Mrs. Herrick are quite inaccessible. End of Train for Flushing by Malcolm Jameson. Mr. Hyde and Seek by Malcolm Magan Ferguson. Weird Tales, May 1950. From the way you describe it, Doctor, the Orne place does indeed sound as if it had a poltergeist bouncing around inside it, Thomas Chadwick reflected, turning the nutmeg grounds about in the tumbler in his gaunt, weather-stained hand, which is, of course, more readily said than settled. For how does one cope with such a critter? Assuming that Eliza Blaine is host, or hostess rather, for this manifestation, should she and it be treated according to the concepts which the psychologists use when they so gingerly deal with such a phenomenon, or in terms of the specialists in psychic affairs? For my part, sir, if I were more deeply involved, I'd try neither, but record any phenomena in simple terms and try to settle in my own mind enough of their nature to warrant an attempt to break them up. Good. Good. Now, can we start from the beginning, with some idea what the term poltergeist means to you? Yes. Sometimes strange supernormal happenings occur in the vicinity of an adolescent which come to be attributed to the operation of an alien power, directing agent, elemental force, or what you will, upon his victim's personality. The picture is that of a hermit crab in the shell of a periwinkle, only here the same skull quarters are shared simultaneously by an alternately dominant and dormant power and victim. The psychologist is on a spot, since this setup would be duck soup for a Freudian explanation if it weren't for the recorded hell-raisings outside of the subject's accomplishments. Such unaccountable but recurrent pranks as a deluge of stones, strange peltings which explain the German name poltergeist, pelting ghost, and a variety of caprices worthy of a Puck or a kobold. I refilled Chadwick's glass and my own, taking the hot water with which to dilute the rum from a kettle in a chimney niche built a century back for this purpose. But the hell of it is, the symptoms are external to the subject, Chadwick argued. and the creditability of such evidence must be tested before we can establish a satisfactory attitude regarding the poltergeist. I was just agreeing with my elderly friend when a car's headlights swept Chadwick's window. "That's probably Oliver Orne now," I commented, going to the door. Orne was a strong, wiry man in his late 40s. He greeted Chadwick and explained that he had learned of my whereabouts from the switchboard operator, who habitually rerouted the calls of my practice at my request. "Mr. Chadwick and I were just talking about your ward's case. He has lived and worked in many parts of the world, and exercised common sense on plenty of problems which would stump a young country doctor like myself." Chadwick cut my eulogy with an epithet of mock contempt and turned inquiringly to Orne. "Well, what I came for is this. Eliza went up to bed about 9, while my wife and I sat in the kitchen listening to the radio. Just after Eliza went upstairs, the radio began to static badly, so I turned it off. I went on reading the newspaper, but noticed that everything was real quiet, the sounds Eliza made getting ready for bed sounding miles away. Suddenly she screamed. Then we heard scraping noises ending in a loud crash. I ran upstairs as fast as I could and found the kid fainted across her bed, with all the furniture drawn in a heap around her. The dresser, chairs, the heavy linen chest. I don't see how it happened." We sat quietly for a minute or so, then he turned to me. "Dr. Huntley, I want you to come stay with us until we can find some way to stop these goings-on." "Why, I'd be glad to, only I don't know about such things. Doctors don't. Perhaps we can find some psychologist," I stammered. "No, I don't want an outsider," Orne replied. "Maybe we can cook up some arrangement for you to stay at the house without arousing any suspicion." "That would be best." After some discussion, I agreed to this arrangement, with the excuse that repairs to my house made boarding out easier for me. As I could promise no results, I made my fee low, and only chargeable if something favorable were achieved. So that evening I started a case daybook, carefully avoiding technical terms which would influence diagnosis. I give you herewith an abridged version of this case history, day by day. Disturbance at the Orne place. June 3, 1949. The homestead is a 2.5-story frame building with an ELL, a typical New England farmhouse. Built a century and a half ago, it appears to be in sound condition. The hand-hewn timbers, tenon and mortise and trunnel fitted, the pine paneling throughout downstairs acknowledge this antiquity and conceivably help provide whatever susceptibility may be needed for psychic manifestations. It is neither extremely isolated or otherwise, though it would appear so to a city dweller, for 75 yards separate it from the nearest neighbors. The location on the edge of Whitaker Intervale against the wooded slopes of Dawn Mountain would be agreeable, though lonely in winter when the sun goes down early in the afternoon. Anne Orne, Oliver's wife, is a small, energetic woman who does a great deal of work, though with all the stir of a wren in a dust bath. Oliver also is a worker, running his own extensive farm and hiring out with his tractor and other farm and lumbering machinery. Eliza Blaine is an attractive, well-bred girl of 15, with large brown eyes and brown hair. Judging by her voice and manners, she would appear to be of an even, genial disposition, without perceptible neurotic tendencies, surely. She had been adopted the summer before, following the death of her father, a distant relative of Mrs. Orne. Before coming to Whitaker Intervale, she had lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where her father had given her a number of benefits in education and upbringing. The first occurrence prior to my arrival at the Orne place was in April. Eliza had just bidden her foster parents good night at the door leading from the kitchen, which shuts off the back stairs and prevents drafts from dispelling the heat in winter. Oliver saw the door shut and heard the girls' footsteps ascending the stairs. Then, half a beat behind them, another footstep started up. Eliza was nearly at the top of the stairs before Oliver gathered his wits and opened the door. She was alone there, turning to look down at him beneath the bare light bulb. Her face wore a strange, devilish smile, compounded of mockery, yet fearfully, terribly alien. Oliver stood dumbfounded, turning over in his mind whether Eliza had somehow prankishly skipped upstairs, but was unable to fit this deviltry with her character. So he ended up staring gape-jawed until she turned, snapping off the light and proceeding in the dark to the next light switch just inside her room. When Oliver turned back into the kitchen, his wife looked up, nonplussed from her darning. Their discussion made no headway with the matter, partly perhaps since Oliver somehow omitted telling his wife of Eliza's strange expression. They concluded that this might have been a freak of sound involving the wood frame of the old house, and called to mind reports of similar happenings. In the latter part of May, on a rainy afternoon, the minister, Mr. Brainerd, came to call. The two mystified witnesses had to put her on the front room couch and minister to her with damp cloths smelling salts, or whatever they thought best. There was no trace of the diabolical about her expression then. On recovering, she claimed she knew nothing of the episode, being quite unable to explain her attack of hysteria. With this episode, the story took form and spread through the community. I was called in, though my examination brought nothing positive to light. For the record, the story that the donuts in the bowl on the kitchen table flew onto the coat hangers against the kitchen wall is the invention and whole cloth embroidery of some absent party, a village loafer, probably. For both Mr. Brainerd and Anne Orne deny any such occurrence. June, in return for a couple of weeks with a limited practice, I had to put in more time at the hospital. Evenings were more apt to be free, and so far I have managed to be on hand most evenings, though nothing has yet happened during my stay. This evening the four of us were seated at the kitchen table reading, or in Eliza's case, writing a letter to a Portsmouth chum. A mouse had been scampering in the walls, though I had not been particularly conscious of it, until I happened to notice Eliza reflecting a moment over her letter. I could almost see her attention caught by the creature's slight scuttlings and squeakings. Perhaps a sudden muffling of the atmosphere was responsible, as if a focus of attention of some sort were being established. Then all at once, Eliza's face changed, taking on the wholly tense, preoccupied expression of a cat about to spring. A full, taut minute thus, and then she gave a slight forward thrust, just the shadow of a lunge, I would call it. From the wall, a shrill, agonized mouse cry piped. The Ornes looked up in surprise at the blank wall and its hidden, strangely racked victim. Neither Eliza nor I turned a heeding head, I of course being concerned with her reaction. While she, well, I think I must yield my medical judgment and say she acted as one possessed, as if the person within her personality were supplanted, her mind being temporarily tenanted by a diabolical force. No, this poltergeist is no mere prankster's connivance. A moment following the mouse's last cry, soon reached in rapid diminuendo, Eliza thrust the very tip of her tongue briefly between her teeth, and in doing so seemed to be released to herself and regain her own personality. Seeing the three of us watching her, rather than the blank wall behind which was a still mouse, she shook her head slightly. Gosh, I must have dozed off. I feel awfully tired. I didn't snore, did I? I assured her that she hadn't, that we were merely looking up because we thought we had heard a mouse in the wall. Yes, I guess I must have heard him scampering around. Funny, you hear a noise like that and hardly realize it. Shortly after that, she retired for the night. June 7th, 1949. I've been thinking a good deal today about the human brain as an organ. Now the heart is fairly plainly a pump. One can comprehend its function upon inspecting it, as in dissection, and so on with all the other organs. Their functions can be readily comprehended upon examination. But the mass of grey matter which comprises the brain cannot be thus comprehended as the source of thought process. One cannot see where or how this viscera-like mass permits one to pilot an airplane and carry on a conversation at the same time, or to cope with a novel problem such as the present one of conjecture concerning poltergeists. Since we cannot yet look into the brain and get very far by induction, all we know about it is what we feel and experience ourselves, or what we observe in others. Therefore, I conclude, if phenomenal accomplishments are directed by the brain, of which the brain's possessor is wholly unaware, the fact that these functions were directed by the brain would defy detection. Thus, for example, the recent experiments at Duke University with cards regarding mental telegraphy, or the age-old business of making a divining rod, indicate the subterrane presence of water, these in the human brain. Or the homing instinct in the pigeon's brain suggests that certain functions of the brain may exceed anything we have yet ascertained. Putting it another way, if we say, "I think, therefore I am," the "I am" cannot directly challenge or enlarge upon the "I think." And if an unaccounted relationship between forces of the mind and external objects, and conjecturably forces in the environment exists, there's simply no telling of it. June 11th, 1949. Whatever it is, it's getting stronger, growing like a malignant tumor. Each successful exercise of dominance over Eliza's mind increases the power of the next manifestation, which may be less capricious, and not content with a mouse for a victim. That Eliza is possessed by a malevolent entity or grotesque preternatural schism of split personality, or whatever in hell it can be called, for it is surely spawned of hell, is apparent to me, whether my terms fit the textbooks or not. Eliza and I started the evening with a game of checkers. This would prove diverting while keeping me posted on her mental state. She sat in the chair Reverend Brainerd had occupied facing the LL, the kitchen sink. This is from the chair occupant's left to right, a window into the area of front yard, which might be called the EL courtyard. We played across a corner of the full-size table in order to reach the board readily. Her game was undistinguished and free from devious tricks or wild gambles. My own is orthodox too. I'm merely noting the less artful nature of this girl of half my age. Her chance came in the third game to force me to sacrifice, if she could be reasonably sure of her calculations. As she concentrated on the alternative moves, I watched her, though in a moment she screened her brow with her hand, and I could no longer see her face. Suddenly the air became heavy, a stillness that almost seemed sound ensued, as if silent black wings beat down upon the air. The telephone went ting, not ringing but ticking, as these country lines do in a thunderstorm. I looked up at the windows, wondering if a storm were coming, but could see only darkness. Then I saw a face pressed against the L courtyard window, a white face, wide-eyed in terror. It was the face of Eliza Blaine. Breaking my gaze from this onlookers, I turned in amazement to the girl across the checkerboard. Her face was utterly alien, an abominable satyr's mask, looking in cool, sardonic amusement at its counterpart's features pressed so fearfully against the window pane. I think that I did the right thing at last. I ran to the outer L door and threw it open upon the courtyard. Switching on the outdoor light, I saw the courtyard was empty, and the impress of no footprints were in the garden plot under the window. I turned back at once to find Oliver Orne just catching the fainting Eliza. I think I did right, I say, because if I had turned and slapped the face or shaken the shoulders of the creature across the checkerboard from me, there'd be danger of psychic trauma for Eliza, with negative results as far as the poltergeist went. June 12th, 1949. This morning I visited Chadwick, telling him what appears here. His advice to me was, "Your best bet is to find some action which will fit all the various theories about poltergeists, since you are concerned with sure counteraction rather than theorizing. You must apply this action when the poltergeist is dominant, and in such a way that Eliza is done neither bodily nor mental harm. You must surprise the poltergeist, confronting him as strongly as possible at the moment of his greatest aggression, and you must do so with something as opposite in all respects as possible. I agreed, and we concocted, rejected, and sorted over a number of possible plans. Finally, we hit upon 2 or 3 schemes which seem more substantial if they can be worked out. I do not propose to report on them now, as they may never be tested. Since one of them involved the services of a skilled dental technician friend, I spent the rest of the day with him in the hospital laboratory. June 15th, 1949. Fortunately, no manifestations took place while I was completing a variety of preparations to cover as many contingencies as I could. Today I brought back the acrylic plastic candlestick which my dental technician had produced, using his false teeth manufacture thus divertedly. It was a curious piece, anything but artistic, with shapeless, top-heavy bulges. Remarking upon its amateurish appearance and saying that I could do better with more practice, I put the object on the mantel with my tobacco jar and smoking apparatus. Since it seemed highly improbable that the poltergeist would appear in the presence of any object which it knew to be inimical, I hoped that this candlestick would not appear so. It had been a hot day, with thunder showers likely to break the oppressively muggy air. Shortly after supper, I was standing up, filling my pipe, as is my custom. I was reaching for a wooden match from the wall receptacle and idly looking into the mirror in front of me. My gaze rested on the image of Eliza, or what displaced it. The face was turned as she talked to Mrs. Orne, but the mirror reflected the abhorrent satyr's head, self-confident with the myriad abominations of hell itself. As I watched, Eliza, or this horror, saw me staring at the mirror and broke into a sardonian smile. I turned from the mirror to Eliza. Her features were nearly normal, though the alterations were even now taking place, as if challenging me for my looking-glass view. I was not idle either, for the time had come, and yet my mind continued turning over the matter of mirrors, the lore of the speculum of Mage Merlin, the devil's looking-glass of Dr. Lee, of catoptromancy and vampirism. I had picked up the candlestick and advanced slowly, with a show of irresolution, to the stove. Doctors and acrobats, bullfighters and actors must have a sense of timing. It is often extremely important. Here the poltergeist must think me uncertain or bent upon hurting Eliza, at which misdirected aim he could laugh, exult and grow stronger. So I advanced to the stove as the transformation, unabated, reached its completion. Mr. and Mrs. Orne sat still as I lifted the lid of the hot kettle. I had to trust them to heed my injunction not to stir. Then the lights went out. The electricity in this part of the country sometimes does cut out when there are thunderstorms, but this was too opportune to be chance. From Eliza's figure sprouted mushroom blobs of static light like St. Elmo's fires, shining yet not igniting, forming at the hem of her skirt, her waist, the nape of her neck. Swamp fire of the fiend's finding. With the room thus weirdly illumined, the poltergeist held both hands aloft, with palms taut and fingers radiating, outstretched to the area above my head. Shrilly Eliza's strained vocal cords emitted the fiend's curses and evocations. All around me stones fell, yet I was unhurt. I drew from the kettle the acrylic plastic figure. The action of the boiling water had fulfilled our anticipations by invoking the peculiar properties of the candlestick's substances, reshaping it into the form of a crucifix. As I walked forward with the talisman upraised, the demoniac creature emitted a hell-rending cry, as if a bottomless pit gaped beneath him. His hands lowered spasmodically to clutch idiotically about his face. His features withered and writhed, revealed as the electricity came on again when, presumably, the fiend's willpower dissolved its damning block. In a moment the struggle was over. Eliza released, collapsed into her chair, and but for my free hand would have fallen to the floor. June 15th, 1949. Chadwick explains the matter by calling the poltergeist a virulent mass and the crucifix an all-healing antibiotic, which is an interesting way of putting it. Since the crucifix was dormant in the plastic, the acrylic being peculiar in that once fixed in the form of a crucifix, it could be provisionally altered to the rough shape of a candlestick until its memory was stirred by the boiling water. When it reverted to its fixed shape, it could form a perfect opposite to the poltergeist. End of Mr. Hyde and Seek by Malcolm Magoon Ferguson. Professor Kate by Margaret St. Clair. Weird Tales, January 1951. The boy that directed us on this road, Pa, Kate said, leaning forward to speak to the man in the front seat. Do you think he was real? John Bender Sr. turned and regarded her. What do you mean by that, Cater? He asked sternly. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the rumble of the wagon wheels. Kate's fingers moved nervously over the bosom of her shirtwaist. Why that? That he might be one of them we left in the orchard back on the farm. This road ain't like a road that goes anywhere. Her father's lean face grew dark with anger. Stop dot talk, Cater. Stop your mouth. Ya, stop it, daughter, Mrs. Bender said. And his house had become spacious, luxurious and friendly. Truly he had no need for a catty of gold, but it lured him nonetheless. He would be enormously rich, he reasoned. So, at last he accepted the offer of the mandarin. But now his wife emerged from the house. She held the little boy by the hand, and he was chattering as usual as he skipped along beside her. They passed Lin Wong without noticing him, and paid no heed whatever to the mighty Mandarin Lim. His pomp was somewhat deflated, and he was angry, but he did not show it. He watched, even as did Lin Wong, the quiet way they walked down the long old road over which for centuries countless feet had trod, and on into the distance. Now they seemed to be climbing a hill, though Lin Wong knew no hill was there. Was it only his imagination, or were they fading from view as though their bodies had the texture of gossamer? A gentle breeze swept the countryside like a broom, and then they seemed to be one with the sky and the wind and the evening glow. Her blue eyes were hard in her large white face. Is nonsense unsin? How could it be one of dem? Didn't we bind dem to stay before we left? Kate sighed and sank back in her seat. Her brother John, who was sitting beside her, he was only her half-brother, she was wont to say with a touch of defiance, slipped his arm around her waist. You're tired, Kate, he said. It ain't them dead ones I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of a posse coming after us. Oh, do you think there'll be one? Kate answered vaguely. Once more her hands were moving on her dress. Dead sure. Colonel York suspicioned us about his brother. They traced him as far as our farm. He didn't come back for the séance, though, Kate replied. No, but we knew he'd be back later for sure, with more men. Things was getting hot. That's why we left. Kate laughed suddenly, a bold, ringing laugh. Why we left? Didn't we look out the bedroom window that morning and see the ground heaving below in the orchard? Didn't you hear her little voice crying, Mama, Mama, the way she did when we burled her? Why we left? I didn't hear or see nothing, Kate. I only said that to agree with you. Once more Kate laughed. You didn't hear anything? Why, you turned as white as a sheet. As a ghost, her brother corrected after a moment had passed. Make it a ghost while you're doing it. They jounced on. Bender, hunched over the reins, clucked now and then at the team. Once John said out of a long silence, This here ain't much of a road for a fact. Kate looked at him sideways without saying anything. The sun began to sink. The air, which had been warm with spring earlier in the day, grew colder. A light breeze ruffled the long grass of the prairie. Kate, shivering, let John embrace her without resistance. Old Man Bender turned round to face them. "Hope we find dose houses soon," he said uneasily. "That boy said we'd get to them before night." Kate raised her head from John's shoulder and looked him full in the eyes. His gaze wavered. He coughed and turned back to the team. They stopped at last. "It's too dark to drive more," Old Man Bender said, his voice loud in the sudden silence. "We got to sleep here." He looked around the vacant flatness of the prairie, frowning, and then began to unharness the team. John jumped from the wagon and then turned to help Kate. She was stiff from the long sitting. She almost fell into his arms. Mrs. Bender, meantime, was getting sacks and crocks of provisions out from under the front seat. "Have an apple, son," she said, holding one out to the young man. "No, I can't say as I care for the fruit from them trees." Mrs. Bender began to munch the apple herself. Kate had taken advantage of the distraction to withdraw from John's embrace and wander off. He looked after her, his forehead wrinkled. Then he began to help his mother with the preparations for the evening meal. Suddenly Kate screamed. It was a high sound, not very loud. John dropped the bread he was holding and ran toward her. He found her sitting on her heels, her black bombazine skirt drawn tightly around her haunches. She was holding a long thigh bone in one hand. "It scared me when I first saw it," she said, looking up at him brightly. "The skull, I mean. And look, over there in the grass, there's another one." John followed her gesture. He kicked the grass apart. After a short time he found the second skeleton, gleaming whitely even in the dim light. He stooped over, hunting, and came up at last with something in his hand. "It was an Indian," he announced to Kate. "This here's what killed him. An arrow." He showed it to her. She seemed to lose interest. "Oh, an Indian. Must have been a long time ago." She cocked her head and listened intently. "John, I hear voices. Not like them on the farm, though. Maybe it's the Indians. Listen." She held up a hand, warning him. There was the rustle of the grass, the plaintive note of a mourning dove. "I don't hear nothing," he said. He pulled at his mustache. "You wouldn't fess up to it if you did," she said. She giggled. "I want to have a séance, John. 'Member how they called me Professor Kate in the Parsons paper that time I lectured there on spiritualism?" She rose to her feet and faced him. Maybe a séance would quiet the voices. "On the farm it used to. Professor Kate wants to have a séance." He slapped her. His hand left a red mark on her face, but she made no sign of having felt it. "Stop it, Kate. You want to drive all of us crazy? Why stir them up? And anyhow, it ain't nothing. We'll sleep in the wagon tonight and tomorrow start early. It's only 2 Indians. Ain't you used to dead people?" He took her by the hand and led her back to the wagon. Sighing, she stumbled after him. "Do you think we'll get to Veneta tomorrow, John?" she asked. "I'm so tired of riding. Father said we could leave the wagon and take the train once we got to the Indian territory." "Sure thing, you bet," he answered, without looking at her. "Get up early, ride all day. It ain't far." John woke early while it was still dark. He found water and washed in a cupful of it. After a moment he heard Kate getting down from the wagon. She came up to him, yawning and shivering. He poured water for her, and she scrubbed her face with a handkerchief. She straightened her hair with her hands. "How did you sleep, John?" she asked, putting her head on one side. "Did you rest well?" "No. Why ask? I had dreams." "Like my dreams, I guess. This ain't a good place. Listen, Pa and Ma are getting up." They breakfasted on slabs of bread and cold pork. Old Man Bender harnessed up the team and turned the wagon around. "We make a fine quick start," he said. "The stars ain't set yet. Before sunup, we be back on the right road." The pursuers rose nearly as early as the Benders did. The Benders were moved by fear, the posse by hate. As Captain Sanders swung into the saddle, he said to the lieutenant, "Today or tomorrow, sure, we're getting close." The lieutenant, like Sanders, had gained his rank in the Grand Army of the Republic less than 10 years before, said flatly, "We're not going to take them back to the county for trial. No, you don't try, rattlers. We found 11 bodies in the orchard, but what I remember most is the body of the little girl. She must have been still alive when they buried her." The sun rose. The day wore on. At noon, the Benders stopped at a farmhouse for water and learned that they were on the right road. They might be able to make Venita by dark. Kate, sighing with relief, did not resist when John drew her down under the wagon seat. Afterward, they chatted idly over plans, what they should do with the money they had taken from the travelers who had stopped at the Bender farmhouse. John wanted to start a restaurant in Denison. Kate wanted to keep on with the seances and the lecturing. Snee spoke of the good luck she'd had curing deafness and epileptic fits. Or the four of them might buy another farm. Why not? They had plenty of rhino, John said. As the sun began to wester, Kate dozed. She leaned against John, her body swaying to the steady jogging. Once she said petulantly, "Venita sure is a long way off." At sundown, the posse reached a crossroads. Sanders dismounted to check the wagon tracks. As he grasped the pommel again, he was frowning. "They've turned," he told the men with him, gesturing to the right. "They're headed back." "Why?" asked the lieutenant after a moment. Sanders shrugged. "The devil knows. Maybe trying to throw us off the track." It was quite dark when the wagon stopped, Venita still unreached. Kate was drunk with sleepiness. John roused her and helped her out. "Venita?" she asked as she reached the ground. "No, Kate, not yet. First thing tomorrow, I guess." She stood looking around her. The moon had not risen. It was difficult to see anything. Suddenly she gathered up her skirts and ran like a wild thing. After a moment they heard her screaming, "John, John, we've come back. This is the same place." When he got up to her, she pointed at the skeleton. She picked up the arrow and handed it to him. "They've brought us back to the same place." He let the point fall from his fingers. "What do you mean?" "Who has?" "The Indians. They wouldn't let us get away. They brought us back. The dead, don't you see, John? The dead stick together." He stared at her in the darkness. Then he grasped her by the shoulder and began to pull her after him with desperate energy. "Hurry! Hurry! The wagon! We've got to get away!" But as they neared the wagon, they heard a thunder and a plunging, and then Old Man Bender's voice crying despairingly, "Whoa! Whoa! Damn you, come back." "The team's run off," Kate said simply. "I knew they wouldn't let us get away." He began to wrench at the wagon sides, tearing off planking. "We'll make a fire, a big fire. They can't get past it, and Paul will get out the guns." "That's right," Kate said, cheering. "And we'll stay awake, all of us. Maybe if—" There were noises on the other side of the wagon as the night got older. Once Old Man Bender said, "What's Dot whooping?" And Kate laughed. The fire died down and was replenished with the wagon seats. Kate yawned, and then John and the others. He said, "We've got to stay awake." About 2 in the morning, Professor Kate realized abruptly that the others were sleeping. She ran from one to the other, shaking them, screaming their names. They wouldn't wake. Morning came. John said, "Guess we must have gone to sleep, Kate?" "I guess so. I remember dreaming. I'm awful tired." John Bender yawned. "Well, anyway, we're all right. We were silly to worry. And look, the team's come back." Old Man Bender was silently harnessing the horses. When he was done, they climbed in the wagon. The front seat was still intact, but John and his sister had to sit on the floor. After they had driven for about a mile, Kate said, "Where are we going, Paul?" "To I can't call the name to mind, daughter." Benicia," she answered, stumbling over the syllables. "I wish we'd hurry up and get there." "Stop it, Kate," John said. "We will." In the afternoon, Kate said, I wish we'd passed some houses. Later, when it was almost sunset, she turned to her brother. "Do you know what's going to happen, John?" she asked. "What?" he replied. It was the first word he had spoken to her since early morning. "It's going to get dark. And then we'll stop, and we'll be back by the Indians, back by the ashes of our fire, back where we spent last night." She began to cry. "No, you're crazy. We must be almost to Veneta." "Veneta? We'll never get there. We'll just keep driving. Something's gone wrong with time. Be quiet, damn you. I hear horses, voices." He laid his hand over her mouth. Old Man Bender had stopped the wagon. "Something ahead," he said softly. "You two go look." They stole forward, tiptoeing. "I can't see good," Kate whispered. "Hush, it's men with horses. They're bending over something, but I can't see what they're doing. There's a mist." Kate had turned away. "Let's go back to the wagon," she whispered. "Why? I want to know what they're doing." "Oh, I know already." "Then tell me." "You know without telling. What they're bending over is us, is our bodies." "No, no, I won't have it." She was wringing her hands and wailing. "Oh, but it is. Last night the Indians didn't let us get away," said Professor Kate. End of Professor Kate by Margaret St. Clair. The Triangle of Terror by William Frederick Temple. Weird Tales, May 1950. I had written nearly 3,000 words that day, and in the afterglow of self-satisfaction, I decided that there was certainly something in his life of rural seclusion after all. In Bloomsbury, far too many people were acquainted with me and my address. They were just dropping in on me at all hours of the night and day with complete disregard for my work. In their assumption, a writer was a person who never worked anyway. His stories were things he just dashed off in odd moments now and again, with no particular thought, as one dashes off letters. After a string of nights on short rations of sleep, trying to recover some of the time thus stolen from me during the day, I dashed off myself, away from London, and these vampires of my attention, my friends. I took care that none of them, none but Spencer, that is, should know my address until I was good and ready for them. And that meant when I had finished my novel. It was safe to tell Spencer. He never saw any of my other friends. They avoided him because he was odd, eccentric. In his musty bed-sitting room in Mecklenburgh Square, he lived in a world of his own. You sensed the strangeness as soon as you stepped into the room, and it was certainly enhanced by his presence. He was fattish. Why, I don't know, for I never saw him eat anything, and I believe older than he looked. He looked in his early 60s. Trying to maintain a conversation with him was, indeed, trying. You felt that quite 2/3 of his attention was somewhere else all the time, and he only intermittently remembered that you were there. And most of what he said to you he deliberately made cryptic. He had a tortuous mind that loved to puzzle and mystify. Many times I had remonstrated with him, "For God's sake, Spencer, speak straightforwardly and sensibly, will you? I can make more sense out of my income tax correspondence than I can out of you." When you did make sense out of him, it was invariably worth the trouble. He had more odd knowledge tucked away inside his head than Ripley ever dreamed upon, and he was full of surprising little tidbits that made me exclaim, "That gives me an idea for a story." I made quite a lot of money out of Spencer in this way. Maybe that was why I looked upon him as my best friend. In fact, the main reason that I elected to keep in touch with him from my lonely cottage among the gorse and pines of Surrey was because my novel dealt with medieval witchcraft, and I anticipated difficulty over one or two chapters. I might need to dig in Spencer's fund of knowledge about such things. Also, He had the best library of books on the occult that I had ever come across. It was through a previous search for out-of-the-way information that I originally encountered him. But about that evening, when I was wandering alone across the Surrey heath, so comfortably satisfied with the day's work, it was an evening in midsummer when the atmosphere was close and still, and the going of the sun had seemed to leave it more warm and oppressive than noonday. The air was a thick, almost liquid substance from which your lungs were hard-pressed to draw oxygen, almost as thick as the blood which pumped at your temples and made your head throb heavily. Headachy weather, and you longed for a storm to come and break it up. Somewhere this night there was a storm, for along the horizon the sheet lightning flickered and jumped and revealed silently weird-lit glimpses of an unsuspected cloudland that lay out there in the darkness. I don't know whether it is peculiar to me, but these strange, tense evenings of summer always set my imagination working more actively than the chilly autumn and winter nights beloved of the gothically romantic poets. Keats would begin in a drear-nighted December, and Poe's Ulalume would be carried to her tomb in the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir on a night in the lonesome October, and as for the same gentleman's raven, who quoth, "Nevermore." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December. No, the winter was merely physically uncomfortable. A hot, thundery night like this made me mentally uncomfortable. Uneasily, I sensed the imminence of something. I felt the electric charge slowly but unrelentingly building itself up in the air athbout me, forming something unknown but black and inimical, growing both in power and in consciousness of its power, awaiting with evil excitement the hour of its unleashing. Damn it, I thought. I have been thinking too much upon these things. This was the last novel I would write about the occult. The trouble with such an occupation was that the story becomes real to you as you write it, and you are disposed to picture warlocks and werewolves as things you might find in a dark corner of the coal cellar at some unlucky moment. Especially when you have deliberately retired to solitude to get into your book. The glow of my self-esteem had now died somewhere among these unhealthy thoughts. I had walked too far and become overtired. The haven of my cottage seemed suddenly desirable, and I forced my heavy feet to quicken their lagging pace. Here now was the pinewood, like a blot of India ink on the lesser darkness of the night. 100 yards within it lay the cottage, but despite my impatience, they were the slowest 100 yards I traversed that night. Charon himself would have tripped over something in the pitch blackness of the wood. Nothing of the distant flickering of the lightning penetrated here. I had literally to feel my way along the path. Then all of a sudden one stopped in surprise, my hand on the bole of a pine. Somewhere ahead of me glimmered a faint patch of light, green light. As I watched it, it moved back and forth with a sort of dreadful, deliberate slowness. Then it stood still, and as I peered at it I discovered a black cross, as it were, intersecting it. Abruptly the light disappeared, and left me with the realization that the black cross had been the silhouette of the center of the cottage window's frame. Somebody, or something, was in the cottage. My heart started going like a two-stroke engine. Then the human habit of rationalizing unaccountable things came to the fore. It had been a firefly, or a jack-o'-lantern of marsh gas from the stagnant pond not far beyond the cottage. Or again, this was the sort of weather that generated those globes of ball lightning which sometimes pop down chimneys and float around it. Or maybe a tramp was searching either for a bed for the night or for the money for one. But with a green light. I waited a while, but there was no return of the phenomenon. I hoped that whatever it was, it had gone away. Then I fumbled my way through the last few yards to the door and let myself in. In the darkness within, I lit a match and by its feeble light surveyed the room. The words, "Is anybody there?" died in my mouth, for it was manifest that there was nobody. I conveyed the flame to the oil lamp, and the room became bright and cheerful. The shelves of books still in their original colored dust jackets gladdened my eye, as the sight of them always did, and the model galleon, the vase of marigolds. The shining pewter tankards were all familiar and reassuring things. Nevertheless, I poured myself a scotch and soda before I settled down in the armchair by the tireless hearth to read over and polish the thousands of words I had scribbled that day. In the midst of my immersion in my own story of the burning of a particularly malignant witch, I suddenly noticed that the scalp muscles at the back of my head were taut and contracted, and that my hair must be bristling. And I felt in my mind what my body must have been aware of for some time, that there was some creature behind me and watching me with no friendly regard. Without seeming to divert my attention from my manuscript, I gazed up from under my brows at the mirror hanging above the fireplace. It showed the wall behind me empty, save for a framed watercolor of the Devil's Punch Bowl at Hindhead, which was just as it should be. With a relaxing of tenseness, I returned to my work, but only for a few moments. Some words I had written earlier in the story recurred to me. Vampires cast no reflection in mirrors. A little cold tremor passed over me, then a spasm of fear-inspired anger at my childish timidity. Good Lord, to give a moment's credence to that Dracula claptrap. I swung round and positively glared behind me. There were no fearful fiends treading close behind me. There was nothing that had not been there before. Fool! I addressed myself bitterly and began to turn slowly back. En route, as it were, my eye flickered past a brass warming pan hanging on the side wall and then abruptly flicked back to it. For I had the impression of a dim and shapeless sort of face staring from its bright round surface. I sat and regarded it. Yes, there was certainly the effect of a face, an immobile, dead sort of face like that of the man in the moon and scarcely better defined. I got up to examine it, and it faded as I approached it, and quite disappeared when I got my nose within a yard of it, leaving just the empty surface of the pan. Yet when I sat back again in my chair, there it was once more. 2 round black holes of eyes, a beaky nose, a twisted gash of a mouth. Along the top of the sideboard on the opposite side of the room to it was an assemblage of objects of ornament and utility. Prominent among them were 2 ebony candlesticks, top-heavy things with round, bulbous sockets for the candles. It was plain to me that the eyes of the face were simply the reflection of these 2 black balls, the nose a partial and distorted reflection of a vase, and the mouth probably a dent in the pan which caught and held a content of shadow at this particular angle. I dismissed the matter and returned again to my scribbled pages. In a little while I came to a passage that I judged needed wholly rewriting, and I stared thoughtfully before me while I endeavored to cast it afresh in my mind. Subconsciously at first, and then with a start of realization, I became cognizant that I was gazing straight at another face. It was in the carving of one of the pillars of the fireplace. From the coils of raised stone ostensibly representing climbing vines, a demoniac little visage regarded me with sharp, slanting, spiteful eyes, a vulpine face, like that of a fox cornered and snarling. So alive and venomous did it seem that I instinctively moved back a little, with confused ideas of defensive measures. That slight movement was enough to make the illusion vanish, for it was an illusion, another trick of light. Yet though I experimented by changing my attitude in my chair, I could not get the effect to repeat itself. Indeed, I even became uncertain of the spot amid the intricacies of the carvings where it had seemed to appear. Not very surely I returned to my business, but it was a long while before I could put those 2 faces from my mind. I had almost finished when that sickening feeling of being watched came over me again. For a little while I dared not raise my eyes from the papers that trembled in my hands. In my imagination it seemed to me that I was surrounded by a host of evil and silently threatening faces, that they leered and glowered, not only from the dark corners, but also from the bright surfaces of the things I had thought so homely and reassuring when I had come in from the outer darkness. With a sudden resolution to face them all and be damned to them, I looked up. I caught a fleeting impression of a huge face filling the whole wall of the empty alcove beside the fireplace, but the patches of discoloration from dampness that had apparently formed it seemed almost to shift apart in that instant and become wholly innocent and of no significance. I threw my papers down and jumped up with an oath. "What is this?" I demanded of myself. "Am I going mad? Or is something trying to drive me mad?" I went determinedly round the room, gazing straightly at all its contents in turn, but I saw nothing in the least out of the ordinary. Then I stood in the middle of the hearthrug and debated upon my state of affairs. Firstly, I had no further inclination to do any more work on my book tonight. I had had enough of pondering upon the sinister. Secondly, I wished either that I had company or was in some less lonely spot in the countryside than I was. But outside the cottage was the wood, and outside the wood stretched the wide heath under the night sky, miles of black mystery between me and the nearest glow of humanity. Thirdly, despite my day's unusual mental and physical effort, I no longer felt tired, nor did the thought of bed lure me. I felt that if I did sleep now, bad dreams, if nothing worse, would come. I decided that I would write some letters, just to hold, as I wrote them, the mental image of some of those exuberant friends of mine in London from whom I had fled, would provide something of a sense of company. It would give me a link with that pleasant world of every day from which I was so utterly cut off on this stifling, electrically ominous night. The thought of letters caused me to wonder whether any had been delivered in the evening post while I had been out. I was already opening the little door of the letter cage, when it occurred to me that I had deliberately withheld my address from all but Spencer. Nevertheless, I groped irrationally in the dark interior and felt a little thrill of pleasure when my fingers encountered a letter, the only one. I felt something else too, a mild shock which made those fingers tingle a bit. It was almost as if the letter had contained an electrical charge. I put it down to the atmosphere. The letter was from Spencer, as I might have guessed. It wasn't very helpful looked at from any point of view. He was in his most cryptic mood. It was in neat typescript and began without any preamble. It was signed, "Yours faithfully" by Spencer, and that seemed to me almost the only comprehensible part of it. As for the rest, well, here it is, word for word, as I remember it. Akel. The composer, Robert Schumann, long heard voices and saw things that were not there. He went mad. Angle. As did, in like manner, the author of Gulliver's Travels, Jonathan Swift. Agram. The poet, Shelley, was tormented all his life with dreams and visions. Once, in a waking vision, he encountered a figure shrouded in a dark cloak. It was himself. On another occasion, he heard a noise outside the country cottage where he was staying. He opened the door and was struck unconscious by something invisible. Agaron. When young, John Bunyan had fearful dreams and visions. Pestilent spirits and devils appeared to him until he reached the age of 17. Then they disappeared for 2 years, during which time he gave himself up to every evil passion and led a corrupt life. In 1651, his visions came again, and he said that he was hounded by the devil. He swore that he sometimes felt the tempter pull my clothes, and sometimes the devil took the form of a bull bush, or besom. All the demons in the Pilgrim's Progress came out of his memories of these experiences. Alpha. William Blake, the poet and artist, had dreams and visions all his life. He left a record of not only how he saw the devil, but also how he drew him. He wrote, "I was going downstairs in the dark when suddenly a light came streaming at my feet. I turned around, and there he was, looking fiercely at me through the iron grating of my staircase window. As he appeared, so I drew him. Blake's sketch showed a horrible phantom glaring through a grated window, with burning eyes, long teeth, and claws like talons. William Blake went mad. So, my friend, remember while you are pent up in your little cottage to beware of dreams and visions. No, decidedly not a cheering communication. I cursed the man for his perverted sense of humor, if this was supposed to be humor, and his maddening obscurantism. But it struck me as strange that the arrival of such an effort as this should coincide with a time at which I was seeing things. I sat down and studied the typed sheet with a frown. Akel, agram, ageron. What gibberish words were these? What connection was there between them? If I guessed Spencer's twisted mind right, there was some link. Quite possibly he had put a clue in the wording. He was always searching for some such crazy but deliberate clues in the writings of Shakespeare to indicate that the plays were actually written by Francis Bacon. I went slowly through the wordage again. Why, I pondered, a capital P for pent. Wait a moment, pentacle, pentagram. I seized upon a volume of my encyclopedia and sought what I soon found, entry, pentacle, pentangle, pentagram, pentageron, or pentalpha. These various names all belong to the design of a 5-pointed star, composed of 5 straight lines, which may be formed complete without severance of the tracing medium from the recording medium, i.e., it may be drawn without the pen being lifted from the paper, for the tip of the pen returns to its starting point. Possibly for some such oddity as this, the sign has long been used as a mystic symbol, first by the Pythagoreans and later by the astrologers and necromancers of the Middle Ages. It is found frequently in early ornamental art, and is still sometimes used in superstitious regions of the world on doorways to keep away witches and evil spirits. There followed representations of the pentacle, etc., and the hexagram, 2 interlaced equilateral triangles with which it is often confused. While I had the P volume in my hand, I thought I might as well look up Pythagoras, of whom I knew nothing except that he had been a Greek philosopher with a theorem. His time, it appeared, was the 6th century BC, and he travelled around quite a lot, passing through Egypt among other places, and went to Italy in 529 BC and founded there a religious brotherhood for the reformation of mankind through practicing certain rites. Reaction against him began in his lifetime and reached a head in the middle of the 5th century BC. His movement was violently trampled out. Meeting houses of Pythagoreans were everywhere sacked and burned, and Pythagoreans persecuted and slain. Well, all that was fairly interesting, I supposed, but I still didn't see any point to the letter. Yet there was still the coincidence of its arrival and my fit of the willies. I lay back in my chair with half-closed eyes, pondering on the dreams and visions of the illustrious people Spencer had listed. I was a writer of sorts, an artist in my own particular line. I prided myself, but I had no illusions about my name living any longer than I did. 100 years hence, no one would be the slightest bit interested to learn that I had died in a madhouse or had regular bouts of delirium tremens. For some time my mind dwelt upon the ephemerality of the second-rate writer's little fame, and then began to work in its usual way of putting 2 ideas together and fashioning from them something fresh. The slow shaping of a new story about a brilliant writer who went mad at the height of his fame went on in my imagination. I was lost in it. Detachedly, I became aware that the illumination of the room appeared to be slowly changing in its quality. The normal yellowy-white light of the oil lamp was taking on a faint tinge of green. I was still deep in abstraction, and paid little heed to it at first. But presently it became so pronounced that I took an absent-minded look at the lamp. It was very low. I remembered in a vague sort of way that I had forgotten to get any more paraffin. The greenish light was coming from somewhere on my left, where the window was, and I thought it was some queer effect of the moonlight shining in. I glanced over at the window, and my heart gave a bound that I thought had displaced it. A sort of silent, screaming horror held me paralyzed. The window was a square of greenly translucent light, as though it were the side of an artificially illuminated aquarium, and glaring through it at me was William Blake's nightmare vision of the devil. The eyes burned into mine, the fangs were revealed in a tiger's grin. The whole effect was that of a monster aflame with sadistic appetite, measuring its distance for a pounce at my throat. I'm afraid I fainted. It's a weakness no man likes to admit to, but it does happen. It happened to me, and I'm very thankful it did. When I came to, the oil lamp was but a mere glimmer, reflected like a star in the black opacity of the window before me. For there was no trace left of my frightful visitant. The night outside was as dark as a cavern deep in the earth, and no shape of anything, not even the adjacent pines, could be discerned. I got up, shaking like an ancient car, and had to lean on the table for a few moments, while I cured my knees of their curious tendency to give. Then, in a trembling but swift manner, I became urgent with action. First, I slammed home the bolts of the door. I didn't know why the thing hadn't come in after me that way, but I wasn't going to give it the advantage of any second thoughts. Then I pulled the thick curtain over the window. I was afraid to go near the window to do this. I might suddenly find myself literally face to face with the thing, and I didn't think my heart would stand it. So I hooked the curtain over with the end of a broomstick, and I was holding myself well away from the other end of it. Then I laid the poker on the table ready for emergencies. It was a comfortably heavy length of iron. And then I had a couple of neat whiskies. There was nothing I could do about the lamp. There wasn't any more oil, and I wasn't going out to search for any at this time of night. The very thought of feeling about among the unseen trees out there again made me shudder. I found a stub of candle and lit it, but it wasn't going to last long. So I built a huge fire. On that sultry summer night I had a blaze going that near melted me. But I didn't mind feeling warm so long as I could feel more secure. And bright firelight was a sight better than absolute darkness. I sat close by the fire, streaming with sweat, my poker at hand, and I resolved not to let that light fail nor myself sleep until dawn and the blessed daylight came. My eye fell on Spencer's letter on the table. I had had enough of that sort of thing. I reached over and grabbed it, and was about to drop it into the fire when I noticed for the first time a diagram traced to the back of it. It was a pentagram, executed with extremely neat draftsmanship in very thin lines of what appeared to be green ink. As I studied it, it seemed to stand out from the paper as though it were embossed, and then the paper appeared to fade away from around it, leaving the pentagram like a green wire frame. And the wire began to glow until the center of my vision was nothing but a blankness in which the pentagram glowed like a green neon sign, which grew bigger and bigger. The friendly firelight was being blotted out, and now there were faces, grinning and leering faces pressing all about me, an increasing crowd, and a green light brightening and glowing over everything. The last dwindling remnant of my will just managed to snap the spell, like the wrench with which one sometimes breaks out of the hypnosis of a nightmare. And in that snap, the horrors vanished, and there I was sitting in the firelight with just an ordinary piece of paper in my hand, but not for long. In a spasm of fear and rage, I screwed it into a ball and threw it into the heart of the fire. There was a brief spurt of green flame. It might have been a pinch of some chemical in one of the logs. I stayed awake all night, but I was not troubled further by visions. In the morning I packed my things and fled back to London. Dear old dirty but safe Bloomsbury, with the shabby temple of the British Museum, and the little streets full of foreign dining rooms and bookshops, and the captive trees in the grimy squares. As soon as I had got resettled in my apartment, I marched round to Mecklenburgh Square to demand of Spencer, What the hell? Though callers for him were few and far between, he had fitted a Yale lock to the door of his big bed sitting room at the top of the grey house, and he kept the door shut and himself on the other side of it. But he had long trusted me with a key. I got no answer when I knocked, so I let myself in. There was his desk in the far corner, littered with books and papers as usual, and there was his old-fashioned wing armchair, in which he spent more time asleep than in his bed, but there was no sign of him. Of course, he might be doing some research in the museum reading room. On the other hand, he might be out eating in one of the neighboring cafes. I presumed he did eat sometimes, though I had never seen him at it, but those were the only reasons that I could imagine would ever take him out of this room. He took no exercise and had no use for fresh air. How he managed to find the oxygen to breathe in this place I could never understand. The door and window were always shut. I walked over to and had a struggle with the window, but it was quite immovable. Through years of neglect, window and frame had amalgamated. I sat myself in his armchair, glancing idly about the room. Every available wall space from floor to ceiling was taken up with laden bookshelves. The famous library on the black art, demonology, spiritualism, and every aspect of the supernatural. There was his large double bed in the corner, unmade as always, its tangled clothes draping down on the carpet. The stained old coffee pot stood on the hearth, and there were cigarette stubs thrown anywhere about the floor. Standing like a rock in the sea of documents, letters, files, clippings, pamphlets, and allied paper matter which flowed over the desk, was Spencer's typewriter. There was a sheet of paper in it, half filled with typescript. Curious to learn what Spencer was working on now, I got up and had a look at it. I found it was page 4 of a letter obviously addressed to me, so I looked on the desk for the previous sheets and found them. As far as the letter went, I read it with absorption. Dear Bill, I suppose when this reaches you, you will be cursing me for a sleepless night. Probably you will have found the immediate cause of it. If not, this letter will enlighten you, so that you can destroy the said cause and sleep the sleep of the innocent. Consider the humble pentagram. It's become a jolly little figure of fun now, good luck and all that sort of thing. You might get it in the form of a lucky charm from a Christmas cracker, or see a dozen of it representing stars in the illustrations to children's fairy story books. Businessmen who like playing at secret societies, which are also good for business, use it for a secret recognition symbol between one member and another. They copied that trick from the Pythagoreans. But the Pythagoreans were alive to the dread secret they shared, and which they kept from the ordinary people. Yet even these philosopher-geometricians were a bit astray upon one point, because they traced manifestations to the presence of a pentagram of a certain size and shape. They thought that the secret lay in that certain size and shape, and certainly the same effects were brought about through using exact duplicates of that original pentagram. But the whole secret really lies in just one triangle of that figure. The surface size is irrelevant, and the rest of the pentagram frame redundant. It's the angles of that one triangle which are important. Fashion a triangle with its 3 angles of sizes I could give you, though an error amounting to a second will suffice to make it impotent, and you will have a triangle of terror indeed. I'll tell you that one angle is 36 degrees if you want to play games with trial and error. When you hit upon the right one and leave it about, you'll start seeing things sooner or later. But your chances are small. It is not an isosceles triangle, but a scalene. The original pentagram was a very rough effort, far from symmetrical, and only by a fluke did it contain this dangerous triangle. How did I discover all this? It began with my investigation of the haunting of a cottage in Norfolk. I connected the phenomena with a small glass prism which had been lying about the place. The former occupant was a spectroscopist, until he went mad and was put away. On a couple of occasions when the spooks were about to appear, I noticed that this prism took on a palely translucent quality of green. Proceeding according to scientific method, I found that the cottage was not haunted if the prism was taken away from it. But the vicinity of the prism was, wherever one took it. I had a rather unpleasant time discovering that. I must tell you about it sometime. Unfortunately, I dropped the prism one day and broke a corner off, and it was never the same again. It became just another piece of glass. But I had taken exact measurements of it, and I kept them. Years later, I traced by exhaustive trial and error the cause of another haunting in a residential house on Putney Common to the presence of all things, a paper fastener, a triangular one. I took careful measurements of this and compared them with the dimensions of that remembered prism. I knew I had hit upon something when I found that its angles, though not the area enclosed by them, corresponded absolutely exactly with the angles of one of the naturally triangular ends of the prism, the end I had broken. I'm afraid I didn't keep my evidence long. I was so troubled by dreams and visions, as long as it was in my possession, that I was finally driven to bending it out of shape. That made it harmless, a simple little action like that. But I found plenty of confirmatory evidence. That haunted riverside bungalow at Teddington, I removed and destroyed one of those common triangular shelf brackets, and got the credit for exorcising the spirits. Do you know why Burlham Rectory is still known as the most haunted house in Britain? Because I couldn't get permission to attack a beam completing a triangle of one of the gables. I tell you, you've only got to look around any of these haunted houses and know what you're looking for, and you'll find the cause of the trouble sooner or later. It may be a fortuitous triangle of scratches on the wall, a coat hanger, or even the side of a pepper pot. But it's always there. When I was making researches into the history of the Pythagoreans, I found the secret was known to them centuries before the time of Christ. Only they mistook the pentagram for the cause, and not just the triangle contained therein. They used to practice the rites of raising these unpleasant apparitions, and then conquering them by destroying the sign. They felt purified by the struggle with evil, and uplifted by the symbolic victory over it. I'm not sure, though, that they always had the victory. Naturally, they kept these dark secrets from common men, but the people gradually got wind of it, feared and hated them as sorcerers, and tried to expunge them. The persecution reached its height in the middle of the 5th century BC. Everywhere the meeting houses of the Pythagoreans were burned down, and any Pythagoreans found there slain. You're probably wondering why a particular kind of triangle should cause such phenomena anyway. So am I. I'm still investigating. My own theory at the moment goes like this. Firstly, these devils and demons which appear have no material existence, and in fact, no existence at all, outside your own mind. They exist in our unconscious mind, memories we are born with, handed down from our most primitive ancestors. Do you remember when you were a child, alone in your own bedroom, trying to sleep, those uneasy times when you imagined you saw faces, nasty, glare-eyed, frightening faces, in the darkness of your room? And when you shut your eyes to escape them, there they were behind your eyelids, clearer than ever. They are the things our terror dreams are built upon. Children see them more than we do, for the imagination is so much more active in childhood. In adults, it gradually grows moribund, and we become creatures of habit. But very sensitive and imaginative people, who live more in their unconscious mind than their conscious one, the introverts, still see them. Very sensitive and imaginative people, I repeat, like artists, poets, composers, like Blake, Shelley, Schumann. You begin to get the idea. The music makers and the dreamers of dreams. Far more strongly than extroverted, materialistic people. I can't imagine those businessmen having much trouble with their pentagrams, even if by a remote chance they hit upon a Pythagorean one. They react to this touchstone of a triangle. It acts as a sort of gateway through which seep ever more strongly the images and waves of the unconscious, until they flood over and submerge the conscious mind altogether. And when that happens to a man, we say he is mad. The conscious mind weighs and judges. It is our critical faculty. It keeps us in balanced relation to the material world. But when it is gone, we are helpless. We will believe in anything that our unconscious mind believes in, for that wholly possesses us now. Why haven't all great men, like Beethoven, Shakespeare, Da Vinci, gone mad? Why only a small proportion? I anticipate your questions. Well, simply because they never happened to come into juxtaposition with one of these triangles. But the ones I have listed, and many others that I have not, must have had that triangle somewhere about their houses, or quite conceivably, within their own physical body, a bone structure or vein formation or some such freak effect. It seems that physical vision of the triangle is not necessary. Extrasensory perception is pretty firmly established, and I am inclined to believe that the design is perceived extrasensorily if it is close at hand. It seems to exert an hypnotic effect on the subject's mind, but in just what manner is yet to be discovered. What are thought waves anyway, and may not they react only against certain designs, as a certain design of antennae is needed to catch television waves? Come to that, what is imagination? It is because you are a writer, and therefore have some amount of imagination, that I sent you my little puzzle and pentagram. It should have had some amusing results, however. I don't think they will have been harmful. I had read your books and assessed the quality of your imagination, and I don't think you need fear the fate of the writers I have mentioned. After all, once you fully realize that these phantoms only emerge from your own mind, it should. The letter ended there in mid-sentence, which I thought a little odd. This was the first I had heard of Spencer carrying out practical investigation of hauntings. Any sort of action seemed so unlike him. Had he been called away to one now, I wondered? If Spencer had judged the quality of my imagination solely from my books, he was at fault. I'm not nearly so matter-of-fact as the style of those books suggests. That style is opposed to cover up an almost morbid sensitivity. I may not be as highly strung as were any of the writers Spencer had listed, but I certainly didn't think last night's results amusing. And I shouldn't have liked to predict the outcome if I hadn't destroyed the pentagram in time. No, when Spencer returned, he was going to find that in me he had reaped a whirlwind. Meanwhile, I would give him another half-hour before I went and had lunch. I sat down pondering upon the incredible revelations of the letter. Yet from my independent experience, I could not doubt the truth of them. I wondered whether it was possible to cure cases of madness caused that way. There was a chance of. At that moment, I caught sight of something that sent an electric shock through me. The sole of a shoe, just under Spencer's large bed, partially hidden by the carelessly flung bedclothes. And this sole was balancing upright on its toe, a position impossible unless that shoe contained a human foot. There was somebody lying face downwards under the bed. I had to force myself to go over and investigate. It was Spencer, as I had feared, and he was dead. He had forced himself under the bed as far as his bulk would allow, and I had a strenuous time getting him out. There was a sort of horrible ludicrousness about those efforts, but when I saw his face, I didn't think there was anything in the least funny about it. Both mouth and eyes were wide open. Something about the countenance reminded me of the cast in the Pompeii Museum, of the poor unfortunate who was suffocated in terror beneath the ashes of the eruption which buried his city. And the irises of the eyes were turned slightly in and upwards, like those of a man in an apoplectic fit. It was a ghastly effect, and I knew he had been seeking refuge in a blinding animal fear from something which had literally scared the life out of him. Poor Spencer, what an impossible and ridiculous refuge he had flown to. What awful presence had unbalanced such a scholarly mind, broken such a firm character, made a tragic clown out of such a mature and wise man. Of course, according to his own theory, he would be very susceptible to these frightening visions from the unconscious. because he lived so largely in the recesses of his own mind and was usually more than semi-oblivious to his surroundings and his company. Yes, his own discovery must have destroyed him. And then I was struck by an appalling realization. This couldn't have happened without the imminent presence of that terrible triangle. It must still be somewhere about, in all probability somewhere in this room. If I weren't careful, panic thoughts chased about in my brain. I attempted to get a grip upon myself. I stood up. It was quite obvious what I must do. I must go straight away and inform the police. Was that something moving over there by the door? Whether it was or not, fear suddenly closed in upon my soul. I felt sick in the stomach, and my whole body began to tremble. A secondary reaction from last night's horror now joined forces with the shocks of these fresh discoveries. Images of the triangle I feared kept trying to shape in my too lively imagination. I fought to keep it out of my mind. I must get out of here. I must get out of here, I was muttering to myself. I essayed a rather shaky step towards the door, and then stopped with an indrawn gasp, as though a bucket of very cold water had been thrown over me. Between the door and myself stood a tall, yet slightly hunched, creature out of the worst of my childhood nightmares. A mad, drooling thing, with a face rotten with corruption, with dead, blinkless eyes that seemed to be gazing past me, and yet I knew that they were not. In reality, the thing's whole attention was upon me. But it was not an intelligent attention. It was the unthinking, unreflecting, but blindly eager attention of the slavering and snuffling village idiot who slowly and deliberately pulls the legs off a spider or takes a knife to a captive sparrow and works unimaginable cruelties upon it. And this thing was after me. Cold sweat broke out upon me. My conscious mind was hammering away. It isn't real. It isn't real. It won't hurt you. It's just your own imagination. You're becoming hypnotized. Break the spell. Look away. I dragged my eyes from it, and my gaze fell full upon Spencer lying dead at my feet, on his back, his queer eyes seeming to strive to see his own forehead. With a sob, I stumbled across him and gained the fireplace. I clung to the mantel shelf, still keeping my gaze averted from the direction of the door. The stained coffee pot on the hearth was looking up at me. It had become a face, with a grotesque spout of a nose. It was one of the leering faces I had seen last night. With a quite uncalculated action, like a reflex kick, I lifted it violently with the toe of my shoe, and it went smashing into fragments against the farther wall. That was an unexpected relief. In sudden hope, I dared a glance towards the door. But the slobbering, staring thing was as real and as potentially murderous as ever. It had advanced considerably towards me, and now I could see details of it that I wished I could not. Its dead white hands were reaching out, ready to clutch and grip. It seemed inexorably sure of itself. And, adding to my terror, it moved with absolute soundlessness. If it breathed, I could not hear it. It approached me like an image from an old silent film, a moving shadow. "It is a shadow," said one part of my mind. "Only a shadow that you are throwing." And another voice was shouting, "The window, escape by the window." And another voice was saying, "The window is jammed. You can't open it." My mind was a roaring confusion of divided impulses, all overridden by the dominating rush of fear. I knew that it was disintegrating, that my conscious mind was going to pieces under the strain, and when that salivating horror got me, I should go screaming mad, as others had gone mad. I made one last desperate effort to clear a space in that chaos in which to think connectedly. The triangle. This was all happening through the medium of the triangle. I must find it. There was not a moment to lose. I must destroy it. Quick, where, what could it be? Was it a bracket of that pipe rack? I tore it down and smashed it. But without looking, I knew that I was still pursued. God, there were 1,000 things in this room that might contain it. I went through a brief fury of breaking every suspicious thing I could lay my hands upon within my limited radius. But still I was forced to retreat, until I was pressing against the desk in the far corner from the door and shaking like a paralytic. I could retreat no further. I think I was beginning to scream voicelessly as I scrabbled in mad desperation among the books and papers on the desk, my eyes literally bulging with anxiety in their baffled search for something triangular. In one convulsive sweep, I shot a whole heap of the clutter from the desk. It revealed the blotting pad that Pyle had covered. In the center of the blotting pad was a familiar outline in green ink, the pentagram. I knew it was what I sought. I pounced on it like a wild animal and ripped it across. And ripped again. Then I turned around weakly with the pieces in my hand. The thing which had almost had its fingers on my throat was gone. I began to chuckle feebly and kept tearing the blotting pad across and across again. Tossing the small pieces in the air, they fluttered to the floor like a miniature stage snowstorm. Like Wellington after Waterloo, I kept saying to myself, a near-run thing. A near-run thing. And all because of the fact that when old Spencer had drawn so carefully that representation of the pentagram he sent me, he had blotted it on his pad, and never noticed that he had left a perfect reproduction of those dangerous angles among his papers. That was his undoing. I suppose he was frightened to death. The doctor diagnosed coronary thrombosis, and the coroner saw fit to agree with him. Sometimes these days I catch myself trying to agree with him too. It is human to rationalize. But I do know that I am never under any conditions going to play about with any triangles that include one angle of 36 degree 47 feet 29 inches. In fact, I am allergic to triangles of any kind. End of The Triangle of Terror by William Frederick Temple.
The Bibulous Baby is a Southern Gothic dark fantasy that explores themes of aging, mortality, and the passage of time. Set in a seaside resort during a sweltering summer, the story follows a peculiar encounter between a traveler and an unsettling child in a baby carriage. The Bibulous Baby by Todd Robbins. The Thrill Book, July 1919. The strangest event in my life happened last summer, said my traveling companion. I have only ventured to tell this story to my wife and brother. It is so unique and apparently so beyond human belief that if I published it broadcast, I would be looked upon by the world as an impostor of the first water. And did your wife and brother believe you? I asked. Well, not exactly, yes and no. They believed that I thought I was telling the truth. One imagined that the tale sprang from the effects of strong drink, the other blamed the strength of the summer sun. But I assure you it was neither. I had had a few glasses of absinthe, certainly, but I have been accustomed to this drink since childhood. The sun indeed was very hot, but it was as nothing compared to the heat I have experienced in the tropics. The story, doctor? I ventured. Ah, said he, you will laugh, but nevertheless I will give it to you. Mirth is the reward one gets from the world when one gives something new to it. People laugh entirely too much and smile only with their lips. Look into a man's eyes, they alone are the true mirrors of emotion. On the 15th of last August, I was living at a seaside resort not far from the city. It was the warmest day of the summer, and the people had taken to the water. Sitting on the veranda of the hotel with a glass of absinthe on the arm of my chair, I could see the blue expanse of ocean stretching out from the beach like a velvet rug lying on a floor of whitest marble. Not a breath of air ruffled that placid surface. Not a wrinkle of thought rested on the calm forehead of the sea. And above it, the sun hung stationary in the heavens, resembling an open porthole of a burning ship seen through the blue haze of evening. On the beach, men and women were running about, caricaturing by their grotesque, awkward movements the play of children, as grown people do when they attempt to cheat Father Time. In the water, round objects could be seen bobbing up and down like pieces of cork, and it seemed strange that these little globes should be moving about, guided by the brains that they contained. And stranger still that, if one should suddenly sink out of sight for several moments, a great excitement would turn these shouts of laughter into screams, these movements of animal joy into gesticulations of horror. Sitting all alone on that hotel veranda, I continued to sip my absinthe and to meditate on the scene before me. Suddenly, I saw a very pretty young girl approaching, pushing a baby carriage before her. The child was evidently sleeping and was concealed under a canopy of mosquito netting. The girl looked longingly out to sea, while 2 lines of irritation furrowed her forehead. Acting on a sudden impulse, I spoke to her. "You'll pardon me, but couldn't I be of some assistance? I see that you like bathing, and it's quite a wonderful day for it. I could take care of the baby while you have a plunge." She hesitated and again looked out to sea. "I'm very much obliged," she began, "but Mother told me to take care of." At this she hesitated, and I thought I saw her face darken. "Of my little brother," she finished. "But I could take care of him for a time. He won't be any trouble. He's fast asleep." "Yes, he is asleep," she said, lifting the mosquito netting and looking down at the little red face lying on the lace pillow. "Thank you so much. I think I will go in bathing." And wheeling the baby carriage up beside me, she turned and hurried off toward the bathhouses on the shore. Again my eyes returned to the bathers, and my hand lifted the glass of absinthe to my lips. How black and tiny some of the heads looked far out on the water. Here, in this bathtub of the city, life was a precious thing, yet there was an abundance of it, a superfluity of it. I had been in thinly populated countries where it was not thought of so highly. "I beg your pardon, sir," said a voice beside me which sounded like a key turning in a rusty lock, "but I'm very thirsty and absinthe is my favorite drink." I turned about in surprise and was thunderstruck to see that I was apparently still alone. No one stood back of my chair, no one was behind the pillar on my right, and no one crouched behind the baby carriage as I had first suspected. But as I stared about me, the voice again spoke in its strange, quavering tones. "Lift up the mosquito net over the carriage," it said. "It's damnably hot in here." Almost mechanically I did as I was told, and in a moment more was looking down into the little red, wrinkled face of a baby. As I gazed at the shapeless nose, at the bald head and loose-lipped mouth, the eyes opened and looked up at me. What I felt then you can never imagine, my friend. I cannot describe it to you. I can only say that it was horrible, horrible past belief. I had expected the frightened, innocent stare of awakened childhood. In place of it, I saw the vicious, knowing leer of wicked old age. With a cry of horror, I reeled back and put my hands before my eyes. "Well," said the voice again, and now I knew that it too was old as an echo in a haunted house. "Well, my young friend, do I get a taste of your absinthe or not?" "What are you?" I cried as soon as I could speak. "Young man," said the baby, squinting evilly at me over his blanket, "I'm about the driest child in the world. Do you know what I've been getting to drink lately? I've been getting milk. Milk from a dirty, blue-nosed bottle. Everybody takes advantage of me because I'm too old to kick up a disturbance. Why, my own grandchild, the one who was wheeling me just now, takes advantage of me. Family pride is all very well, but what is getting me is I've only got 4 more weeks to live, and I might as well be a live one till the very end." "Just a moment," said I, taking a long drink of absinthe to steady my nerves. "Now you can tell me everything. You may unburden yourself to me as though I were your father." "Well," he snarled, "if I tell you the story, will you empty the milk out of my bottle and fill it up with absinthe?" "Yes, readily," I answered. "So I'm selling my family pride for a bottle of absinthe," said he. "Well, no matter, here it goes. My grandfather owned a large plantation before the war. Like many another Southern gentleman of that time, he preferred the joys of the body to the joys of the spirit. Wine in plenty, women in plenty, tobacco in plenty, that was his idea of life. But there was one thing that worried my grandfather. What was that? I asked. Old age, said the baby solemnly. It was his one fear, and when it finally came, and time when gout laid out his feet and his hair, he was a pitiful object to behold. Lying on his back, he cursed life and said that it started from the wrong end, that if men were born old and grew younger year by year, then they'd have something to live for, instead of cursing every day that came. And on the night when he died, he sold his soul to the devil, or so my old Negro nurse used to say. On the following morning, I was born. And how long ago was that, my little friend? I asked. 85 years ago last December, said the baby. Of course I can't remember as far back as that. My first recollection is of standing before the mirror while my mother combed out my long gray beard. Yes, I had a beard then, and they say it was snow white when I was born. But when I remember it first, it was gray, a beautiful silver gray. That was a long time ago, and I wish I had one now. And yet, even then, I wasn't happy. I'd try to get the old men in the village interested in blindmen's buff and tag, but they wouldn't play with me, and I felt lonely. People began to talk when they saw me rolling my hoop in the street or playing marbles with the boys, so Mother had to tell them that I was an uncle of hers in his second childhood, fearing that they might guess the truth. Sometimes the old men would beckon me into the tavern, buy me some absinthe, and when I had drunk it, send me home tottering on my feet. And so time passed. Gradually I grew taller and stronger. The gray began to fade out of my beard in patches, and Mother was now thought by strangers to be my sister. I no longer played marbles with the boys or rolled my hoop along the pavement. No, now the girls whom I met on the street would make my heart beat all out of tune. But they never looked at me, or if they did, they would say, "He is old enough to be our father," and pass by. But there was one who said, "What young eyes he has." I married that girl and settled down with the optimistic belief that nothing could shatter my happiness. But the years went by, and each one that passed made me younger and my dear wife older. Finally we met on the tide of life, each drifting toward a separate goal, and we could not hold each other. We passed by swiftly, unable even to clasp hands. I must have suffered then, yet my hair lost all its gray. I was growing to be a comparatively young man. And I had children, and they soon grew older than I, and they had children, and they grew older than I. Till now all that is left me is a taste for absinthe, the taste that I acquired when the old men used to send me home from the tavern in the days of my drunken, gray-haired childhood. How I used to cry when they wouldn't play marbles with me. Ah, well, now I'm 85 and a baby with the tastes of an old man. Yet they won't give me my absinthe, and expect me to say nothing about myself because of family pride. It seems I am a monster, something to be hidden away in a perambulator. Ah, but the ladies give me privileges sometimes which they'd scarcely give if they knew my age. I have 4 more weeks of life. How do I know? Why, the doctor of the hotel examined me this morning and said that I am just 4 weeks old. But give me your absinthe, sir. Don't take advantage of me because I am old and helpless. And did you give him your absinthe? I asked. Yes, said my friend. I filled his milk bottle with it. He was so weak that I had actually to put the nipple in his mouth. Then I went up to my room, leaving him sucking peacefully. 4 weeks later I read his death notice in the paper. Well, what do you think of that, sir? "I think it is quite remarkable," I answered. End of The Bibulous Baby by Todd Robbins.
Quest of a Noble Tiger by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, January 1943. The thing plunged downward like a dark star falling to earth. A moment before it had been Richard Trent, a Yank flying for China. Then, in the space of the trembling of a leaf, machine gun bullets had shattered the night's still blackness. His gasoline caught fire, and the Tomahawk was enveloped in flames. In a split second, he had jumped clear of the plane, striking his head sharply as he did so. He was unconscious before he could pull the ripcord of his parachute, and so he dropped through space, unaware that his body WTAs hurtling toward the dust of a parched earth. His plane had been flying at 18,000 feet. The air was bitingly cold, and it served as a stimulant to revive him. He opened his eyes. Down, down, down he plunged. It was difficult for him to pull his thoughts together. His brain was in chaos. Memory eluded him. His hand went mechanically to the ripcord, and the parachute opened up like a white cloud above him. Against the sky it had a luminous quality, the reflection of starlight. There was no moon. A strong wind was blowing, stalling his descent. Often he drifted many miles, though he was in no condition to calculate direction. Nevertheless, he was aware that he was drifting, but he was not alarmed. He had been flying at approximately 300 miles per hour when his plane was attacked. Before leaping into space, he had cut down the speed. His head ached viciously, and blood was trickling down his face from a gash in his forehead. The wound gave him no pain. Otherwise he was uninjured. Only that sharp headache annoyed him. It nauseated him, but the cold air felt good against his forehead. Occasionally the descent of the parachute would be arrested by a sudden vicious upswing of a wind channel, as though Kuan Yu, the god of war, was striking out with his fists, flaying the very air itself, even as the entire earth was being churned by his huge iron heels. Once the parachute collapsed and billowed around his head, for he was falling upward, but as it enshrouded him like folds of white cloud, he abruptly plunged downward again at a terrifying speed. Once more the parachute mushroomed, and his descent was gentle and reasonably calm. But now he noticed a strange phenomenon. Silently, one by one, the stars were disappearing into a terrifying void of blackness. There was little dampness in the air, despite its coldness, so no storm was approaching. Yet the stars continued to be blotted out as though they were white flowers, and the gentle, smiling god of longevity was walking about the blue meadows of the sky and gathering them as he walked. Soon all color and brilliance was gone from the night, and only bleak, desolate blackness remained. Man drinks light with the atmosphere, so it was that Richard Trent's mouth felt parched, dry. Fear drove the moisture from his throat, until he could not have needed drink more if he had been in a Gobi sandstorm. But one single star visible in the dark would have slaked his thirst. Meanwhile, the descent had become more rapid. The cold grew less penetrating, but the peril seemed to increase. For months, Richard Trent had been a flying tiger. His exploits were world news. He had faced death in its cruelest forms without flinching. He had laughed in face of danger, yet now he was afraid when there was nothing to fear, afraid of blackness when he had crept about Chinese villages feeling his way along, not even a candle visible, and had never given it a thought. Now, without reason, horror, biting incredible, was eating into the very marrow of his bones. How long he could have stood the suspense of an unknown terror, as though he were falling into a deep pit and the earth was closing in, is problematical, had his descent not abruptly ceased. He struck with a jolt, and the parachute dragged him along a few feet. Even in the blackness he found no difficulty disentangling himself. Thereafter he lay prone, endeavoring to draw his scattered wits together, and as he lay there gradually the panic abated. Even the air was calm, devoid of evil spirits. Fool that he was. Flying tiger. Bah! No flying tiger could have nerves like that. Yet the unknown has ever been fearsome since the first man trod gingerly upon a strange new world. Nearby he could hear the sound of a river splashing and gurgling along. A swift current that had little of the eerie about it. He was lying so close to it that occasionally a few drops splashed upon his face. For a moment he had the intense desire to rise and leap into it, to end this farce of terror, but for some unknown reason he refrained. However, he could not move far because of the danger of falling into the subterranean river or a rock crevice. With a start, he uttered a cry that echoed and danced over the rocks as it sped into distance. What if he had fallen into an extinct volcano? He would not be discovered in 1,000 years. Then reason reasserted itself. Wherever this spot may be, it was not within an extinct volcano, for the air was delightfully fresh and cool. Besides, a volcano is never extinct. It merely accidentally gets corked up by the force of its own spew. He rolled over and lay on his back, to wait for daylight or whatever might come. And now above him he could see the stars through a narrow ribbon of light, and they cleansed his mind of the last vestige of fear. Whatever it was, he'd face it. He was curious too. Adventure always has a pleasing expression. Since the air was so clear, he was in no danger of suffocation. The water of the river was probably fresh, so he was in no danger of thirst. Before hunger could overtake him, he'd be able perhaps to climb back into the world of men once more. Without doubt, he had fallen into a mighty crevice in the rocks, though why the air was so sweet to breathe was an enigma. Why was it not fetid and vile if the walls were narrow, and filled slightly with the sweepings of the wind? He felt about him. The rock was as smooth as a marble road that was kept in good repair. There was no vestige of sand, neither were there dead leaves. Evidently nearby, there must be an entrance to this cavern with the skylight window. He had the feeling that people were in the vicinity. He was not alone. His courage returned to him, gone were the stupid fears that had momentarily gripped him. He stretched out and yawned. He longed for a cigarette, and even though he had a pack with him, he made no attempt to light one. Better to wait till daylight before doing so. It was never wise to attract attention. Even though he felt that he was not in hostile territory, his natural caution exerted itself. A cigarette attracts enemy fire. Why make a target of oneself? The sweetest morsel of life is that which a man tastes when he is in danger. Somehow he had no regrets. This was adventure. Perhaps he had run across, or rather fallen into a natural air raid shelter that nature had kindly equipped for just such an emergency as China was facing. Why, it even had clear, fresh, running water. He smiled ruefully. What a pity if it should prove to have no exit. Still, the thought brought him no dismay. He could see the stars above. If there was no other means of egress, he'd journey to the stars. The solitude was friendly. Perhaps the belief that all was well was only an illusion, but illusion has a sweet-tongued voice. It lulled him to sleep without his knowing. And in his sleep, he dreamed that a voice kept whispering to him over and over again, "This is the hour of mist feeding." He awakened much refreshed. Curiously, he gazed about him. Perhaps this, too, was a dream, for he was lying in a comfortable bed in a luxuriously silken-draped yellow room in which a single lantern burned with a cheerful, subdued glow. It was a room in which one might give himself over to the enjoyment of solitude. On the air floated a faint suggestion of sandalwood and musk. He gazed down at the coverlet, rich yellow silk embroidered with the dragon emblem. In the days when China was an empire, such a covering was reserved only for the emperor. He smiled ruefully. Perhaps it was fitting, for in this shadowy hour of mist feeding, somehow he had become a lord of dust, an emperor of dreams. Some echo of doubt brought him up shortly. He was undoubtedly in delirium, feasting on beauty as his life ebbed away. But this was ridiculous too, for he had not been injured in any way. He grasped at logic, but it failed him. This was the stuff that dreams are made of. There was no place for reality in this enchanting room. Nevertheless, he refused to be disturbed. If this was the fringe of death, it was indeed a beautiful adventure. But that was all rot, for he was hungry. Does the spirit detached from the body yearn for food? If such a state exists, would it not be beyond hunger, beyond thirst, beyond desire? Those were mighty comforting questions to have about in this strange hour, for of one thing he was sure: his hunger was real, though all else be but wraiths and visions. With a start, he became aware that in a shadowy corner an old man sat as though waiting for what he dared not guess. And as he peered intently at the ancient figure, every detail of his face became clear to him, like old parchment, as lined and wrinkled as a dried fig. But his eyes were as sharp as swords' points. The most surprising thing of all was that the Ancient One did not look Chinese. Perhaps he was a native of those forgotten lands where men and women live and die magnificently and mysterious strangers knock at moonlit doors. And then, accidentally, the eyes of Richard Trent met those of the stranger and remained as though bound by a spell, an instant only. Then the Ancient One turned his eyes away and the spell was broken. Trent's interest had been fired to fever pitch. In that glance there had been no hostility, only the reflection of a strong personality. Bah! It was only a hypnotic trick. Trent's eyes were already large with wonder, ready to be swayed by anything. Another time he must be on guard, exert his own influence. He must live up to the reputation of the Flying Tigers. When the stranger spoke, his voice was soft and gentle. Phi spoke English with little trace of accent. "My name is Moulin. I bid you welcome to my humble home. I am Richard Trent, an American volunteer flying for China. I don't know how I came here, nor why I am here, but I am gratified anyway. However, if this is a humble home, my eyes would not be able to stand the brilliance of a palace. A house is humble when its occupants understand and appreciate the value of humility. He is rich who is well satisfied. I think of Su Wu, the shepherd. In the market, Su Wu sold bean curd. He sold it for 19 years and saved $3. He married a young wife and passed the new year happily. He was a very rich man. But come, arise, you must be hungry. You will need much food to make you strong for the dangers that lie ahead. Dangers? I know of no dangers. That is regrettable, for death stares you in the face. Fine, that proves at least that I'm not dead, or dying, or tossing about in delirium. No, I can assure you you are in perfect health. I found you lying by the Black Dragon River, so I brought you to my house. So there is an exit from this cave. Several, and death is one of them. I will show you the way. However, for your guidance, be it known that my house is within the cavern. How you came unto my people I have no way of knowing. The explanation is simple. I came down by parachute when my plane was destroyed, and since your house is near the Black Dragon River, it wouldn't be exaggerating to say I fell through your skylight. Your words are not without a substance of humor, but the incident is regrettable nonetheless. I prefer to call it fortunate, and I am grateful. Is a condemned man grateful for the rope that hangs him? What's that to do with me? Perhaps much. What fantastic stuff is this? Are you threatening me? I don't scare easily. My squadron of flyers were and still are known as Flying Tigers, and you have done great work for China. For that we shall honor you. Thanks. Unfortunately, soon thereafter you must die. I assure you I intend to keep on living. I've wiggled out of worse spots than this. But what have I done? What law have I broken? You've invaded our solitude. For ages we have been people of legend. Come, let us go into my library for a moment, and I will read a short passage from one of the endless stream of books on China. written by your people. Odd how you Americans can write so much about us when you know so little. I spend many a droll half-hour reading over these merry tales. So many of your people are patronizing about the Chinese. We only taught you the golden rule, gave you the first printed book, the first paper, the first ink, the first silk, the first tea. But alas, broke in Trent ruefully, what good are all these great gifts if I cannot live to enjoy them? I am amazed that you are so opposed to dying, when you can die for a great principle, in order that our solitude will not be violated. Sounds a bit selfish if you ask me. Not at all. There was once an Indian philosopher who spoke for all men when he said, "Ah, brother, you will never know the blessing of doing nothing and thinking nothing. And yet, next to sleep, that is most delicious. Thus we were before our birth, thus we shall be after death." As he spoke, Moulin drew aside a curtain, and they entered a library, large in extent but very homelike. Beside comfortable chairs scattered about the room were convenient tables piled with books, while yellow lanterns burned above in the best position to give proper light. Moulin went to a bookshelf and took down the volume he wanted. "This book," he said, "was published about 100 years ago, but it will serve its purpose. It gives only a few lines about us, but enough. Let me read to you. In the mountainous districts of China there are magic streams and wonderful caves, which are the scenes of mythical and legendary tales without number. Many of these have great interest for the student of folklore. In one of these curious caves there are many chambers and exquisite formations of colored rock produced by the action of water in past ages. The people tell of a strange race having white faces and red hair, who came down the rapids in ancient times and took possession of these caves and pillaged all the neighborhood land. From whence they came and to what race they belonged was never known, but when they were satisfied with their booty, they vanished into the land of mystery." Moulin finished reading, closed the book, placed it back on the shelf. "That will give you some idea what I mean. Others have told the story in somewhat different fashion, but all agree we are only a myth. Are we at fault if we desire to remain apart from the world in a utopian Elysium of our own choosing? Among my people, hatred, greed, and modern civilization cluttered up with motor cars, yachts, and such worries are unknown. But we love nature in all her exquisite forms and caprices. Our women are beautiful. Life is calm. There is no envy. Such an ideal state has been menaced by your accidental plunging down into our midst. You must die gently and without pain. We'll grant you a perfumed death if you prefer. The death I prefer is from old age. That isn't quick enough. I'm in no hurry. We are not so patient. You must cease to exist within a fortnight. Why are you so stubborn? Why a man should protest about dying when it is the supreme adventure in life is an enigma. But enough of this playing around with words. Let us not waste time while the lentils burn. A small repast is ready for us. You will join me at rice, at anything as long as it is food. Don't forget I'm a guest, no poison. Did I not say you would be honored ere you were destroyed? Yes, you did say something about that. But save your medals. I might escape. I doubt it. The Black Dragon River flows only under the earth. It never emerges. No matter, I can't swim. That is well. They walked through a series of rooms, each more gorgeous than the last, filled with fragile porcelains, carved jades, fine brocades, lanterns shaped like unto the loveliest flowers, splendid bronzes, lacquers, and lapis lazuli. Trent longed to linger, but Moulin urged him forward. There were no doors to any of the rooms, only embroidered silk and tapestry curtains. And always there was a fragrance in the air, ever-changing, wistaria and musk, jasmine and nutmeg. In one room, a table had been set for them. "Be seated," said Moulin, "and may you enjoy abundant health. I hope you do nothing to disturb my digestion." In this hour of rice, you are in no danger." Trent seated himself at the table. Before joining him, Moulin put on a gorgeous coat, embroidered medallions of yellow and red on a field of darkest blue. Along the skirt of the coat was a conventional wave design. There was no border or collar. The brilliant yellow sleeves were colorfully embroidered, flowers, birds, deer, and the heavenly dog of Fo. The blue cap had a pearl button. "I never drink tea," explained Moulin, "unless attired in ritual robes." He seated himself at the table. "Tea is liquid jade, the medicine that has saved Chinese civilization. Where are the Greeks, the Romans, the early Egyptians? They were not tea drinkers, and they have perished. All those who would prepare tea should heed the Cha-Ching tea classic. The bubbles should reach the size of lobsters' eyes, but on no account should they be permitted to grow to resemble those of large fish. To do so would be to boil the water until it lost its original freshness of life." A servant entered and placed a tea service before each of them. The fragile cups were transparent green in order that the light, shining through them, might reveal the delicate coloring of the tea. Trent said nothing as Moulin poured the liquid into the cups. "Let us drink," he said, and his voice seemed far away. Trent sipped the golden beverage. It coursed through his veins like rarest wine, but with a far better taste. It was a soul-satisfying moment. Somehow he felt that he could trust Moulin anywhere despite the doleful sentence he had pronounced. Tea makes all men brothers. As Moulin filled the cups once more, the world narrowed down. They two alone remained. Could this be the hour of mist feeding of which the voice in his sleep had spoken? Not till long afterward did he realize that neither of them ate anything. Nevertheless, hunger left him. He longed for excitement, a new thrill, the bright face of danger, as though drunk with the wine of living. As they returned to the library, Moulin said, "The fact that you are a flying tiger complicates things. Set me free, and I'll bother you no more." Moulin ignored the interruption as he continued, "For amber is made of the souls of tigers. When a brave tiger dies, his spirit enters the earth and becomes transmuted into that which is known as Hupol, or tiger's soul." "Mere folklore," said Trent. "It is common knowledge that when amber was being formed, none of the present races of mankind existed. Forests of the tertiary period were submerged, and the resin became petrified. I mean the resin produced by certain kinds of coniferous trees now extinct which were embedded in blue clay. In the Ice Age, changes in the Earth's surface released much amber from its former bed. Today it is found in various quarters of the Earth, but practically none in China proper, despite the fact that since long before the Han dynasty it has been prized, because it is symbolic of courage." "Courage, yes," agreed Moulin. "Because it has tiger qualities. As to the rest of your remarks, I fail to agree with them. Alas, you have been reading books again. And reading without knowledge is a dangerous thing. Books have a quality of being wrong. It is believed by your countrymen that Gutenberg printed the first book from movable type. A nice fallacy, but given almost universal credence. It is almost as ridiculous as the belief that the Americans invented air conditioning, when these caves were air-conditioned before I was born, while Ming Huang, the illustrious emperor who died in 762 AD, had one of his summer palaces air-conditioned. Again you claim that Columbus discovered America. As a matter of fact, he rediscovered it, for certain Chinese Buddhist priests landed on your west coast in the vicinity of Lower California and called it Fusang, the country of women, probably because the Indians wore their hair long and the Chinese did not at that particular time. My people have never worn long hair, that is, we red-haired people. Nevertheless, it is well that you have devoted some small time to the study of amber, for it is with amber that you are to be fittingly honored for your exploits as a flying tiger. Thereafter you must be put to death, but in no spirit of anger. I'll be just as dead as though you hated me, said Trent curtly. I spurn your gifts. First you give me a bit of amber, a trinket of little importance. Then you kill me and take it back again. No, said Moulin slowly. He seemed somewhat offended. I shall give you no tangible gift. What I will bestow upon you is something of far greater value, something that you will remember always. In this world, and in all the worlds that are to come, I'm still unimpressed and unappreciative. All things change, so will your opinion. Moulin walked across the room. Trent could not help thinking, with what grace he walks despite his years. But then it is an attribute of the Chinese. The smile of a Chinese girl is infinitely charming. Speaking to the eye, the Chinese language is the richest in the world. How far his thoughts might have flown is problematical had Moulin not spoken again. If there be no use in our words, of what use are they? He took a small object from a wall cabinet. Then he returned and stood by the chair in which Trent was sitting and held up the small yellow object for his gaze. Here is a fragment of amber, he mused, and now his voice sounded far away, as though his thoughts had retreated to the inner recesses of his heart. Amber may easily be tested as to its genuineness by a simple device. Only that which is rubbed and thereafter attracts mustard seeds is true. The belief that amber goes back to what your countrymen call the Age of Bronze is fantastic in the opinion of Chinese scholars who have meditated over this problem for centuries, and they have long since set down that the resin of fir trees sinks into the earth and becomes amber after 1,000 years. I have proven this to be correct in an astounding manner. But behold, this amber is transparent, and if you hold it close to the light, you will see that it encloses the body of a fly. Trent examined the trinket with keen interest. I have heard of oddities like this many times, he said, and when I was in college, how long ago that seems, I studied the poems of Robert Herrick. One in particular I have never forgotten. I saw a fly within a bead, of amber cleanly buried. The urn was little, but the room more rich than Cleopatra's tomb. A poem that fits the occasion, observed Moulin. But see, this little fly is perfectly preserved. Its legs and wings are undamaged. Why did it not struggle to get away when first it became entangled in the liquid resin long ages ago? Perhaps it knew that it was to be immortal and was satisfied. Scientists, by years of study, have discovered 163 different types of insects encased in amber, many unknown to us. But in no case are there signs of struggle or panic. All are perfect specimens. Perhaps they submitted serenely because they knew that this was not death but suspended animation. If one had the fanstatic impulse, one could release specimens of all these different insects upon mankind. Perhaps some are poisonous. A single sting might bring death. Of these things no man may tell, for no living man knows. It would be interesting to trifle with such an experiment, but I am concerned with a higher ambition. After all, one plague more or less in this axis-infested world would scarcely matter. I'd do it at once if I thought that the insects would only feed on Japanese. However, I doubt if they'd touch such poisonous meat. But of idle speculation enough. What lies before us is on a loftier plane. It would be fitting if it could take place along the Milky Way or upon the blue highroads of the sky. Alas, that we must be content for this great adventure to take place near Black Dragon River. Are you then planning for me a perfumed death, or am I to have my throat cut with a golden sword? Asked Trent dryly. I'd be far more enthusiastic about this thing if I knew what lay in the inner recesses of your mind. I assure you that at this moment you are in no immediate danger, said Moulin gently. Right now you are being feted for the marvelous deeds you have performed for China. Let me assure you that the exploits of the Flying Tigers are scrupulously set forth in our Gazette, a newspaper that is not published daily or weekly, but whenever there is news worth recording that is of uncommon interest. You tigers have been responsible for many additions. For even though we have red hair and our faces are white, we deem it a privilege to walk side by side with the brave Chinese whose brothers we are. From your eulogies I gather that I will not be stabbed in the back. Your mind may be at rest on that score. I would be a party to nothing so ungenerous. Good. Having faced death 100 times, I'd hate to turn my back on it at the end. You make my position very difficult. Then let me live, and we will both be cheered. If I did, I'd be a traitor to my people. Our sanctuary must be preserved by murder. The need for it is upon us. Thereafter it will no longer be a sanctuary, for whenever you hear the roar of the tiger that drives the wind, this evil deed will be driven into your mind. Mulin sighed. The hour of grandeur is upon us. Let us put aside such distressing thoughts. The vision that you will witness will purify the eyes of your heart. As Mulin spoke, he drew aside a curtain, and Trent followed him into a room of subdued lights. The carpet was as soft as grass in the green spring. Though there was sufficient illumination, it was difficult to see with any degree of clarity. Nevertheless, it was not gloomy. A great beauty was in the air, hard to define. If it were perfume, it was elusive and unlike any he had ever encountered. He walked gently as though the rug on which he trod was a carpet of dreams that might vanish at any moment. Far down the room a yellow disk was glowing like the round moon of autumn. Was it a disk of jade? Yellow jade is one of the rarest of gems. Not till he was quite close did he realize that it was amber as clear as polished crystal. Mulin clutched his arm so tightly his fingers felt like steel claws. Nevertheless, Trent made no objection to the pain. It was odd that a man so old should have such strength in his fingers. "See, I keep her in a golden room," Mulin whispered. "A red embroidered cloth is spread before the shrine of her beauty. Above, the curtains are of silk as green as jade. Her fragrant mouth is small. Tell me, did your eyes ever behold a girl more beautiful?" "What girl is this of which you speak?" said Trent. "I see no girl. Within the amber, gaze and you will see. My dear one, for 1,000 years has waited to be released." Trent took a few steps forward. He gazed at the amber, glowing with a soft golden light, and as he gazed he saw that the amber was transparent. Within was the body of a slender girl. She seemed to be sleeping. Her beauty was breathtaking, peach-bloom cheeks, eyebrows like willow leaves. A knot of hair lay low upon her neck. She wore a gown of green silk, though it may have been blue with yellow amber tints upon it. In her hair was a flower, a small red rose bursting into bloom. It was hard to believe that roses had bloomed 1,000 years ago. He was now willing to believe that all amber did not go back to the Stone Age, for this slender girl must have lived in comparatively recent times, as years are reckoned in the great age of the universe. Do you wonder that night after night I kept for her the half of my quilt? Was it only his imagination, Trent wondered, or did her eyelids move as though she was sighing in sleep? Never in his life did he realize the importance of the flickering of an eyelid until that moment. He held his breath, afraid to breathe, lest he disturb the magic of this immortal moment. This was the woman that the magic hours of all the world had given unto him. And she belonged to Mulin, Mulin the Ancient One, whose face was as wrinkled as a dried fig. Why, it was sacrilege to even think of such a union. In that moment he forgot that his life was in danger, forgot that he was a flying tiger, forgot his intense yearning to get away from those caverns. For a new desire, terrible in its intensity, had blotted everything from his thoughts but his craving for this glorious woman. What matter that she was the oldest woman in the world? Her face glowed with youth eternal. Music was mingled with her form. "She is as lovely as a nutmeg bursting into bloom," murmured Lin. "Below her amber palace I have built a mound of dried fir and pine chips. A touch of flame would start a fire that would burn away the amber, restore heat to her numb body until her heart began beating once more. I await that day when she will come to me like a goddess of the morn with stardust in her eyes. I will kneel as she comes to me, and in the warmth of her young arms I will become young once more. "Are you setting nets to catch the moon?" asked Trent bitterly. "That is why I hesitate," sighed Moulin. "I speak of spring, and yet the autumn gale blows wildly through the grass. Her body has the eloquence of jade. I gaze upon her face with the eyes of my heart, and I pray to the God of longevity that he will help me in this supreme hour. She stands there waiting, and I hesitate. The flower of yesteryear will bloom again, but not the flower of man's youth." So sang the poet, but need I believe him? Is a verse true because it is set down in grass characters? For 30 years I have waited for my face to grow young. My remaining hope is in the fire that warms my dear one. Perhaps it will bring its blessing unto me. Still I hesitate. The words of Wang Wei chant in my ears, even though no man sings. Out of the dusk comes the autumn, the fragrance of spring sighs and expires. "Yes," said Trent slowly, "you are old, but I envy you. To own the golden room that encloses a girl so beautiful makes you the richest of men. Are you not afraid I will snatch your great treasure from you? No, for you will be dead ere that opportunity comes. But you said I would be honored." "You have been honored. What use a feast of beauty without the time to digest it? You must die within the week. When the week fades, you must die. But during that week I may remain in your house. Yes, as an honored guest. I am humbled before your words. 7 days will be enough. If then death steps in, I'll meet it smiling. If it should pass me by, for even you have no power over death itself, I shall be gratified. Death will halt, I promise you that. In the meantime, I shall muse over an old precept. Never lightly esteem a friend or an enemy." Hours later, Trent was alone in the sleeping room that had been assigned to him. He paid no attention to the embroidered rugs and draperies. The flowers were so lifelike they seemed to give forth perfume. In one corner of the room there was a silken bamboo thicket that seemed to sway in the breeze like slender girls dancing. Above them was a verse embroidered in exquisite characters. "The bamboos are admirable when fresh with rain. In the hills we love the time of sunset." Trent had always enjoyed this mixing of art with written characters that is so typically Chinese. He had several landscapes in his apartment in New York, dating back to Middle Qing, upon which there were numerous verses, one written by the original painter, others by poets who had enjoyed viewing the picture and had set down their thoughts as one might scribble marginal notes on the pages of a beloved book. There were also a couple of seals that attested to its authenticity. One had the simplest of lines, "Oh, these mountains, oh, these great mountains," as though the artist, overcome by their grandeur, had been unable to go on. But now Trent gazed at the inscriptions of the tapestries with unseeing eyes. In the bamboo grove, he imagined he could see the amber girl dancing to the rhythm of the swaying bamboos. His eyes were glazed with the wonder of her, nor did he see her with his eyes alone. He saw her with his heart and his flesh. His whole body longed for her. His mouth was dry with the dryness of a thirst nothing could quench. He cast off his clothes and put on the Chinese lounging garments that were spread on a chair beside the bed. They were cooler than his own clothes, but still that amber fire burned within him, the fire of love without reason and without regard. He must have the girl, hold her for one immortal moment in his arms, though he die for it the next moment. Death would mean nothing to him then, for he would be like unto a man who had drunk the stars and walked through the high roads of the sky. There was madness in his thoughts, divine madness. He threw himself upon the bed and tried to rest. Sleep dug at his eyes, but it would not enter. The silken coverlets were warm to his touch, as though a fire had been kindled underneath the Kong, as is customary in China during four-coat weather. But it was midsummer, though he was not sure of the season. Time in China is very elastic, and one never cares about the days of the week or the weeks of the months. The earth turns without man's effort. Why toil? The heat intensified, the fever of longing which he could not endure. He did not even know the name of the girl enclosed in the yet her image had come to live in his heart. His body was in torment, and then out of the whispering night a daring plan took root in his thoughts. He was a man of action. The war had made him so. He rose from the bed, put on his felt-soled slippers, and slipped through the curtains of his room. He was thankful that there was no door to creak an alarm. It was not difficult for him to find the way. The lanterns in the various rooms were still lighted, since within the caverns daylight never penetrated. His padded slippers made no sound, nor did he meet anyone. Within the mountain all were sleeping or enjoying inactivity. It took but a moment for him to reach the amber shrine of his beloved. A gentle smile seemed to hover about the corners of her lips, as though she sensed his purpose and somehow knew that her hour of deliverance was at hand. The beating of his heart was like sledgehammer blows. He was surprised that it made no echo. His forehead was moist, his hands shook as he struck a match. He would like to have delayed for an instant, to catch his breath, but this was no time for waiting. Unless he acted quickly, the opportunity might be gone forever. He did not know that Moulin was standing but a few yards in back of him, a picture of profound inertia. He made no outcry. His face was expressionless, as tranquil as that of Lao Tzu riding on an ox in the painting by the Sung artist Chao Puchi. Nevertheless, his eyes were as keen as sharp swords. With shaking hand, Trent applied the lighted match to the chips of fir and pine. They flared up joyously. Had they not been aged and dried for many years by Moulin for the moment that would be for him the culmination of his dreams, perhaps bringing him youth once more? But always Moulin had hesitated. Suppose his experiment failed. Suppose his golden girl was devoured by the flames that consumed the amber. Suppose youth should always remain beyond his fingertips even though success crowned his efforts. And so his hands had remained leaden. He lacked the strength of will to apply the spark. The amber burned quickly with a bright yellow flame. It gave off an agreeable perfume, like unto the scent of pine as it was consumed. The amber melted away into ashes. Now and then, they both could catch a glimpse of the golden girl. Her cheeks seemed flushed, her eyes about to open. She remained smiling as if her ordeal was without pain. So quickly did the amber burn away her flesh was not even scorched. A slight flush had come into her cheeks as though the blood was once more flowing after 1,000 years of suspended animation. Trent took a step closer, and now for the first time he noticed in her hair a golden hairpin delicately inlaid with kingfisher feathers. Her gentle breast seemed to rise and fall slightly, as though the breath of life had indeed been restored to her. Or was it only the fruits of his own imagination? He brushed aside his momentary doubt. Is it not a fact that it is only the imagined that is ever real? Or is it true that nothing exists except the moment one is living, and in this moment, this one woman encompassed all? Perhaps he too was only made of the stuff that dreams are made of. Was he not in the caverns inhabited by the legendary red-haired people? Was he not the guest of Moulin, who certainly existed on the borderland of reality? For long he stood gazing enraptured at the golden girl, while the ashes at her feet grew lifeless as the last spark flickered out. Then abruptly he reached up and drew her down to him, her body all warm and yielding. Reverently he held her close and kissed her lips. Was it only imagination, or was there a response? With a harsh cry, Moulin, aroused from his lethargy, flung himself at his tormentor, his hands like talons yearning to tear his prey to shreds. Spellbound, he had watched the experiment which he lacked the courage to complete because it might bring destruction to his dear one. But now the woman of 1,000 years had been released. Trent, the madman, had dared to take her into his arms. He had violated every code of hospitality. To invade a man's home and steal his beloved was the most heinous of crimes. That he had released the girl from the amber prison in which for so many ages she had been enclosed, Moulin saw fit to overlook. Trent had attempted to captivate her. Therefore, he must die, not only because he had inadvertently invaded the sanctuary of the red-haired people, but also for his preposterous impudence. Truly, no man was ever more deserving of death. And so Moulin clawed at Trent's throat, his face convulsed with hatred, but Trent was a trained athlete and easily eluded him. To have delivered a crushing blow to Moulin's chin would have been an easy matter, but Trent had no wish to injure his aged host, even though Moulin was intent on killing him. As a flying tiger, Trent had seen death in 100 cruel forms, and so close had he lived to it, he was without fear. Besides, there was no slightest tinge of enmity in his heart for Moulin. All that he cared about was this new wonder that had come to him with a woman's kiss. And now for the first time he noticed that her eyes were open, black, brilliant eyes that contained all the mystery of the ages. Moulin too had beheld, and in that moment all anger was drained from him. One could not be angry in the presence of this fair woman. Strangely enough, she seemed startled, frightened, like a forest creature before the avalanche of man's wrath. Then, without warning, she turned and fled with both Trent and Moulin in pursuit. Trent, by far the younger, was fleeter of foot. Even so, Moulin exhibited enormous stamina as he followed, but the girl easily outdistanced both of them. Through the rooms she sped, nor did any servant block her way, and onto the level paths of the cavern. Once away from the house, her pace quickened. She sped along with Trent close in pursuit until she reached the edge of Black Dragon River. On the brink, she hesitated for a moment, only looking back at her pursuers, but now she was smiling and her teeth were as white as chamomile flowers. Then she plunged into the water, nor did Trent hesitate to dive in after her. The river was deep, but he came to the surface quickly. Was it only imagination, or could he hear the ripple of laughter? He could see the flash of her white body just ahead of him. With bold strokes he drove forward, urged along by the fast-flowing river. And now the lights were growing dimmer, the lights of lanterns that were lighted along the road near the house. But he could see that he was gaining on her, as though she had lessened her speed for him to come abreast. As he did so, she snuggled against him, and from that moment they swam together in perfect unison. It was like swimming through the waters of the Milky Way, that milky river that flows through the cold night sky. They were on a journey to the sun, to meet the sun at dawn with all its crimson-purple splendor. In his ecstasy, he did not notice that the rock roof was closing in above them in a few moments. It was so close to the water. They were forced to swim submerged. Not once did he worry over the fact that they were swimming in an underground river, a black, cold river that might wind like the coils of a serpent into the depths of the earth. Only when he was in need of air did the horror of his predicament enter into his consciousness. Even then, he shrugged it aside. If this was to be a journey into death, it would be rapture to die with his dear one in his arms. And so he ceased to swim. His arms fell limply. Consciousness left him. In this last glad moment, he was beyond life, beyond despair and pain. When Trent awakened, the night had ended. Morning swept in golden splendor from the mountains of the sky. A lark graceful of wing dropped down from heaven, sprinkling its song in the air. He gazed dully about him. So it had all been a dream, beautiful hallucinations while he lay unconscious after striking his head when he landed by parachute. He sighed. How sad that such loveliness should have less texture than dust of moonrise. He sat up and gazed about him. A few feet from him, a river flowed tranquilly, but nowhere in sight was there the slightest vestige of a parachute. Someone must have made off with it. But the Chinese are by nature honest. Those damn Japs, he muttered. However, he was dripping wet, and even his enemies could not be blamed for that. Perhaps he had fallen into the river. He could not remember crawling to safety. He must have been in a half-stupor before he passed out. That would account for the missing parachute. You had merely drifted down river, so the dream was ended. He rose to his feet. An old man driving an ox cart was approaching along the river road. Trent called to him. The old man seemed pleased to stop and talk, as is the custom of people who dwell in lonely places. "I am a flying tiger," explained Trent in Chinese. "May heaven protect you, noble tiger," said the old man. "Came down by parachute. Haven't the slightest idea where I am," Trent explained. "We are not far from a town, 7 li. Yonder is the Black Dragon River. It rises in the Darien Mountains and has a course of 2,000 miles to the sea. Come, get into my humble cart and save your felt souls from where?" "The Black Dragon River," Trent repeated in an awed tone. "Yes. Is there aught that is strange about that?" But Trent did not hear the question. He had stooped reverently and picked up a glistening object from the sand. It was a golden hairpin delicately inlaid with kingfisher feathers. End of Quest of a Noble Tiger by Frank Owen. At the End of the Corridor by Evangeline Wilner Ensley. Weird Tales, May 1950. Whenever Philip Martin felt like being funny, he would say that he was a professional grave robber. If people looked properly shocked, he would add, "I began with a king's grave," and then grin. A mild joke, not in the best of taste perhaps, but then everything about Philip was mild. His nearsighted brown eyes, his tall shambling frame, his face that never had been quite young. Even his shy way of showing off, of hoping, a little wistfully, that he could shock people or make them laugh. As a matter of fact, His Majesty the King had been dead about 3,000 years when Philip and his father, the late and distinguished James K. Martin, Ph.D., had dug him up. It is generally considered respectable to rob a man's grave if he has been dead long enough. The Martins, father and son, had always made a most correct and respectable thing of grave robbing. Just as they had of everything else they turned their well-kept, somewhat dry Bostonian hands to. That anything could ever change this, or indeed his own prim, proper personal life. Philip never dreamed when he set out for Greece to carry on the work of the late Dr. Kimon Dragoumis. He was contemptuously amused when, at a farewell dinner, a slightly tipsy Parisian savant said to him, "Some day you may rob one grave too many, my friend." Philip grinned. "You mean curses, that old tripe about ancient tombs having invisible guardians?" Mdelisip smiled. "You think me a foolish old man, Hein. Not all ancient things are toothless. Yet you may be wise, my young friend. Perhaps it is safer to rob the tombs of the ancient dead, of those who have had time to forget their wrongs. When I was young, I too went to Greece, to Mena where the old blood is purest, to write a book. But I saw what I dared not write. There are dead there who need no curses, they can act." He shuddered and crossed himself. Philip said indulgently, if dead men could walk because they had reason for revenge, a lot of them would have done it these last few years. The men who died in concentration camps, for instance. The savant said seriously, "That depends on the man, my friend, on what he studied while he was alive, what he knew and believed, on what his background was. Among simple yet ancient peoples who are still near the source of things, there are survivals." He rambled on, learnedly yet drunkenly, about primeval man, about vision and gifts that his modern descendants had lost, until Philip got very bored and took too many drinks. He had a headache next morning when he boarded the plane for Athens, but it was only the beginning of his headaches. For when he reached the little seaside village that had been the site of Dragoumis's work, he found nothing. Only the few tholoi that the great Greek had first found and explored were still visible. The bulk of that underground collection of mysterious Mycenaean tomb chambers had vanished as if the hills out of whose sides they had been carved had swallowed them up again. It seemed strange, in spite of the disaster that had come upon Dr. Dragoumis and his Kio workers, the guerrilla warfare that had raged for years afterward through this grim land of sea and mountains, and was still uncomfortably near. So near, in fact, that it had taken Philip years to get his own permit to dig. A landslide had covered the excavations, that was all he could learn. Though some of the villagers must have known the approximate location of the buried sites, they would tell him nothing. They acted either sullen or blandly ignorant, too ignorant. He had a queer and unreasonable feeling that they were afraid. Sophoulis, the local school teacher, advised him to go to Mme Dragoumis. She may still have some of her husband's papers, Kyrie. You mean she still lives here? Philip asked in surprise. He had heard of Mme Dragoumis as one of the famous beauties of the Balkans, a very gay and fashionable woman, much younger than her husband. In that island villa of theirs. She will not leave it, Kyrie. Not for an hour. Not once since that night the doctor died has she set foot on the mainland. She says that her husband is still alive, that she must be there to greet him if he returns. She dares not leave it, Mrs. Sophoulis said with a hard little smile. Her family has been worried about her, and once they even sent doctors to take her away, but she locked herself in her room and said she would kill herself if they broke the doors down. That it would be better to die that way than to go ashore. Philip felt a little apprehensive. The lady might not be sane enough to be of any help to him. I thought the Nazis shot Dr. Dragoumis, he said. So it is said. None knows, Sophoulis said heavily. They suspected him of hiding arms smuggled in from British submarines, and perhaps he was. Or perhaps he had found tombs in which there were precious things, treasures that he feared the Nazis might carry off to Germany. Certainly he was doing something that he wished to keep secret. He was a giant who could outdig any of his men, and toward the last he dug oftenest by moonlight and alone. It must have been the tombs themselves that he wished to protect, Philip said stiffly. No true scientist would risk such monuments of TI past by storing arms in them. Who knows, Kyrie? A true patriot will risk anything. At least there was talk, too much talk, perhaps even someone who wished to talk too much. So the Nazis waited for him, that night at the villa. Kyria Dragoumis says that they shot him as he was escaping through the French windows, but that so great was his strength that he ran on, with their bullets in him. And later, when they searched the tholoi where they thought he might be hiding, the mountain itself slid forward and covered them. Yes, the very mountains seemed angry that the invaders should dare go poking about among their bowels. It took them 2 days to dig out the bodies of their Gestapo men, Kyrie. Mrs. Sophoulis cut in excitedly, her dark eyes bright. But they never found the doctor, Kyrie, and some of our people say that they have seen him since by moonlight pacing the cliffs above the sea and looking out toward his home across the waters. Her husband laughed a little uneasily. Our peasants hereabouts are still very superstitious, Kyrie. They can see anything. So it seems, said Philip dryly. You think that mine, Dragoumis, might be able to help me then? She would not, Mrs. Sophoulis snorted. She never knew anything about it. She took no interest in it, or in anything but parties and young men. She stays on the island now only because she is afraid, not for love of her dear dead husband. Poof! Keep away from her, Kyrie. She is bad luck, that one. Sophoulis's fist pounded the table. Be still, woman. None has any right to speak against Kyria Dragoumis. I have told you that I will have no idiotic women's gossip in my house. There was evidently some local feeling against Mendragumis, Philip thought as he left. Possibly only among the women. Sophulis was clearly either too fair-minded or too cautious to lend himself to it. Yet what fear could they possibly think kept Dragumis on the island? Surely government guards could have kept her safe from any guerrilla ambush. The whole business was a puzzle. Why should Dragumis have been fool enough that night to attempt escape? He could not have hidden anything incriminating in the tombs. Attempted escape was an age-old, trite pretext to cover murder. But why should anybody have wanted to murder Dragumis, a scientist who had surely had too much sense to take any interest in anything but his work? Well, it was none of his business. What concerned him was to find a way into those lost Mycenaean vaults without blasting holes in their sides while he was at it. He took a boat and had himself rowed out to the island, to the little landing stage from which broad steps led up to a white villa above the sea, a villa set like a pearl upon a terrace made green and silver by the foliage of orange and olive trees. Or so he thought until he saw Auntie Dragumis and knew the difference between pearl and setting, between life and mere existence. She was a beauty. She was delight and wonder and youth, the youth that Philip had never had. She set fire to the dry man as flame fires tinder. And she was gracious to him. She was kind. Yes, she still had some of her husband's papers. She would show them to him and search for more. He could help her search if he liked. He did. He went again and again to that villa on the island. He filled his eyes and ears with her, with the soft music of her voice, with the curves of her body that made softer music whenever she moved, with the warm red of her lips and the depths of her shining eyes. And then one day she let him fill his arms. He tried after that to get her to marry him and go away with him. "Your husband is dead, Auntie. He has been dead these 5 years. It cannot hurt you to accept that now. You do not love him any more." But she shook her head. He was not too badly hurt that night. He rowed himself back to the mainland. He was a peasant, born in a hut in Maine, not civilized like you and me, for all his learning. He was very strong, Philip, strong like the men of an earlier world. It would be hard for him to die. Jealousy leapt in him. So that was it. Dragumis's brute strength had dazzled her, his hard peasant heritage. That was what she liked in a man. He said roughly, "If he's alive, why hasn't he come back to you?" What could he have been afraid of after the Nazis left? Afraid enough to make him stay away from a wife like you? He kissed her hard and savagely. He strained her close, trying to hurt her, to prove that he too was strong. She laughed up into his face and stroked his cheek. "You would not stay away from me, would you, my Philip? Don't worry. I love you more than I ever loved him. You are much younger than he was, though he loved me very much as you could ever do." "Then why would he stay away from you?" Philip muttered. She looked up at him very seriously then, her eyes gone grave. "Because that last night he accused me of betraying him to the Nazis. Because the officer who came to arrest him was young and very handsome, a man I had danced with several times in Athens." She shivered. "But he was not handsome when they dug him out from under the mountain, after he had tried to follow my husband into the ancient tombs." Philip stared at her in horror. "You don't mean that Dragumis did have explosives in there and deliberately set them off, that he'd have destroyed Tholoi just to kill a few men?" She laughed. "Not a few men, no. One man, the man he thought had taken me from him. You would not do that, would you, my archaeologist, my ruin lover? After all, it was Kimon, my poor aging Kimon, who loved me best." Suspicion stabbed him suddenly, like a knife twisting in his flesh. He shook her. "Did you love the German then, Auntie? He was younger than your husband too, and so handsome." But that insulted her. She stormed at him. She raged and wept, until he practically had to go down on his knees and apologize to her. Until suspicion faded, became a shameful outrage that he dared not even remember. When she was quiet again, he tried once more to persuade her that her husband must be dead. No living man could have stayed away from you so long. Whatever he was fool or mad enough to believe for the moment he could not. You are so beautiful, Anthe. But she only wept again and shivered. You did not know Keeman, my Philip. I did. She peered nervously over her shoulder, at the shadows that seemed to have grown blacker over the bed. He was so strong, Philip. He was like the giant who could not die so long as he could touch his mother, the earth. Nothing could ever kill him completely here in his own hills. I think that he is still waiting somewhere, inside the mountain, in his tholoi, waiting, watching for me. That is why I never dare set foot on the mainland, why I never can unless he is found and laid. Philip stared at her blankly. But even if he were there, Anthe, a madman, in hiding, getting food somehow, he'd have stolen a boat Arid come out here long ago. You must see that. She looked very straight at him then. Her eyes were pits of blackness, blacker than the shadows. Her voice was hushed, almost a whisper. There are those who cannot cross water. For a minute he did not understand. Then his face went whiter than hers, with an incredulous yet comprehending horror. For now at last he knew. Evil things could not cross water. The unalive yet undead could not. The terrible Vrykolax of Greek belief. All these years she had been lying. All these years she had believed her husband dead. A man no longer, but a thing of supernatural evil, an avenger who was seeking her. Why? About what else had she lied? But she had risen. She was coming toward him. Her eyes held his. Their warm brightness was all around him, and her arms were round his neck. You will do that for me, my Philip? You will find him and lay him, so that we can go away together and be married, so that we can forget him and love each other, always. She pressed her cheek against his. You will set me free from fear. You will do that for your Anthe, Philip? For me. Her lips moved along his cheek softly, touched his ear. He stood quite still in her arms. He said hoarsely, How could I find him even if he were there? She said softly, almost crooning, You will find him. You will lay him for your Anthe, for me. He did not answer. He stood there horrified, trying to think. In England and in Poland, they used to bury the unquiet dead with stakes through their hearts, to keep them down, to keep them from walking. What had been done to such dead men in Greece? He could not remember. Something not so simple as a stake, he thought. Something horrible. She pressed herself closer against him. She whispered, It will not be so hard. I can tell you where to find the last tomb he found, the greatest, the royal Tholos, the one he said he kept secret for fear the Nazis would loot it. You think he would have gone there, knowing that you knew the place? Philip laughed harshly. He would have, to save what he could. He loved it more than anything, even me. Night after night he used to tell me of it, to describe his precious day's work when I wanted to sleep. But now at last that will be useful. It will help you to find him, and then you will cut off his arms and legs, so that he will have no feet to follow us, no hands to strike us. Philip said bitterly, Do you want to tie them under his armpits, as murderers used to do in Solon's time? Are you mad, Anthe? I am to listen to you. She flung back her head, her eyes hard with suspicion. No, I do not want them tied under his armpits. I want them brought here to me tonight. There are signs by which I shall know them. Do not think that you can deceive me. If I do not get them, I will never marry you. You shall never touch me again. Night found Philip on the mountainside, high above the lights of the village. He had one man with him, a big fellow with the brawn of an ox and almost as few brains. He came from another village. and if by any unlucky chance he should see Dr. Dragumis's body, he would not recognize it. He had said nothing, only looked scared and crossed himself when Philip had explained the need for this secret digging by night. There may be treasures in this tomb, Costa, golden things that it would be risky to let the guerrillas hear of, though there is probably nothing but pottery and old stones. And perhaps fragments of some old king's body. If it is not well preserved, I may bring them up. Costa would not be surprised now if he saw pieces of a corpse. Philip gagged at the thought. It would hardly look human now, after so many years in the musty dark. Or would it? Philip did not know. He shuddered. How could Anthe be afraid of such a thing, lying there helpless, horrible in its rottenness and decay, pitiful because of the very hideousness that cancelled its one-time humanity? She was waiting for him now, below, in a boat about 100 yards offshore. She had to come so far to show him which particular crag covered the buried entrance to the Dromos, to that great passageway leading into the mountain's heart. He had expected her to go back after that, but she was still there, her boat a tiny dark speck upon the moonlit waters, waiting vulture-like, eager for her prey. She was grimly thorough, he thought. Ancient murderers were supposed to have been satisfied with cutting off their victims' hands and feet. But she could imagine the corpse running after her fleetly on the stumps of footless legs, catching and crushing her in handless arms, in an embrace that would break the bones. He shuddered again, mopped his forehead. Easy for a man to have fancies here, amid all this bleak wilderness of rock. "What is it? Are you tired, Kiri?" asked Costa hopefully. "We have been digging almost 4 hours now. You could go down to the boat, to the lady. Did she bring wine for us, Kiri?" Philip hesitated. He was tired, and the light was very bad. He had expected the moon to be bright tonight, to make the mountain almost as light as day. But instead, though it shone clear and bright upon the sea, some trick of cloud shadows cut it off from the slopes, shrouded them in pitch. He and Costa had to work by lantern light, and they kept the lantern muffled. For feet it might be seen from the village below. The shadows all around them were dancing, like immense black cats playing with 2 trapped mice. What if he were to assert himself, to go down to Anthe and tell her that he would do her work another night, when the light was better? But then she would laugh at his weakness, and she would be right. Was it not weakness? He answered Costa's proposition shortly. No. He set his teeth and plunged his spade into the earth, hard, with renewed vigor. And suddenly the spade struck hollowness, sank into the earth as if hands had reached up from below and seized it. A dislodged pebble went rattling on down inside the hole, down, down, into gulf-like space. Costa crossed himself again and gasped. "May the Panagia, may the Virgin and all the blessed saints preserve us." Earth and massive stones fell together with a great thud. A pit opened, almost beneath their feet. The Greek cried out and jumped back, but Philip laughed. His eyes were shining. He forgot Anthe, he forgot Dragumis. This was what he had come to Greece to find, the discovery he had dreamed for years of making. This was triumph and fulfillment. He dug feverishly, he urged Costa on with both praise and curses, until the hole lay like a wide-open mouth at their feet, a mouth blacker, more thickly solid than the blackness of the night. Philip tied a rope to the lantern. He lowered it into the pit and leaned over, watching course after course of great stone blocks appear and disappear as its golden eye sank deeper, farther into the dark. At last it came to rest upon a rock floor many feet below, making a tiny brilliant island there. Philip took an axe, a flashlight and some cloths, set another rope around his waist and prepared to follow the lantern. "Wait here, Costa. When I jerk the rope, raise me." He wondered fleetingly why he had said that. Surely it would have been simpler to say that he would shout up from the depths. Then he forgot it as he swung downward into space. He looked about him eagerly as he landed. To his right, within a few feet of his descent, the passageway was blocked by rough masses of earth and rock. Probably these covered the real entrance to the Dromos, that which had been hidden for tens of centuries until Dragumis pierced its age-old seals. On that fatal night, it must have been crushed by the landslide that had buried his pursuers. But to the left, the passage stretched on, seemingly endless, into the mountain's heart. For a little way only the lantern's light pierced it, breaking the darkness into pieces, into dancing shadows. Did one of those shadows dart back as he looked, one a little thicker, a little blacker than its fellows? He did not heed it. His heart felt light, exultant, as he leveled his flashlight and walked on toward the blackness that looked solid as a wall. He no longer even felt horror of the axe beneath his arm. If Dragumis could have chosen, surely he would have had his dead body dismembered 1,000 times, rather than let his great discovery be lost again, hidden from mankind, perhaps for more centuries. For on no other terms would Anthe ever have disclosed the secret. Poor girl. Later, when her hysterical, superstitious obsession was over, she would regret this. She would be kind and gentle and fastidious again, as a woman should be. Now he must do whatever was necessary to bring her peace. He went on into the shadows, and they retreated before him slowly, steadily. He followed them down that stone corridor that led through the earth's bowels. Once or twice it seemed to him that he heard a faint, curious rustling among those dark, wavering shapes that recoiled before his flashlight, as if someone were walking ahead of him, stealthily. He decided that it must be some trick of echoes, reverberating oddly in that subterranean place. It could not be bats, for there was never anything where the light came, throw his flashlight where he would. Its beams found only great, bare blocks of stone. Then he came at last to the black rectangle of the inner portal, the opening into that great circular chamber Anthe had told him of. There Dragumis had found golden vessels and golden filigree work, and images of gods that no man had worshipped for ages. There he had found bones, and there perhaps he had left his own. And there, at last, fear took Philip. It closed round his throat like an icy hand. In his inner ears a far-off voice seemed to cry, "Do not disturb the dead. Do not disturb the dead." He shrugged. That voice came out of his childhood, out of superstitions and conventional moralities engraved upon the young mind, as a phonograph record is engraved upon wax. He thought, "I am being foolish as Anthe. I have handled many mummies. I have felt their dry, withered flesh slough off my hands. What difference is there? What real difference? A man can be as dead in 3 minutes as he will be in 3,000 years. He swung the flashlight forward toward the inner chamber. He saw the gleam of gold. He saw strange, grotesque shapes of stone. He saw carved stone larnaki, and in the far corner, a table of red marble. Its legs gleamed under the light, like blood. Was there something on top of the table, among the shadows? Something long and dark and still, like the outstretched form of a man. Once again fear took him. He could not bear to throw the flashlight upon the tabletop to see. He edged slowly into the chamber, moving cautiously, laboriously, as if through invisible barriers. There were no more echoes. In the deathly silence he heard nothing but the fierce, hard pounding of his heart. Suddenly he stopped. He could not bear to go farther, to come within touching distance of that thing that might be lying there. He set his teeth and his will. Slowly, as if it were a rock too heavy for him to move, the flashlight came up. Its beams touched something upon the tabletop. A man's hand that lay lax and brown and leathery upon red marble. A large hand, larger than most men's. Firm and sleek as leather it looked, and yet in some curious and subtle way as lifeless. None could have mistaken it for the hand of a living man. Philip's brain reeled. Through it ran dizzily words he had heard among the Greek peasants and never heeded. The bodies of the walking dead, of those whom the earth had not loosed, were incorruptible, undecaying. And as he looked, the hand changed. The lingers tensed, the long tendons on the back of it rose and stiffened, as if that dark, recumbent form were bracing itself to rise. With a strangled cry of horror, Philip hurled himself forward, the axe gleaming above his head. Costa shivered. The night wind was cold, and once a cry had seemed to drift up from the depths below. He had listened closely after that, but he had not been able to tell whether the cry was repeated, whether a faint, horrible screaming, muffled by distance, had come up from the earth. The rope at his feet jerked suddenly, convulsively, like a great snake. He cried out and jumped, bayed, then remembered and gasped with relief. The signal. Gladly he hauled his master up. "The saints be thanked, Kyrie, you are safe. I thought I heard something." The tall man did not answer. He turned and strode off down the mountainside with long, swift strides. He goes very fast, Costa thought, as if there was something before or behind him for which he could not bear to wait. He does not even stop to give me any of the bundles he carries. He followed with a lantern, looking curiously at those bundles. They were long and narrow. They looked like human arms and legs. When he saw a limp hand dangling from one of them, he crossed himself. The old king must have come all to pieces. Who would have thought he would still have looked so human? He gained a little on his master. The lantern rays fell on those packages, and Costa's eyes grew large and round. After that he walked more slowly, and let the distance widen between himself and the tall figure ahead. For through the cloth wrappings something dark was seeping, something that stained the white linen. He dropped farther behind, when they came within sight of the shore, and his master spurted suddenly, running out with demonic speed onto the white sands. The clouds had left the moon, the beach was almost as bright as day. A cry came from the boat. The waiting woman tugged at the oars and swung it in, closer. She leaped out upon the sands. Her voice pealed out a song of gladness. "You have them, Philip, you have them!" She ran forward, her arms outstretched, her face bright with triumph. The man waited for her. He had stopped and stood very still. He made no move, either to meet or welcome her. And when she reached him, she did not even look at him. She only clutched, with hands as terribly eager as her eyes, at those packages he carried. Silently, he let her take them. Silently, he stood over her as she unwrapped them. As their ugly, stained contents fell from her paralyzed hands to the earth, and then she screamed. Terribly and horribly she screamed. For the first time she looked up into his face and saw it. He took off his hat, Philip Martin's hat, and moved toward her, and in that clear moonlight, for all the distance. Costa saw that his head was not Philip Martin's head. After that, Costa's eyes closed and he knelt and prayed. He did not see what made the lady scream again. Her cries kept on for quite a long time, but at last the beach was silent. There was no sound on it, even the sound of a retreating footstep. And then, and only then, did Costa find the strength to run away. Later, the Athenian newspapers carried feature headlines: "Fresh guerrilla outrages," "Mutilated body of American archaeologist found in Mycenaean tomb." On a nearby beach had been found the bodies of Kyria Anthi and of a man who must have been one of the guerrilla murderers. A giant of a man, whose body, unaccountably, crumbled and fell apart when it was touched. End of At the End of the Corridor by Evangeline Wilner Ensley. The Women of the Wood is a supernatural fiction story that delves into themes of nature's mysticism and human connection to the natural world. Set in a secluded inn by a lonely lake in the Vosges Mountains, The story follows Mackay, a war veteran seeking solace and healing among the trees. As he becomes attuned to the forest's spirit, he discovers a hidden conflict between the trees and the inhabitants of a nearby lodge. The Women of the Wood, by Abraham Merritt. First published in Weird Tales, August 1926. Mackay sat on the balcony of the little inn that squatted like a brown gnome among the pines on the eastern shore of the lake. It was a small and lonely lake high up in the Vosges, and yet lonely is not just the word with which to tag its spirit, rather was it aloof, withdrawn. The mountains came down on every side, making a great tree-lined bowl that seemed, when Mackay first saw it, to be filled with the still wine of peace. Mackay had worn the wings in the World War with honor, flying first with the French and later with his own country's forces. And as a bird loves the trees, so did Mackay love them. To him they were not merely trunks and roots, branches and leaves. To him they were personalities. He was acutely aware of differences in character even among the same species, that pine was benevolent and jolly, that one austere and monkish. There stood a swaggering bravo, and there dwelt a sage wrapped in green meditation, that birch was a wanton, the birch near her was virginal, still a dream. The war had sapped him, nerve and brain and soul. Through all the years that had passed since then, the wound had kept open. But now, as he slid his car down the vast green bowl, he felt its spirit reach out to him and caress and quiet him, promising him healing. He seemed to drift like a falling leaf through the clustered woods, to be cradled by gentle hands of the trees. He had stopped at the little gnome of an inn, and there he had lingered day after day, week after week. The trees had nursed him. Soft whisperings of leaves, slow chant of the needled pines, had first deadened, then driven from him the re-echoing clamor of the war and its sorrow. The open wound of his spirit had closed under their green healing, had closed and become scar, and even the scar had been covered and buried. As the scars on earth's breast are covered and buried beneath the falling leaves of autumn, the trees had laid green healing hands on his eyes, banishing the pictures of war. He had sucked strength from the green breasts of the hills. Yet as strength flowed back to him, and mind and spirit healed, Mackay had grown steadily aware that the place was troubled, that its tranquility was not perfect, that there was ferment of fear within it. It was as though the trees had waited until he himself had become whole before they made their own unrest known to him. Now they were trying to tell him something. There was a shrillness as of apprehension, of anger, in the whispering of the leaves, the needled chanting of the pines. And it was this that had kept Mackay at the inn, a definite consciousness of appeal, consciousness of something wrong that he was being asked to right. He strained his ears to catch words in the rustling branches, words that trembled on the brink of his human understanding. Never did they cross that brink. Gradually he had orientated himself, had focused himself, so he believed, to the point of the valley's unease. On all the shores of the lake there were but two dwellings. One was the inn, and around the inn the trees clustered protectively, confiding, friendly. It was as though they had not only accepted it, but had made it part of themselves. Not so was it of the other habitation. Once it had been the hunting lodge of long-dead lords. Now it was half-ruined, forlorn. It stood across the lake almost exactly opposite the inn and back upon the slope, a half-mile from the shore. Once there had been fat fields around it and a fair orchard. The forest had marched down upon them. Here and there in the fields, scattered pines and poplars stood like soldiers guarding some outpost. Scouting parties of saplings lurked among the gaunt and broken fruit trees. But the forest had not had its way unchecked. Ragged stumps showed where those who dwelt in the old lodge had cut down the invaders. Blackened patches of the woodland showed where they had fired the woods. Here was the conflict he had sensed. Here the green folk of the forest were both menaced and menacing, at war. The lodge was a fortress beleaguered by the woods. a fortress whose garrison sallied forth with axe and torch to take their toll of the besiegers. Yet Mackay sensed the inexorable pressing in of the forest. He saw it as a green army ever filling the gaps in its enclosing ranks, shooting its seeds into the cleared places, sending its roots out to sap them, and armed always with a crushing patience, a patience drawn from the stone breasts of the eternal hills. He had the impression of constant regard, of watchfulness, as though night and day the forest kept its myriads of eyes upon the lodge, inexorably, not to be swerved from its purpose. He had spoken of this impression to the innkeeper and his wife, and they had looked at him oddly. "Old Polo does not love the trees, no," the old man had said. "No, nor do his 2 sons. They do not love the trees, and very certainly the trees do not love them." Between the lodge and the shore, marching down to the verge of the lake, was a singularly beautiful little coppice of silver birches and firs. The coppice stretched for perhaps a quarter of a mile, was not more than 100 feet or 2 in depth, and it was not alone the beauty of its trees, but their curious grouping, that aroused Mackay's interest so vividly. At each end of the coppice were a dozen or more of the glistening needled firs, not clustered but spread out as though in open marching order, at widely spaced intervals along its other 2 sides paced single firs. The birches, slender and delicate, grew within the guard of these sturdier trees, yet not so thickly as to crowd each other. To Mackay the silver birches were for all the world like some gay caravan of lovely demoiselles under the protection of debonair knights. With that odd other sense of his, he saw the birches as delectable damsels, merry and laughing, the pines as lovers, troubadours in their green-needled mail. And when the winds blew and the crests of the trees bent under them, it was as though dainty demoiselles picked up fluttering leafy skirts, bent leafy hoods, and danced while the knights of the firs drew closer round them, locked arms with theirs, and danced with them to the roaring horns of the winds. At such times he almost heard sweet laughter from the birches, shoutings from the firs. Of all the trees in that place, Mackay loved best this little wood, had rode across and rested in its shade, had dreamed there, and dreaming, had heard again elfin echoes of the sweet laughter. Eyes closed, had heard mysterious whisperings and the sound of dancing feet, light as falling leaves, had taken dream draught of that gaiety which was the soul of the little wood. And 2 days ago he had seen Polo and his 2 sons. Mackay had been dreaming in the coppice all that afternoon. As dusk began to fall, he had reluctantly arisen and begun the row back to the inn. When he had been a few hundred feet from shore, 3 men had come out from the trees and had stood watching him. 3 grim, powerful men, taller than the average French peasant. He had called a friendly greeting to them, but they had not answered it, stood there, scowling. Then, as he bent again to his oars, one of the sons had raised a hatchet and had driven it savagely into the trunk of a slim birch beside him. He thought he heard a thin, wailing cry from the stricken tree, a sigh from all the little wood. Mackay had felt as though the keen edge had bitten into his own flesh. "Stop that!" he had cried. "Stop it, damn you!" For answer the sun had struck again, and never had Mackay seen hate etched so deep as on his face as he struck. Cursing, a killing rage in heart, had swung the boat around, raced back to shore. He had heard the hatchet strike again, and close now to shore, had heard a crackling, and over it once more the thin, high wailing. He had turned to look. The birch was tottering, was falling. But as it had fallen, he had seen a curious thing. Close beside it grew one of the firs, and as the smaller tree crashed over, it dropped upon the fir like a fainting maid in the arms of a lover. And as it lay and trembled there, one of the great branches of the fir slipped from under it, whipped out and smote the hatchet-wielder a crushing blow upon the head, sending him to earth. It had been, of course, only the chance blow of a bough, bent by pressure of the fallen tree and then released as that tree slipped down. But there had been such suggestion of conscious action in the branch's recoil, so much of bitter anger in it, so much, in truth, Had it been like the vengeful blow of a man that Mackay had felt an eerie prickling of his scalp. His heart had missed its beat. For a moment, Polo and the standing sun had stared at the sturdy fir with the silvery birch lying on its green breast and folded in, shielded by its needled boughs, as though again the swift impression came to Mackay, as though it were a wounded maid stretched on breast in arms of knightly lover. For a long moment father and son had stared. Then, still wordless but with that same bitter hatred on both their faces, they had stopped and picked up the other, and with his arms around the neck of each, had borne him limply away. Mackay, sitting on the balcony of the inn that morning, went over and over that scene, realized more and more clearly the human aspect of fallen birch and clasping fir, and the conscious deliberateness of the fir's blow. And during the 2 days that had elapsed since then, he had felt the unease of the trees increase. Their whispering appeal became more urgent. What were they trying to tell him? What did they want him to do? Troubled, he stared across the lake, trying to pierce the mists that hung over it and hid the opposite shore. And suddenly it seemed that he heard the coppice calling him, felt it pull the point of his attention toward it irresistibly, as the lodestone swings and holds the compass needle. The coppice called him, bade him come to it. Instantly Mackay obeyed the command. He arose and walked down to the boat landing. He stepped into his skiff and began to row across the lake. As his oars touched the water, his trouble fell from him. In its place flowed peace and a curious exultation. The mist was thick upon the lake. There was no breath of wind, yet the mist billowed and drifted, shook and curtained under the touch of unfelt airy hands. They were alive, the mists. They formed themselves into fantastic palaces past whose opalescent facades he flew. They built themselves into hills and valleys, and circled plains whose floors were rippling silk. Tiny rainbows gleamed out among them, and upon the water prismatic patches shone and spread like spilled wine of opals. He had the illusion of vast distances. The hills of mist were real mountains, the valleys between them were not illusory. He was a colossus cleaving through some elfin world. A trout broke, and it was like Leviathan leaping from the fathomless deep. Around the arc of its body rainbows interlaced and then dissolved into rain of softly gleaming gems, diamonds in dance with sapphires, flame-hearted rubies and pearls with shimmering souls of rose. The fish vanished, diving cleanly without sound. The jeweled bows vanished with it. A tiny irised whirlpool swirled for an instant where trout and flashing arcs had been. Nowhere was there sound. He let his oars drop and leaned forward, drifting. In the silence, before him and around him, he felt opening the gateways of an unknown world. And suddenly he heard the sound of voices, many voices, faint at first and murmurous. Louder they became, swiftly, women's voices, sweet and lilting, and mingled with them the deeper tones of men. Voices that lifted and fell in a wild, gay chanting through whose joyousness ran undertones both of sorrow and of rage. As though fairy weavers threaded through silk spun of sunbeams, somber strands dipped in the black of graves, and crimson strands stained in the red of wrathful sunsets. He drifted on, scarce daring to breathe lest even that faint sound break the elfin song. Closer it rang and clearer, and now he became aware that the speed of his boat was increasing, that it was no longer drifting, that it was as though the little waves on each side were pushing him ahead with soft and noiseless palms. His boat grounded, and as it rustled along over the smooth pebbles of the beach, the song ceased. Mackay half arose and peered before him. The mists were thicker here, but he could see the outlines of the coppice. It was like looking at it through many curtains of fine gauze. Its trees seemed shifting, ethereal, unreal, and moving among the trees were figures that threaded the boles and flitted in rhythmic measures, like the shadows of leafy boughs swaying to some cadenced wind. He stepped ashore and made his way slowly toward them. The mists dropped behind him, shutting off all sight of shore. The rhythmic flittings ceased. There was now no movement as there was no sound among the trees, yet he felt the little woods abrim with watching life. McKay tried to speak. There was a spell of silence on his mouth. "You called me. I have come to listen to you, to help you if I can." The words formed within his mind, but utter them he could not. Over and over he tried, desperately. The words seemed to die before his lips could give them life. A pillar of mist whirled forward and halted, eddying half an arm length away, and suddenly out of it peered a woman's face, eyes level with his own. A woman's face, yes, but McKay, staring into those strange eyes probing his, knew that face, though it seemed it was that of no woman of human breed. They were without pupils, the irises deer-like and of the soft green of deep forest dells. Within them sparkled tiny star points of light like motes in a moonbeam. The eyes were wide and set far apart beneath a broad, low brow over which was piled braid upon braid of hair of palest gold, braids that seemed spun of shining ashes of gold. Her nose was small and straight, her mouth scarlet and exquisite. The face was oval, tapering to a delicately pointed chin. Beautiful was that face, but its beauty was an alien one, elfin. For long moments the strange eyes thrust their gaze deep into his. Then, out of the mist, two slender white arms stole, the hands long, fingers tapering. The tapering fingers touched his ears. "He shall hear," whispered the red lips. Immediately from all about him a cry arose. In it was the whispering and rustling of the leaves beneath the breath of the winds, the shrilling of the harp strings of the boughs, the laughter of hidden brooks, the shoutings of waters flinging themselves down to deep and rocky pools. The voices of the woods made articulate. "He shall hear," they cried. The long white fingers rested on his lips, and their touch was cool as bark of birch on cheek, after some long upward climb through forest, cool and subtly sweet. "He shall speak," whispered the scarlet lips. "He shall speak," answered the wood voices again, as though in litany. "He shall see," whispered the woman, and the cool fingers touched his eyes. "He shall see," echoed the wood voices. The mists that had hidden the coppice from McKay wavered, thinned and were gone. In their place was a limpid, translucent, palely green ether, faintly luminous, as though he stood within some clear one emerald. His feet pressed a golden moss spangled with tiny starry bluets. Fully revealed before him was the woman of the strange eyes and the face of elfin beauty. He dwelt for a moment upon the slender shoulders, the firm, small, tip-tilted breasts, the willow leatherness of her body. From neck to knees a smock covered her, sheer and silken and delicate as though spun of cobwebs. Through it her body gleamed as though fire of the young spring moon ran in her veins. Beyond her, upon the golden moss, were other women like her, many of them. They stared at him with the same wide-set green eyes, in which danced the clouds of sparkling moonbeam motes. Like her, they were crowned with glistening, pallidly golden hair. Like hers, too, were their oval faces, with the pointed chins and perilous elfin beauty. Only where she stared at him gravely, measuring him, weighing him, there were those of these her sisters whose eyes were mocking, and those whose eyes called to him with a weirdly tingling allure. Their mouths athirst, those whose eyes looked upon him with curiosity alone, and those whose great eyes pleaded with him, prayed to him. Within that pellucid, greenly luminous air, McKay was abruptly aware that the trees of the coppice still had a place. Only now they were spectral indeed. They were like white shadows cast athwart a glaucous screen. Trunk and bough, twig and leaf they arose around him, and they were as though etched in air by phantom craftsmen. Thin, unsubstantial, they were ghost trees rooted in another space. Suddenly he was aware that there were men among the women. Men whose eyes were set wide apart as were theirs, as strange and pupilless as were theirs, but with irises of brown and blue. Men with pointed chins and oval faces, broad-shouldered and clad in kirtles of darkest green, swarthy-skinned men, muscular and strong, with that same lithe grace of the women, and like them of a beauty alien and elfin. Mackay heard a little wailing cry. He turned. Close beside him lay a girl clasped in the arms of one of the swarthy, green-clad men. She lay upon his breast. His eyes were filled with a black flame of wrath, and hers were misted, anguished. For an instant, Mackay had a glimpse of the birch old Polo's sun had sent crashing down into the boughs of the fir. He saw birch and fir as immaterial outlines around the man and girl. For an instant, girl and man and birch and fir seemed one and the same. The scarlet-lipped woman touched his shoulder, and the confusion cleared. "She withers," sighed the woman, and in her voice Mackay heard a faint rustling as of mournful leaves. "Now is it not pitiful that she withers? Our sister who was so young, so slender and so lovely." Mackay looked again at the girl. The white skin seemed shrunken. The moon radiance that gleamed through the bodies of the others in hers was dim and pallid. Her slim arms hung listlessly. Her body drooped. The mouth, too, was wan and parched, the long and misted green eyes dull, the palely golden hair lusterless and dry. He looked on slow death, a withering death. "May the arm that struck her down wither," the green-clad man who held her shouted. And in his voice, Mackay heard a savage strumming, as of winter winds through bleak boughs. "May his heart wither and the sun blast him. May the rain and the waters deny him, and the winds scourge him." "I thirst," whispered the girl. There was a stirring among the watching women. One came forward holding a chalice that was like thin leaves turned to green crystal. She paused beside the trunk of one of the spectral trees, reached up and drew down to her a branch. A slim girl with half-frightened, half-resentful eyes glided to her side and threw her arms around the ghostly bowl. The woman with the chalice bent the branch and cut it deep with what seemed an arrow-shaped flake of jade. From the wound a faintly opalescent liquid slowly filled the cup. When it was filled, the woman beside Mackay stepped forward and pressed her own long hands around the bleeding branch. She stepped away, and Mackay saw that the stream had ceased to flow. She touched the trembling girl and unclasped her arms. "It is healed," said the woman gently, "and it was your turn, little sister. The wound is healed. Soon you will have forgotten." The woman with the chalice knelt and set it to the wan, dry lips of her who was withering. She drank of it thirstily to the last drop. The misty eyes cleared, they sparkled, the lips that had been so parched and pale grew red, the white body gleamed as though the waning light had been fed with new. "Sing, sisters," she cried, and shrilly. "Dance for me, sisters," again burst out that chant Mackay had heard as he had floated through the mists upon the lake. Now, as then, despite his opened ears, he could distinguish no words, but clearly he understood its mingled themes. The joy of spring's awakening, rebirth, with the green life streaming, singing up through every bough, swelling the buds, burgeoning with tender leaves the branches, the dance of the trees in the scented winds of spring, the drums of the jubilant rain on leafy hoods, passion of summer sun pouring its golden flood down upon the trees. The moon passing with stately step and slow and green hands stretching up to her and drawing from her breast milk of silver fire, riot of wild gay winds with their mad pipings and strummings, soft interlacing of boughs, the kiss of amorous leaves, all these and more, much more that Mackay could not understand, since it dealt with hidden, secret things for which man has no images, were in that chanting. And all these and more were in the measures, the rhythms of the dancing of those strange green-eyed women and brown-skinned men. Something incredibly ancient yet young as the speeding moment, something of a world before and beyond man. Mackay listened, Mackay watched, lost in wonder, his own world more than half forgotten, his mind meshed in web of green sorcery. The woman beside him touched his arm. She pointed to the girl. "Yet she withers," she said, "and not all our life, if we poured it through her lips, could save her." He looked. He saw that the red was draining slowly from the girl's lips, the luminous life tides waning. The eyes that had been so bright were misting and growing dull once more. Suddenly a great pity and a great rage shook him. He knelt beside her, took her hands in his. "Take them away. Take away your hands. They burn me," she moaned. "He tries to help you," whispered the green-clad man gently, but he reached over and drew McKay's hands away. "Not so can you help her," said the woman. "What can I do?" McKay arose, looked helplessly from one to the other. "What can I do to help?" The chanting died, the dance stopped. A silence fell, and he felt upon him the eyes of all. They were tense, waiting. The woman took his hands. Their touch was cool and sent a strange sweetness sweeping through his veins. "There are 3 men yonder," she said. "They hate us. Soon we shall be as she is there withering. They have sworn it, and as they have sworn so will they do, unless—" She paused, and McKay felt the stirrings of a curious unease. The moonbeam dancing motes in her eyes had changed to tiny sparklings of red. In a way, deep down, they terrified him, those red sparklings. 3 men. In his clouded mind was the memory of Polo and his 2 strong sons. 3 men, he repeated stupidly. But what are 3 men to you who are so many? What could 3 men do against those stalwart gallants of yours? No, she shook her head. No, there is nothing our men can do, nothing that we can do. Once, night and day, we were gay. Now we fear, night and day. They mean to destroy us. Our kin have warned us, and our kin cannot help us. Those 3 are masters of blade and flame. Against blade and flame we are helpless. Blade and flame, echoed the listeners. Against blade and flame we are helpless. Surely will they destroy us, murmured the woman. We shall wither all of us, like her there, or burn unless— Suddenly she threw white arms around McKay's neck. She pressed her lithe body close to him. Her scarlet mouth sought and found his lips and clung to them. Through all McKay's body ran swift, sweet flames, green fire of desire. His own arms went round her, crushed her to him. "You shall not die," he cried. "No, by God, you shall not." She drew back her head, looked deep into his eyes. "They have sworn to destroy us," she said, "and soon. With blade and flame they will destroy us, these 3, unless—" "Unless?" he asked fiercely. "Unless you slay them first," she answered. A cold shock ran through McKay, chilling the green sweet fires of his desire. He dropped his arm from around the woman, thrust her from him. For an instant she trembled before him. "Slay," he heard her whisper, and she was gone. The spectral trees wavered, their outlines thickened out of immateriality into substance. The green translucence darkened. He had a swift, vertiginous moment, as though he swung between 2 worlds. He closed his eyes. The vertigo passed, and he opened them, looked around him. McKay stood on the lakeward skirts of the little coppice. There were no shadows flitting, no sign of the white women and the swarthy green-clad men. His feet were on green moss. Gone was the soft golden carpet with its blue starlets. Birches and firs clustered solidly before him. At his left was a sturdy fir, in whose needled arms a broken birch tree lay withering. It was the birch that Polo's men had so wantonly slashed down. For an instant he saw within the fir and birch the immaterial outlines of the green-clad man and the slim girl who withered. For that instant birch and fir and girl and man seemed one and the same. He stepped back, and his hands touched the smooth, cool bark of another birch that rose close at his right. Upon his hands the touch of that bark was like, yes, curiously was it like the touch of the long, slim hands of the woman of the scarlet lips. But it gave him none of that alien rapture, that pulse of green life her touch had brought. Yet, now as then, the touch steadied him. The outlines of girl and man were gone. He looked upon nothing but a sturdy fir with a withering birch fallen into its branches. McKay stood there, staring, wondering, like a man who has but half awakened from dream, and suddenly a little wind stirred the leaves of the rounded birch beside him. The leaves murmured, sighed. The wind grew stronger, and the leaves whispered. "Slay!" He heard them whisper, and again, "Slay! Help us! Slay!" And the whisper was the voice of the woman of the scarlet lips. Rage, swift and unreasoning, sprang up in Mackay. He began to run up through the coppice, up to where he knew was the old lodge in which dwelt Polo and his sons. And as he ran, the wind blew stronger, and louder grew the whisperings of the trees. "Slay," they whispered. "Slay them, save us, slay. I will slay, I will save you." Mackay, panting, hammer pulse beating in his ears, rushing through the woods, heard himself answering that ever louder, ever more insistent command. And in his mind was but one desire: to clutch the throats of Polo and his sons, to crack their necks, to stand by them then and watch them wither like that slim girl in the arms of the green-clad man. So crying, he came to the edge of the coppice and burst from it out into a flood of sunshine. For 100 feet he ran, and then he was aware that the whispering command was stilled, that he heard no more that maddening rustling of wrathful leaves. A spell seemed to have been loosed from him. It was as though he had broken through some web of sorcery. Mackay stopped, dropped upon the ground, buried his face in the grasses. He lay there, marshalling his thoughts into some order of sanity. What had he been about to do? To rush berserk upon those 3 who lived in the old lodge and kill them? And for what? Because that elfin scarlet-lipped woman whose kisses he still could feel upon his mouth had bade him. Because the whispering trees of the little wood had maddened him with that same command. And for this he had been about to kill 3 men. What were that woman and her sisters and the green-clad swarthy gallants of theirs? Illusions of some waking dream, phantoms born of the hypnosis of the swirling mists through which he had rowed and floated across the lake. Such things were not uncommon. Mackay knew of those who, by watching the shifting clouds, could create and dwell for a time with wide-open eyes within some similar land of fantasy. Knew others who needed but to stare at smoothly falling water to set themselves within a world of waking dream. There were those who could summon dreams by gazing into a ball of crystal. Others found their phantoms in saucers of shining ebon ink. Might not the moving mists have laid those same hypnotic fingers upon his own mind, and his love for the trees, the sense of appeal that he had felt so long, and his memory of the wanton slaughter of the slim birch have all combined to paint upon his drugged consciousness the phantasms he had beheld? Then in the flood of sunshine the spell had melted, his consciousness leaped awake. Mackay arose to his feet, shakily enough. He looked back at the coppice. There was no wind now, the leaves were silent, motionless. Again he saw it as the caravan of demoiselles with their marching knights and troubadours, but no longer was it gay. The words of the scarlet-lipped woman came back to him, that gaiety had fled and fear had taken its place. Dream phantom, or dryad, whatever she was, half of that at least was truth. He turned, a plan forming in his mind. Reason with himself as he might, something deep within him stubbornly asserted the reality of his experience. At any rate, he told himself, the little wood was far too beautiful to be despoiled. He would put aside the experience as dream, but he would save the little wood for the essence of beauty that it held in its green cup. The old lodge was about 1/4 mile away. A path led up to it through the ragged fields. Mackay walked up the path, climbed rickety steps and paused, listening. He heard voices and knocked. The door was flung open, and old Polo stood there, peering at him through half-shut, suspicious eyes. One of the sons stood close behind him. They stared at Mackay with grim, hostile faces. He thought he heard a faint, far-off, despairing whisper from the distant wood, and it was as though the pair in the doorway heard it too, for their gaze shifted from him to the coppice, and he saw hatred nicker swiftly across their grim faces. Their gaze swept back to him. "What do you want?" demanded Polo curtly. "I am a neighbor of yours, stopping at the inn," began Mackay courteously. "I know who you are," Polo interrupted brusquely, "but what is it that you want?" "I find the air of this place good for me." Mackay stifled a rising anger. "I am thinking of staying for a year or more, until my health is fully recovered. I would like to buy some of your land and build me a lodge upon it." "Yes, monsieur?" There was acid politeness now in the powerful old man's voice. But is it permitted to ask why you do not remain at the inn? Its fare is excellent and you are well liked there. I have desire to be alone, replied Mackay. I do not like people too close to me. I would have my own land and sleep under my own roof. But why come to me? Asked Polo. There are many places upon the far side of the lake that you could secure. It is happy there, and this side is not happy, monsieur. But tell me, what part of my land is it that you desire? That little wood yonder, answered Mackay, and pointed to the coppice. Ah, I thought so, whispered Polo, and between him and his sons passed a look of bitter understanding. He looked at Mackay somberly. That wood is not for sale, monsieur, he said at last. I can afford to pay well for what I want, said Mackay. Name your price. It is not for sale, repeated Polo stolidly, at any price. Oh, come, laughed Mackay, although his heart sank at the finality in that answer. You have many acres, and what is it but a few trees? I can afford to gratify my fancies. I will give you all the worth of your other land for it. You have asked what that place that you so desire is, and you have answered that it is but a few trees, said Polo slowly, and the tall son behind him laughed, abruptly, maliciously. But it is more than that, monsieur, oh, much more than that. And you know it. Else why would you pay such price? Yes, you know it, since you know also that we are ready to destroy it, and you would save it. And who told you all that, monsieur? He snarled. There was such malignance in the face thrust suddenly close to Mackay's, teeth bared by uplifted lip, that involuntarily he recoiled. But a few trees, snarled old Polo. Then who told him what we mean to do, Pierre? Again the son laughed, and at that laughter Mackay felt within him resurgence of his own blind hatred as he had fled through the whispering wood. He mastered himself, turned away. There was nothing he could do now. Polo halted him. Monsieur, he said, wait, enter. There is something I would tell you, something too I would show you. Something, perhaps, that I would ask you. He stood aside, bowing with a rough courtesy. Mackay walked through the doorway. Polo with his son followed him. He entered a large dim room whose ceiling was spanned with smoke-blackened beams. From these beams hung onion strings and herbs and smoke-cured meats. On one side was a wide fireplace. Huddled beside it sat Polo's other son. He glanced up as they entered, and Mackay saw that a bandage covered one side of his head, hiding his left eye. Mackay recognized him as the one who had cut down the slim birch. The blow of the fir, he reflected with a certain satisfaction, had been no futile one. Old Polo strode over to that son. Look, monsieur, he said, and lifted the bandage. Mackay, with a faint tremor of horror, saw a gaping blackened socket, red-rimmed and eyeless. Good God, Polo, he cried, but this man needs medical attention. I know something of wounds. Let me go across the lake and bring back my kit. I will attend him. Old Polo shook his head, although his grim face for the first time softened. He drew the bandages back in place. It heals, he said. We have some skill in such things. You saw what did it. You watched from your boat as the cursed tree struck him. The eye was crushed and lay upon his cheek. I cut it away. Now he heals. We do not need your aid, monsieur. Yet he ought not have cut the birch, muttered Mackay, more to himself than to be heard. Why not? Asked old Polo fiercely. Since it hated him. Mackay stared at him. What did this old peasant know? The words strengthened that deep, stubborn conviction that what he had seen and heard in the coppice had been actuality, no dream. And still more did Polo's next words strengthen that conviction. Monsieur, he said, you come here as ambassador of a sort. The wood has spoken to you. Well, as ambassador I shall speak to you. 4 centuries my people have lived in this place. A century we have owned this land. Monsieur, in all those years there has been no moment that the trees have not hated us, nor we the trees. For all those 100 years there have been hatred and battle between us and the forest. My father, monsieur, was crushed by a tree, my elder brother crippled by another. My father's father, woodsman that he was lost in the forest. He came back to us with mind gone. raving of wood women who had bewitched and mocked him, luring him into swamp and fen and tangled thicket, tormenting him. In every generation the trees have taken their toll of us, women as well as men, maiming or killing us. Accidents, interrupted Mackay. This is childish, Polo. You cannot blame the trees. In your heart you do not believe so, said Polo. Listen, the feud is an ancient one. Centuries ago it began when we were serfs, slaves of the nobles. To cook, to keep us warm in winter, they let us pick up the faggots, the dead branches and twigs that dropped from the trees. But if we cut down a tree to keep us warm, to keep our women and our children warm, yes, if we but tore down a branch, they hanged us, or they threw us into dungeons to rot, or whipped us till our backs were red lattices. They had their broad fields, the nobles, but we must raise our food in the patches where the trees disdained to grow. And if they did thrust themselves into our poor patches, then, monsieur, we must let them have their way, or be flogged, or be thrown into the dungeons, or be hanged. They pressed us in, the trees. The old man's voice grew sharp with fanatic hatred. They stole our fields, and they took the food from the mouths of our children. They dropped their faggots to us like dole to beggars. They tempted us to warmth when the cold struck our bones, and they bore us as fruit a swing at the end of the forester's ropes, if we yielded to their tempting. Yes, monsieur, we died of cold that they might live. Our children died of hunger that their young might find root space. They despised us, the trees. We died that they might live, and we were men. Then, monsieur, came the revolution and the freedom. Ah, monsieur, then we took our toll. Great logs roaring in the winter cold, no more huddling over the arms of faggots. Fields where the trees had been, no more starving of our children that theirs might live. Now the trees were the slaves, and we the masters. And the trees knew, and they hated us. But blow for blow, 100 of their lives for each life of ours, we have returned their hatred. With axe and torch we have fought them. The trees! Shrieked Polo. Suddenly, eyes blazing red rage, face writhing, foam at the corners of his mouth, and grey hair clutched in rigid hands. The cursed trees! Armies of the trees, creeping closer, ever closer, crushing us in, stealing our fields as they did of old, building their dungeon round us, as they built of old the dungeons of stone. Creeping, armies of trees, legions of trees, the cursed trees. Mackay listened appalled. Here was crimson heart of hate, madness, but what was at the root of it? Some deep inherited instinct coming down from forefathers who had hated the forest as the symbol of their masters, forefathers whose tides of hatred had overflowed to the green life on which the nobles had laid their taboo, as one neglected child will hate the favorite on whom love and gifts are lavished. In such warped minds the crushing fall of a tree, the maiming sweep of a branch, might well appear as deliberate. The natural growth of the forest seemed the implacable advance of an enemy. And yet, the blow of the fir as the cut birch fell had been deliberate, and there had been those women of the wood, patience. The standing sun touched the old man's shoulder. Patience, soon we strike our blow. Some of the frenzy died out of Polo's face. Though we cut down 100, he whispered, by the 100 they return. But one of us, when they strike, he does not return. No, they have numbers and they have time. We are now but 3, and we have little time. They watch us as we go through the forest, alert to trip, to strike, to crush. But monsieur, he turned bloodshot eyes to Mackay, we strike our blow, even as Pierre has said. We strike at the coppice that you so desire. We strike there because it is the very heart of the forest. There the secret life of the forest runs at full tide. We know, and you know, something that, destroyed, will take the heart out of the forest, will make it know us for its masters, the women. The standing sun's eyes glittered. I have seen the women there, the fair women with the shining skins who invite and mock and vanish before hands can seize them. The fair women who peer into our windows in the night and mock us, muttered the eyeless sun. They shall mock no more, shouted Polo. the frenzy again taking him. Soon they shall lie, dying, all of them, all of them. They die. He caught Mackay by the shoulders, shook him like a child. Go tell them that, he shouted. Say to them that this very day we destroy them. Say to them it is we who will laugh when winter comes, and we watch their round white bodies blaze in this hearth of ours and warm us. Go tell them that. He spun Mackay around, pushed him to the door, opened it, and flung him staggering down the steps. He heard the tall son laugh, the door close. Blind with rage, he rushed up the steps and hurled himself against the door. Again the tall son laughed. Mackay beat at the door with clenched fists, cursing. The three within paid no heed. Despair began to dull his rage. Could the trees help him, counsel him? He turned and walked slowly down the field path to the little wood. Slowly and ever more slowly he went as he neared it. He had failed. He was a messenger bearing a warrant of death. The birches were motionless. Their leaves hung listlessly. It was as though they knew he had failed. He paused at the edge of the coppice. He looked at his watch, noted with faint surprise that already it was high noon. Short shrift enough had the little wood. The work of destruction would not be long delayed. Mackay squared his shoulders and passed in between the trees. It was strangely silent in the coppice, and it was mournful. He had a sense of life brooding around him, withdrawn into itself, sorrowing. He passed through the silent, mournful wood until he reached the spot where the rounded, gleaming barked tree stood close to the fir that held the withering birch. Still there was no sound, no movement. He laid his hands upon the cool bark of the rounded tree. "Let me see again," he whispered. "Let me hear. Speak to me." There was no answer. Again and again he called. The coppice was silent. He wandered through it, whispering, calling. The slim birches stood, passive with limbs and leaves adroop like listless arms, and hands of captive maids awaiting with dull woe the will of conquerors. The firs seemed to crouch like hopeless men with heads in hands. His heart ached to the woe that filled the little wood, this hopeless submission of the trees. When, he wondered, would Polo strike? He looked at his watch again. An hour had gone by. How long would Polo wait? He dropped to the moss, back against a smooth bole. And suddenly it seemed to Mackay that he was a madman, as mad as Polo and his sons. Calmly he went over the old peasant's indictment of the forest, recalled the face and eyes filled with a fanatic hate. Madness. After all, the trees were only trees. Polo and his sons, so he reasoned, had transferred to them the bitter hatred their forefathers had felt for those old lords who had enslaved them, had laid upon them too all the bitterness of their own struggle to exist in this high forest land. When they struck at the trees, it was the ghosts of these forefathers striking at the nobles who had oppressed them. It was themselves striking against their own destiny. The trees were but symbols. It was the warped minds of Polo and his sons that clothed them in false semblance of conscious life, in blind, striving to wreak vengeance against the ancient masters and the destiny that had made their lives hard and unceasing battle against nature. The nobles were long dead. Destiny can be brought to grips by no man. But the trees were here and alive. Clothed in mirage, through them the driving lust for vengeance could be sated. And he, Mackay, was it not his own deep love and sympathy for the trees that similarly had clothed them in that false semblance of conscious life? Had he not built his own mirage? The trees did not really mourn, could not suffer, could not know. It was his own sorrow that he had transferred to them, only his own sorrow that he felt echoing back to him from them. The trees were only trees. Instantly, upon the heels of that thought, as though it were an answer, he was aware that the trunk against which he leaned was trembling, that the whole coppice was trembling, that all the little leaves were shaking, tremulously. Mackay, bewildered, leaped to his feet. Reason told him that it was the wind, yet there was no wind, and as he stood there, a sighing arose as though a mournful breeze were blowing through the trees, and again there was no wind. Louder grew the sighing, and within it now faint wailings. They come, farewell, sisters, sisters, farewell. Clearly he heard the mournful whispers. Mackay began to run through the trees to the trail that led out to the fields of the old lodge, and as he ran the wood darkened as though clear shadows gathered in it, as though vast unseen wings hovered over it. The trembling of the coppice increased, bough touched bough, clung to each other, and louder became the sorrowful crying, "Farewell, sister! Sister! Farewell!" Mackay burst out into the open. Halfway between him and the lodge were Polo and his sons. They saw him, they pointed and lifted mockingly to him bright axes. He crouched, waiting for them to come, all fine-spun theories gone, and rising within him that same rage that hours before had sent him out to slay. So crouching, he heard from the forested hills a roaring clamour. From every quarter it came, wrathful, menacing, like the voices of legions of great trees bellowing through the horns of tempest. The clamour maddened Mackay, fanned the flame of rage to white heat. If the three men heard it, they gave no sign. They came on steadily, jeering at him, waving their keen blades. He ran to meet them. "Go back," he shouted. "Go back, Polo, I warn you." "He warns us," jeered Polo. "He, Pierre, Jean, he warns us." The old peasant's arm shot out, and his hand caught Mackay's shoulder with a grip that pinched to the bone. The arm flexed and hurled him against the unmaimed sun. The sun caught him, twisted him about, and whirled him headlong a dozen yards, crashing him through the brush at the skirt of the wood. Mackay sprang to his feet, howling like a wolf. The clamour of the forest had grown stronger. "Kill!" it roared. "Kill!" The unmaimed sun had raised his axe. He brought it down upon the trunk of a birch, half splitting it with one blow. Mackay heard a wail go up from the little wood. Before the axe could be withdrawn, he had crashed a fist in the axe-wielder's face. The head of Polo's son rocked back, he yelped, and before Mackay could strike again, had wrapped strong arms around him, crushing breath from him. Mackay relaxed, went limp, and the son loosened his grip. Instantly Mackay slipped out of it and struck again, springing aside to avoid the rib-breaking clasp. Polo's son was quicker than he. The long arms caught him. But as the arms tightened, there was the sound of sharp splintering, and the birch into which the axe had bitten toppled. It struck the ground directly behind the wrestling men. Its branches seemed to reach out and clutch at the feet of Polo's son. He tripped and fell backward, Mackay upon him. The shock of the fall broke his grip, and again Mackay writhed free. Again he was upon his feet, and again Polo's strong son, quick as he, faced him. Twice Mackay's blows found their mark beneath his heart before once more the long arms trapped him. But their grip was weaker. Mackay felt that now his strength was equal. Round and round they rocked, Mackay straining to break away. They fell, and over they rolled and over, arms and legs locked, each striving to free a hand to grip the other's throat. Around them ran Polo and the one-eyed son, shouting encouragement to Pierre, yet neither daring to strike at Mackay, lest the blow miss and be taken by the other. And all that time Mackay heard the little wood shouting. Gone from it now was all mournfulness, all passive resignation. The wood was alive and raging. He saw the trees shake and bend as though torn by a tempest. Dimly he realized that the others must hear none of this, see none of it, as dimly wondered why this should be. "Kill!" shouted the coppice, and over its tumult he heard the roar of the great forest. "Kill! Kill!" He became aware of two shadowy shapes of swarthy green-clad men. That pressed close to him as he rolled and fought. "Kill," they whispered. "Let his blood flow. Kill. Let his blood flow." He tore a wrist free from the son's clutch. Instantly, he felt within his hand the hilt of a knife. "Kill!" whispered the shadowy men. "Kill!" shrieked the coppice. "Kill!" roared the forest. Mackay's free arm swept up and plunged the knife into the throat of Polo's son. He heard a choking sob, heard Polo's shriek, felt the hot blood spurt in face and over hand, smelt its salt and faintly acrid odor. The encircling arms dropped from him. He reeled to his feet. As though the blood had been a bridge, the shadowy men leaped from immateriality into substances. One threw himself upon the man Mackay had stabbed, the other hurled upon old Polo. The maimed son turned and fled, howling with terror. A white woman sprang out from the shadow, threw herself at his feet, clutched them and brought him down. Another woman and another dropped upon him. The note of his shrieking changed from fear to agony, then died abruptly into silence. And now Mackay could see none of the three, neither old Polo or his sons, for the green-clad men and the white women covered them. Mackay stood stupidly staring at his red hands. The roar of the forest had changed to a deep, triumphal chanting. The coppice was mad with joy. The trees had become thin phantoms etched in emerald translucent air, as they had been when first the green sorcery had enmeshed him. And all around him wove and danced the slim, gleaming women of the wood. They ringed him, their song bird-sweet and shrill, jubilant. Beyond them he saw gliding toward him the woman of the misty pillars whose kisses had poured the sweet green fire into his veins. Her arms were outstretched to him. Her strange wide eyes were rapt on his. Her white body gleamed with the moon radiance. Her red lips were parted and smiling, a scarlet chalice filled with the promise of undreamed ecstasies. The dancing circle, chanting, broke to let her through. Abruptly, a horror filled Mackay, not of this fair woman, not of her jubilant sisters, but of himself. He had killed, and the wound the war had left in his soul, the wound he thought had healed, had opened. He rushed through the broken circle, thrust the shining woman aside with his blood-stained hands and ran, weeping, toward the lake shore. The singing ceased. He heard little cries, tender, appealing, little cries of pity, soft voices calling on him to stop, to return. Behind him was the sound of little racing feet, light as the fall of leaves upon the moss. Mackay ran on. The coppice lightened. The beach was before him. He heard the fair woman call him, felt the touch of her hand upon his shoulder. He did not heed her. He ran across the narrow strip of beach, thrust his boat out into the water, and wading through the shallows threw himself into it. He lay there for a moment, sobbing, then drew himself up, caught at the oars. He looked back at the shore, now a score of feet away. At the edge of the coppice stood the woman, staring at him with pitying, wise eyes. Behind her clustered the white faces of her sisters, the swarthy faces of the green-clad men. "Come back," the woman whispered, and held out to him slender arms. Mackay hesitated, his horror lessening in that clear, wise, pitying gaze. He half swung the boat around. His gaze dropped upon his blood-stained hands, and again the hysteria gripped him. One thought only was in his mind, to get far away from where Polo's son lay with his throat ripped open, to put the lake between that body and him. Head bent low, Mackay bowed to the oars, skimming swiftly outward. When he looked up, a curtain of mist had fallen between him and the shore. It hid the coppice, and from beyond it there came to him no sound. He glanced behind him, back toward the inn. The mist swung there too, concealing it. Mackay gave silent thanks for these vaporous curtains that hid him from both the dead and the alive. He slipped limply under the thwarts. After a while, he leaned over the side of the boat, and shuddering, washed the blood from his hands. He scrubbed the oar blades where his hands had left red patches. He ripped the lining out of his coat, and drenching it in the lake, he cleansed his face. He took off the stained coat, wrapped it with the lining round the anchor stone in the skiff, and sunk it in the lake. There were other stains upon his shirt, but these he would have to let be. For a time he rowed aimlessly, finding in the exertion a lessening of his soul sickness. His numbed mind began to function, analyzing his plight, planning how to meet the future, how to save him. What ought he do? Confess that he had killed Polo's son? What reason could he give? Only that he had killed because the man had been about to cut down some trees that were his father's to do with as he willed. And if he told of the wood woman, the wood women, the shadowy shapes of their green gallants who had helped him, who would believe? They would think him mad, mad as he half believed himself to be. No, none would believe him, none. Nor would confession bring back life to him he had slain. No, he would not confess. But stay, another thought came. Might he not be accused? What actually had happened to old Polo and his other son? He had taken it for granted that they were dead, that they had died under those bodies white and swarthy. But had they? While the green sorcery had meshed him, he had held no doubt of this, else why the jubilance of the little wood, the triumphant chanting of the forest? Were they dead, Polo and the one-eyed son? Clearly it came to him that they had not heard as he had not seen as he had. To them, Mackay and his enemy had been but two men battling in a woodland glade, nothing more than that. Until the last. Until the last? Had they seen more than that even then? No, all that he could depend upon as real was that he had ripped out the throat of one of old Polo's sons. That was the one unassailable verity. He had washed the blood of that man from his hands and his face. All else might have been mirage, but one thing was true. He had murdered Polo's son. Remorse? He had thought that he had felt it. He knew now that he did not, that he had no shadow of remorse for what he had done. It had been panic that had shaken him. Panic realization of the strangenesses, reaction from the battle lust, echoes of the war. He had been justified in that execution. What right had those men to destroy the little wood, to wipe wantonly its beauty away? None. He was glad that he had killed. At that moment, Mackay would gladly have turned his boat and raced away to drink of the crimson chalice of the woodwoman's lips. But the mists were raising. He saw that he was close to the landing of the inn. There was no one about. Now was his time to remove the last of those accusing stains. After that, quickly he drew up, fastened the skiff, slipped unseen to his room. He locked the door, started to undress. Then sudden sleep swept over him like a wave, drew him helplessly down into ocean depths of sleep. A knocking at the door awakened Mackay, and the innkeeper's voice summoned him to dinner. Sleepily he answered, and as the old man's footsteps died away, he roused himself. His eyes fell upon his shirt, and the great stains now rusty brown. Puzzled, he stared at them for a moment, then full memory clicked back in place. He walked to the window. It was dusk. A wind was blowing and the trees were singing, all the little leaves dancing. The forest hummed a cheerful vespers. Gone was all the unease, all the inarticulate trouble and the fear. The forest was tranquil and it was happy. He sought the coppice through the gathering twilight. Its demoiselles were dancing lightly in the wind, leafy hoods dipping, leafy skirts ablow. Beside them marched the green troubadours, carefree, waving their needled arms. Gay was the little wood, gay as when its beauty had first drawn him to it. Mackay undressed, hid the stained shirt in his travelling trunk, bathed and put on a fresh outfit, sauntered down to dinner. He ate excellently. Wonder now and then crossed his mind that he felt no regret, no sorrow even, for the man he had killed. Half he was inclined to believe it all a dream, so little of any emotion did he feel. He had even ceased to think of what discovery might mean. His mind was quiet. He heard the forest chanting to him that there was nothing he need fear, and when he sat for a time that night upon the balcony, a peace that was half an ecstasy stole in upon him from the murmuring woods, and enfolded him. Cradled by it, he slept dreamlessly. Mackay did not go far from the inn that next day. The little wood danced gaily and beckoned him, but he paid no heed. Something whispered to wait, to keep the lake between him and it, until word came of what lay or had lain there, and the peace still was on him. Only the old innkeeper seemed to grow uneasy as the hours went by. He went often to the landing, scanning the further shore. "It is strange," he said at last to Mackay as the sun was dipping behind the summits. "Polo was to see me here today. He never breaks his word. If he could not come, he would have sent one of his sons." Mackay nodded carelessly. "There is another thing I do not understand," went on the old man. "I have seen no smoke from the lodge all day. It is as though they were not there." "Where could they be?" asked Mackay indifferently. "I do not know." The voice was more perturbed. "It all troubles me, monsieur. Polo is hard, yes, but he is my neighbor. Perhaps an accident. They would let you know soon enough if there was anything wrong," Mackay said. "Perhaps, but," the old man hesitated, "if he does not come tomorrow, and again I see no smoke, I will go to him," he ended. Mackay felt a little shock run through him. Tomorrow then he would know, definitely know, what it was that had happened in the little wood. "I would if I were you," he said. "I'd not wait too long either. After all, well, accidents do happen." "Will you go with me, monsieur?" asked the old man. "No," whispered the warning voice within Mackay. "No, do not go." "Sorry," he said aloud, "but I've some writing to do. If you should need me, send back your man. I'll come." And all that night he slept, again dreamlessly, while the crooning forest cradled him. The morning passed without sign from the opposite shore. An hour after noon, he watched the old innkeeper and his man row across the lake, and suddenly Mackay's composure was shaken. His serene certainty wavered. He unstrapped his field glasses and kept them on the pair until they had beached the boat and entered the coppice. His heart was beating uncomfortably, his hands felt hot and his lips dry. He scanned the shore. How long had they been in the wood? It must have been an hour. What were they doing there? What had they found? He looked at his watch incredulously. Less than 15 minutes had passed. Slowly the seconds ticked by, and it was all of an hour indeed before he saw them come out upon the shore and drag their boat into the water. Mackay, throat curiously dry, a deafening pulse within his ears, steadied himself, forced himself to stroll leisurely down to the landing. "Everything all right?" he called as they were near. They did not answer, but as the skiff warped against the landing, they looked up at him, and on their faces was stamped horror and a great wonder. "They are dead, monsieur," whispered the innkeeper. "Polo and his 2 sons all dead." Mackay's heart gave a great leap. A swift faintness took him. "Dead," he cried. "What killed them?" "What but the trees, monsieur," answered the old man, and Mackay thought his gaze dwelt upon him strangely. "The trees killed them. See, we went up the little path through the wood, and close to its end we found it blocked by fallen trees. The flies buzzed round those trees, monsieur, so we searched there. They were under them, Polo and his sons. A fir had fallen upon Polo and had crushed in his chest. Another son we found beneath a fir and upturned birches. They had broken his back, and an eye had been torn out, but that was no new wound, the latter." He paused. "It must have been a sudden wind," said his man. "Yet I never knew of a wind like that must have been. There were no trees down except those that lay upon them, and of those it was as though they had leaped out of the ground. Yes, as though they had leaped out of the ground upon them, or it was as though giants had torn them out for clubs. They were not broken, their roots were bare. But the other son, Polo, had too. Try as he might, Mackay could not keep the tremor out of his voice. "Pierre," said the old man, and again Mackay felt that strange quality in his gaze. "He lay beneath a fir. His throat was torn out." "His throat torn out," whispered Mackay. "His knife, the knife that had been slipped into his hand by the shadowy shapes. His throat was torn out," repeated the innkeeper, "and in it still was the broken branch that had done it. A broken branch, monsieur, pointed as a knife. It must have caught Pierre as the fir fell and ripping through his throat, been broken off as the tree crashed." Mackay stood, mind whirling in wild conjecture. "You said a broken branch?" Mackay asked through lips gone white. "A broken branch, monsieur." The innkeeper's eyes searched him. It was very plain what it was that happened. "Jacques," he turned to his man, "go up to the house." He watched until the man shuffled out of sight. "Yet not all plain, monsieur," he spoke low to Mackay, "for in Pierre's hand I found this." He reached into a pocket and drew out a button from which hung a strip of cloth. Cloth and button had once been part of that blood-stained coat which Mackay had sunk within the lake, torn away no doubt when death had struck Polo's son. Mackay strove to speak. The old man raised his hand. Button and cloth fell from it into the water. A wave took it and floated it away, another and another. They watched it silently until it had vanished. "Tell me nothing, monsieur." The old innkeeper turned to him. Polo was hard, and hard men too were his sons. The trees hated them, the trees killed them, and now the trees are happy. That is all. And the souvenir is gone. I have forgotten I saw it. Only monsieur would better also go. That night Mackay packed. When dawn had broken, he stood at his window, looked long at the little wood. It was awakening, stirring sleepily like drowsy, delicate demoiselles. He drank in its beauty for the last time, waved it farewell. Mackay breakfasted well. He dropped into the driver's seat, set the engine humming. The old innkeeper and his wife, solicitous as ever for his welfare, bade him Godspeed. On both their faces was full friendliness, and in the old man's eyes somewhat of puzzled awe. His road lay through the thick forest. Soon inn and lake were far behind him. And singing went Mackay, soft whisperings of leaves following him, glad chanting of needled pines, the voice of the forest tender, friendly, caressing, the forest pouring into him as farewell gift its peace, its happiness, its strength. End of The Women of the Wood by Abraham Merritt. Death in a Grey Mist by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, September 1943. 7 men had gone to the Black Inn to kill Chung Kuo. They chose a night when fog hung low over the land so that their actions might not be observed. They were all strangers to each other, and also to the man whom they had come to kill. Each pictured him in an entirely different manner. One believed that Chung Kuo was a monk in a grey robe, a second that he was tall and austere, no longer young, a graduate of Hanlin College, a third that he was fat and blustery, a military man who swaggered more than any Mandarin of old, a fourth that he was a businessman, shrewd, penetrating, a good trader, cold, dangerous, a fifth that he was a shopkeeper, a seller of ivory and jade, who liked to spend his evenings playing fan-tan at the inn, but the sixth merely believed that he was a general, an important leader in China's fight to be free. Unfortunately, Chung Kuo knew every one of them, and if he had any part in the fictions that had been so deviously planted in craven minds, he was shrewd enough to divulge the matter to no one. However, he had excellent lieutenants who had proved good reporters. Chung Kuo considered it droll that 7 men had come on so slight a mission that the lowliest poisonous insect might so easily accomplish. To him it seemed an abundant waste of manpower. It did not speak well for the ability of Colonel Nagai, a Japanese officer, who wished to have Chung Kuo obliterated. The inn went by the euphonious name of 5 Elm Lodge because of the stately trees that guarded it like sentinels. But locally it was called the Black Inn because in Chinese parlance, a black inn is a den of thieves. Certainly on the present occasion it was living up to its reputation. They had come to Hangzhou by circuitous routes, even though they had been granted safe passage by Japanese officials. But not even a renegade trusts a Jap. He will fatten on his money, but steer clear of his treachery. The 7 preferred to work carefully and in their own manner. At the inn, they were shown to a large room with 7 beds, to use the term rather carelessly, for the sleeping accommodations consisted of only thin mattresses spread upon the cold, hard floor. But the air was good, for there were plenty of windows with oiled paper panes that were thrown open upon a slumbering garden. In the dead, vast middle of the night, long after the others had retired to rest, Santak decided that he would stroll in the garden. He was irritable and upset. He had hoped that he might slay Chung Kuo and be away before morning rice, but now it appeared as if his quarry had gone from the inn and he would have to await his return. Time means nothing to the Chinese as a general thing, but it meant everything to Santak, who had set out to kill. Colonel Nagai had promised him even a more lucrative assignment if he was able to complete this one with speed and efficiency. Colonel Nagai believed in war by assassination. An enemy shot in the back was a good enemy. His entire code was built upon treachery. The Japanese warlords had praised his record many times. It was the code of the gangster, but also their code. The colonel was a brilliant warrior, but he had a craven's heart. He flinched when facing an enemy, but when planning nefarious schemes he was valiant. No officer had a more arrogant manner. Santak met with no opposition as he climbed through the window into the garden. Perhaps all his companions were sleeping. He hoped they were, for he was annoyed by their proximity. The fog still haunted the garden. The air was damp and chill. Nevertheless, he walked somberly along, his thoughts blending with the gloom of the night. Momentarily he regretted that he had heeded the honeyed words of Colonel Nagai. To be tracking down an unknown foe was as futile as wrestling with a wraith. He strode along, unaware that there was hidden danger in the fog. A dry well yawned hungrily in front of him, and he plunged headfirst to the bottom. The bones of his neck snapped as if they were as brittle as porcelain. Thereafter he was not concerned with human affairs. In the blackness, a figure climbed down into the well and drew a good luck piece from Santak's sleeve. Santak returned not to the inn. However, 7 men occupied the beds for the remainder of the night. Not long after dawn, they rose, dressed, and went to the tea room to have morning rice. Curiously, for the first time, they studied one another. It was at that moment that knowledge came to them that they were all at the inn for the same purpose, to kill Chung Kuo. But they did not suspect that they had all been hired by the same official, Colonel Nagai. Certainly the colonel did not underestimate the resourcefulness of his enemy. Chung Kuo might easily have overcome and exterminated one opponent. He might even be able to trick 2 or 3, but 7 was an impossible number for any man to face, especially since every one of the 7 was an experienced killer who had no compunction whatever about shooting a man from ambush. The old man who brought them rice and tea was benignant and smiling. He was also very efficient. Finally, Tejun voiced the wishes of all when he said, "Where is your master, Chung Kuo?" "I have no master," said the old man gently. "I am free. The sky is mine, and my eyes roam at will among the stars. When the bells and drums sound in harmony, and the sounding stones and flutes blend their notes, abundant blessings are sent down. How can you quote from the book of poetry when our land is overrun by Japanese? The crickets too have come and gone, so endeth every blight. And now the sky is filled with abundant music. Perhaps this new plague that has come upon us will have a difficult future." Interesting, but still you have not answered my question. Where is Chung Kuo? Chung Kuo is everywhere, like the breeze that brushes your shoulder. But when will he return to the inn? In good time, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. It does not seem long since I have talked with him. You are very loyal to Chung Kuo. I am loyal to any traveler who pauses for rest and tea. One of the other renegades, Fan Su, lost his temper. Never did he have much patience. Maybe a horsewhip might give him better memory. Very doubtful, replied the old man. But of one thing be assured, if I am molested, you will be deprived of rice. We do not feed our enemies for long. Would I be presuming to point out that 5 Elm Lodge is not called the Black Inn without reason? Threats are wearisome. They sour the tea. Fan Su sprang to his feet. "I'll not stand for this," he cried. But his arrogance was short-lived. He tripped and fell, and blood flowed from his nose. "Quite frequently," mused the old servant, "the tyrant ends up by being ridiculous." To Jun, who had started the conversation, was angered that Fan Su had taken the initiative away from him. He decided that at the first opportunity he would avenge the slight. If Fan Su saw another sunrise, it would be a surprise to him. Jun had had a Japanese mother, and his father had been worthless. In a land where every man worked, he had devoted his entire time to Samshu. Later he became a brigand, though, with indifferent success. However, his son followed willingly in his footsteps, with one difference: he lacked the least semblance of culture. He would kill a man or a pig with equal facility, provided he was paid for it. He had long, strong fingers and a short temper. Patience was unknown to him. Meanwhile, the old servant, with complete indifference to their presence, procured a broom from a storeroom and started sweeping. The Chinese believe there is some magic efficacy attached to brooms, and demons have great fear of them. "Old man," cried Fan Su, "are we evil spirits that you would sweep away?" "You are more qualified to answer that question than I." "Evil, perhaps," chuckled Fan Su after a moment, deciding that it was better to treat the matter as a bit of humor rather than appearing a fool before his companions. "But I assure you I am not a spirit. So I decided when you fell on your face. But now I must finish my sweeping so that I may sit in the garden and rest. Little vacancies from toil are sweet." Lin Kia, who spoke little, was formulating a plan. Sometime later, as he strolled through the garden, he encountered the old servant as though by accident. "If you will tell me where I may find Chung Kuo, I will reward you well," he said softly. "How well?" asked the old man. Lin Kia slipped a gold piece into his hand. "This coin answers for me," he said. The old servant examined the coin curiously. So long was it before he spoke. Lin Kia feared that his gift was to be rejected. He felt easier when it vanished into the Ancient One's sleeve. "Chung Kuo likes to walk by moonlight in a bamboo grove, and tonight the moon will be a disk of white jade. The most appropriate time to encounter him is during the hour of the rat, from 11 p.m. to a.m. "I too like to wander among the tall bamboo," murmured Lin Kia. For the renegades, the rest of that day passed lazily. They ate, sipped tea, and dozed, though with one eye open. A few travelers stopped at the inn. However, not nearly as many as in the days before the Japanese blight. Now business was a mere trickle. The great trading that had gone on before had all but vanished. In the past, caravans had stopped at the inn, and there was an enormous yard to accommodate the horses. Brigands, too, came in little groups. But they did most of their tradings on the highway. For a trinket of gold or a bit of jade, a man might go on living. The 5 elms before the lodge were known near and far. It was a place to be avoided, but it was, even so, never without patrons. The evil words that were told about it were a sort of advertising. No questions were asked of the chance passerby who might loiter for a moment before continuing his journey. The tea was excellent. Night came at last. The renegades retired, all save Lin Kia, who remained sipping tea at a table. It was but natural for a man to linger over his tea, for in clear tea one finds the sages. Some time before the hour of the rat, a slim figure moved about in the darkness of the room until he came to the mattress on which Fan Su was sleeping. A quick swing of an arm in the darkness, and Fan Su joined his ancestors. It would be morning before they discovered the dagger of Jun, embedded neatly in the heart of Fan Su. Meanwhile, Lin Kia walked with light step into the bamboo grove that grew a few li from the inn. His felt-soled footsteps made no sound. He was adept at stalking his prey. In his sleeve was a gun that frequently spoke but never got any answer. His only fear was that he might encounter a bamboo viper. He was inordinately afraid of insects. Deeper into the grove he walked. There was poetry in the night, with the full-blossomed moon glowing in the sky like a white chrysanthemum. It surprised him how very light it was. Then, with a start, he realized that it was far too light. He gazed in fear over his shoulder and beheld roaring flames dogging his footsteps. The bamboo grove had caught fire. He had been tricked. He vowed vengeance on the old servant who had placed him in so perilous a position. The flames were gaining on him and he was forced to run, but the bamboo shoots seemed intent on blocking his path. It was all he could do to push them aside. What might have happened isn't pleasant to think, had it not been for a sudden ending of the scene. Far above, almost out of sight in the sky, a lone plane was flying. The flaming grove was an easy target. The bomb curved down gracefully. As it struck, the grove was not on fire anymore, and Lin Kia had ceased running. The rest of the night was peaceful, still. Then morning came. At 5 Elm Lodge, the renegades awakened, all but Fan Su, whose glazed eyes had not closed throughout the flight of the moon. The others rose to their feet and gazed at the cadaver. Tejun leaned down and retrieved his knife. Not by the flickering of an eyelid did he betray his astonishment that this knife had caused the destruction of a man on whom he had vowed vengeance. Had the knife heard his vow and proceeded to carry it out without his motivation? Tejun was superstitious. He believed that the air was filled with disembodied spirits, all evil. He looked up to find himself peering into the barrel of a revolver. "I am Fan Li," said one of the renegades. "Fan Su was my brother. No Chinese lives and sleeps in the same house as the murderer of his brother. That is the root of our philosophy. You have caused me to break the string that binds me to my brother. So you must die, I am sorry, but there is no other way out." The guns spoke twice. They buried both bodies a short distance from the inn, without benefit of coffin or services of any kind. There were no mourners. The 6 souls of the dead men could proceed whithersoever they wished. It was no concern of the renegades who had a duty to perform. They returned to the inn, the 4 of them that remained alive. That day they ate morning rice at the same table. Some impending horror seemed to bind them together by a spell. "If this continues," said Peng Hao, "not one of us will survive to complete the task that brought us all to the inn. I have a growing suspicion that we are all in the same work." As he spoke, he placed a bit of jade on the table before him. His 3 companions produced similar jade fragments. "Those jade amulets bind us all together," mused Hu Liang. "It makes brothers of us all. The fact that we are bound together as representatives of Colonel Nagai." "Mention the name in hushed tones," advised Peng Hao. "It appears that this section of Hangzhou is not healthy for those who are in the employ of the Japanese. Especially if they stop for a night or 2 at 5 Elm Lodge," added Fan Li. "Woe unto the day that brought my brother and I to this house. Now he has hung up his hat and I will converse with him no more. Truly it seems that we are being decimated because we are emissaries of Colonel Nagai," said Hu Liang slowly. "Might it not be possible that the very earth is at war with the Japanese, fighting the cause of China? I had a friend who was rendered useless by a tree that fell upon him. The mist and the mountains are in league with China because for untold centuries the Chinese have lived close to the soil. For years I have carried on my work and never did I fail to complete a commission. Even bandits shuddered at my approach, and look at me now, how pitifully has the mighty fallen. My sleep is disturbed by dreams, and in my dreams I am always fleeing from an unknown terror. Yes, Colonel Nagai has squandered our ability. He must have known how fraught with danger was this undertaking, else he would not have sent 7 of us to blot out one enemy named Chung Kuo. Alas, it was a fateful undertaking. 3 of our men are dead and Chung Kuo still evades us. Is he the wind that blows through the willows? Is he the cloud that effaces the moon? Or the dew that bathes the flowers at dawn? "At 5 Elm Lodge," said San Yen slowly, "we were told that we would discover Chung Kuo, but alas, our reward was death in a grey mist. Death dwells in this inn. He is the master of the hostelry. Perhaps yon old servant is Chung Kuo. Perhaps he serves us, and all the time he is laughing in his sleeve. Old man, are you the mighty Chung Kuo? Would that I were, was the reply. I am but a servant whose greatest achievement is the cooking of lentils. My work is well done, and I can enjoy the quiet of the garden. But Chung Kuo is kind. He never acts like a barbarian, or as though I am beneath him. It would be a great honor if I could be the mighty Chung Kuo who so easily eludes 7 assassins, but the gods have ordained it otherwise. I am not a mighty figure in New China, but an old servant who joys to doze in the sun and dream of past splendors. Once I possessed a canary who sang so beautifully that I named him Tu Fu. A mighty mandarin wished to buy the little singer, but I refused to sell, and so although I was poor, I was richer than the mandarin, for I possessed Tu Fu whom he aspired to possess. How pleasant is life when even a servant might enjoy sweet songs. I still believe that you are Chung Kuo, muttered Pang Hao. I resent being called an assassin, said Hu Liang angrily. Let us not quarrel with the old man who serves us rice, said Fan Li. You are right, agreed Pang Hao willingly. It is Colonel Nagai who has betrayed us. He must have known how perilous was our mission, or he would not have sent 7 to perform it. He cares no more for our lives than if we were enemies. After all, we are Chinese, Hu Liang said, and the Colonel considers all Chinese are his enemies. Well spoken, agreed Fan Li. Perhaps Chung Kuo does not exist. Perhaps we were sent here on an errand that was little more than a practical joke. Even now I can see Colonel Nagai laughing. He's laughing up our sleeves. Your words are seasoned with wisdom, agreed Hu Liang. Undoubtedly our comrades have been done away with by vicious Japs at the instigation of Nagai himself. As we sit here now, we are all in grave danger. Any moment death may strike us down. If it must come, what matter, mused Fan Li. But it is not pleasant to think of joining our ancestors with the laughter of the Colonel resounding in our ears. Let us destroy Nagai to stop his laughter, burst out Pang Hao angrily. We are wasting time here challenging an old servant whose greatest achievement is cooking lentils, or wielding a sharp knife, said Fan Li. But no one paid the slightest attention to his observations, so intent were they on their own schemes and plans. Each had decided that he would kill Colonel Nagai and later join the Chinese forces. The business of being a renegade was becoming slightly frayed at the edges. There was no one to work for the Japanese, for to trust a Jap was more foolhardy than to sleep in a bed with a cobra. Hu Liang voiced the thoughts of all when he said, "It is more expedient to save our necks and live as patriots than to continue our pursuit of Chung Kuo and die as traitors from a cause as unknown as the back of the moon." Later that day, they left the inn and took separate paths, but they were all but one of one purpose. The one was Fan Li, who took a circuitous route and returned to the inn. The old servant was waiting for him. He had cooked turnips and roast young pig for a celebration. "Welcome home, General Chung Kuo," he said, bowing low. "It is good to return quietly to rest," replied Fan Li. "I haven't been sleeping well lately, but with Colonel Nagai neatly disposed of without any effort on my part, there will be less reason for unease. As to Pang Hao, San Yen, and Hu Liang, they are unwittingly doing me a favor. Yet my future would be at an end if they ever discovered I was really Chung Kuo. Nevertheless, I shall find a place for them, swinging from a pear tree, suspended by a red cord bound about their throats. They always prided themselves that they walked with cat-like quietness, nor will they make any sound on their last creep." End of Death in a Grey Mist by Frank Owen.
A Hitch in Space by Fritz Leiber. My space partner was a good, reliable sidekick, but his partner was something else. Once when I was doing a hitch with the Shoal Space Guard out Scorpio Way, my partner Jeff Bogart developed just about the most harmless psychosis you could imagine. He got himself an imaginary companion, and the imaginary companion turned out to be me. Well, I'm a pretty nice guy, and so having two of me in the ship didn't seem a particularly bad idea. At first. In fact, there'd be advantages of it, I thought. For instance, Jeff liked to talk a weary lot, and the imaginary Joe Hansen could spell me listening to him, while I projected a book, or just hearkened to the wheels going around in my own head against the faint patter of starlight on the hull. I met Jeff first at a space rodeo, oddly enough, but now the two of us were out on a servicing check of the orbital beacons and relays and rescue depots of the 5 planets of the Shoal system. A completely routine job, its only drawback that it was lengthy. Our ship was an ionic jeep that looked like a fancy fount, in pen, but was very roomy for 3 men, one of them imaginary. I caught on to Jeff's little mania by overhearing him talking to me. I'd be coming back from the head or stores or linear accelerator or my bunk, and I'd hear him yakking at me. It embarrassed me the first time, how to go back into the cabin when the other me was there. But I just swam in, and without any transition strain at all that I could observe, Jeff looked around at me, smiling sort of glaze-eyed, and said warmly, "Joe, my buddy Joe, am I glad they paired us." If Jeff had a major fault, as opposed to a species of nuttiness, it was that he was strictly a speak-only good, positive-thinking guy who always deferred to me. Even idolized me, if you can imagine that. He'd give me such fulsome praise I'd be irked 10 times in orbit. Another thing that helped me catch on was that he always called the other me Joseph. At first I thought the whole thing might be a gag, or maybe a deliberate way of letting off steam against me without violating his always a sweet guy code, like happy husbands cursing in the bathroom. But then came the scrambled eggs. I'd slept late, and when I squinted into the cabin, there was Jeff hovering over a plate of yellow fluff and shaking his finger at my empty seat and saying, "Damn it, Joseph, eat your scrambled eggs. I cooked 'em specially for you." And when he crawfished out toward the galley a couple seconds later, he was saying, "Now you start on those eggs, Joseph, before I get back." I thought for a bit, and then I slid into my place and polished them off. When he floated in with the coffee, he gave me another of those glaze-eyed God-fearing looks, but just a mite disappointed, I thought, and said, "Damn it, Joe, you're perfect. You always clean your plate." Apparently when I was there, Joseph just didn't exist for Jeff, and vice versa. It was sort of eerie, especially with the hum of space in my ears like a seashell and nobody else for 5 million miles. Beginning with the scrambled eggs, I discovered that Jeff didn't exactly idolize Joseph, or even take with him the attitude of my buddy can do no wrong. Like he did with me, I overheard him criticizing Joseph, reasonably at first, then I heard him chewing him out, next bullying him. It made me wistful, that last, thinking how good it would feel to be full-bloodedly cursed to my face once in a while instead of all the sweetness and light. And right there I got the idea for some amateur therapy. Shala Diva help me. I waited for a moment when we were both relaxed, and then I said, "Jeff, the trouble with you is you're too nice. You ought to criticize things more. For a starter, criticize me. Tell me my faults. Go ahead." He flushed a little and said, "Damn it, Joe, how can I? You're perfect." "No man is perfect, Jeff." I told him solemnly, feeling pretty foolish. "But you're my buddy I always can trust." He protested, squirming a bit. "I wish you wouldn't talk this way. Jeff, you can't trust anybody too far." I said, "Even good guys can do bad things. When I was a boy, there was a kid named Harry I practically worshipped. We lived on a pioneer world of Fomalhaut that had good snow, and we'd hitch rides with our sleds off little air-screw planes taking off. We'd each have a long white line on his sled and loop it beforehand around the plane's tail gear and back to the sled. Then we'd hide. As soon as the pilot got aboard, we'd jump on our sleds and each grab the free end of his line and have one comet of a ride until the plane took off. Then we'd quick let go. Well, one frosty morning I let go and nothing happened, except I started to rise. Harry had tied the free end of my line tight to my sled. I could have just rolled off, I suppose, but I didn't want to lose my sled or my line either. Luckily, I had a sheath knife handy and I used it. I even made a wisero of a landing. But ever afterwards my feelings toward Harry— "Stop it, please, Joe." Jeff interrupted, very red in the face and shaking a little. "That boy Harry was utterly evil, and I don't want to hear any more about this, or anything like it, ever again. Understand?" I told him sure I did. Heck, I could see I'd gone the wrong way about it. I even begged his pardon. After that, I just sweated it out. But I found I couldn't spend much time on books or my thoughts. I'd keep listening for what Jeff was saying to Joseph. And sometimes when he'd pause for Joseph's reply, I'd catch myself waiting for the imaginary me to make one. So I took to staying in the same cabin as Jeff as much as I could. That seemed to make him uncomfortable after a while, though he pretended to glory in it. He'd ask me questions like, "Tell me about life, Joe, so I'll know how to handle myself if we're ever parted." But the weariest things come to an end, even duty orbits around Shala. And so the time came when we were servicing our last beacon, outside the planet Shala Bai. It was. Next step would be a fast interplanetary orbit for base at Shala Near. I was out working, on a safety line of course, but suit jetting around more than I needed to, just for the pure joy of it, so that my suit tank was almost dry. I'd switched my suit radio off for a bit, because, working in space, Jeff had taken to just gabbling to me nervously all the time. Maybe because he figured there couldn't be room for Joseph with him in his suit. I finished up and paused for a last look at the ship. She was sweetly slim from her conical living quarters to the taper tail of her ionic jet, but she had more junk on her than an amateur asteroid prospector hangs on his suit the first time out. Every duty orbit, 50 scientists come with permission from the commandant to hang some automatic research gadget on the hull. The craziest one this time was a huge flattened band of gold-plated aluminum, little more than foil thick, attached crosswise just in front of the tail, and sticking out 20 feet on each side. I don't know what it was there for, maybe to measure the effects of space on a Mobius strip, but it looked like a wedding ring that had been stepped on. So Jeff and I called it trampled love. But in spite of the junk, the ship looked mighty sweet against the saffron steppes and baby blue seas of Shala, by with Shala herself, old Lambda Scorpii, flaming warm and wildly beyond, and with United States standing out big as life on the ship's living quarters. United States of Shala, of course. I was almost dreaming out there, thinking how it hadn't been such a terrible duty after all, when I saw the ship begin to slide past Shala. Poking out of her tail, ghostlier than the flame over a Café Royale, was the evil blue glow of her jet. In an instant I'd guessed exactly what had happened and was beating myself on the head for not having anticipated it. Joseph had swum into the cabin right after Jeff, and Jeff had yelled at him, "It's about time, you lazy lunk head, everything secure. Okay, I'm switching on the beam." And I'd probably brought the whole thing about by telling him that damn fool sled story, and then sticking to him so close he just had to get rid of me, so as to be with Joseph. Meanwhile the ship was gathering speed in her sneaky way, and the wavy safety line between me and the airlock was starting to straighten. As you know, an ionic jet's only good space to space. It's not for heavy G work. Ours could deliver only 1/2 G at max, and was doing less than 1/4 now, which meant the ship was starting off slower than most ground cars. But the beam would fire for hours, building up to a terminal velocity of 15 miles a second and carrying the ship far, far away from lonely Joe Hansen. Except that we were tied together, of course. I was very grateful then for the weeks I'd practiced space roping, though I'd never won any prizes with it, because without thinking I started to whip my line very carefully. And on the third try, just as it was getting pretty straight, I managed to settle it in a notch in one outside end of trampled love. After that I took up strain on the line as gradually as I could, letting it friction through my glove for as long as I could before putting all my mass on it. Because although 1/4 G isn't much, it piles up in a few seconds to quite a jerk. I spread that jerk into several little ones. Well, the last jerk came and the line didn't part and trampled love didn't crumple much. though the Shala light showed me several very nasty-looking wrinkles in it. And there I was trailing along after the ship, though out to one side, and feeling about as much strain on the line as if I were hanging from a cliff on the moon, and knowing I was going about 5 feet a second faster every second. My idea wanting to be out to the side, and bless my impulses for realizing it, was the one important thing, was to keep my line and myself out of the beam. An ionic jet doesn't look hot from the side, but from straight on it's a lot brighter than an arc light. It's almost as tight as a laser beam, and I didn't want to think about what it would do to me, even trailing as I was 100 yards aft. Though of course long before it had ruined me, it would have disintegrated my line. My being out to the side was putting the ship off balance on its jet, and presumably throwing its course toward base and Shala near little by little into error. But that was the least of my worries, believe me. I thought for a bit and remembered I could talk to Jeff over my suit radio. I decided to try it, not without misgivings. I tongued it on and said, "Jeff, oh, Jeff, I'm out here, you forgot me." I was going to say some more, but just then he broke in, angry and so loud it made my helmet ring, with, "Joseph, did you hear anything then?" A pause, then, "Well, clean the wax out of your ears, stupid, because I did. I think we got an enemy out there." Another and longer pause, while my blood curdled a bit thicker. Then, "Well, okay, Joseph, I'll go along with you this time. But if I hear the enemy once more, I'm going to suit up and take a rifle and sit in the airlock door until I've potted him." I tongued the radio off quick, fearful I'd sneeze or something. I had only one faint consolation. Joseph seemed to be a bit on my side, or maybe he was just lazy. I thought some more, a mite frantic like now, and after a while I said to myself, "Been going 5 minutes now. So I'm doing about 1/4 of a mile a second. That's 15 miles a minute. Wow. But out here velocities are purely relative. My suit does a little better than 1/4 G full on. Okay, I'll jet to the ship." No sooner said than acted on. I was beginning to rely too much on impulse now. The suit jet killed my false weight at once, and I was off, mighty careful to aim myself along my line or a little outside it, so as not to wander over into the beam. Pretty soon the tail and trampled love were getting noticeably bigger, then a lot bigger. Then my suit fuel ran out. I'd built up enough velocity so that I was still gaining on the ship for a few seconds. In fact, I almost made it. My gauntlet was about to close on trampled love when the ship started slowly to pull away. Oh, it was frustrating. I remembered then what I should have a lot earlier, and grabbed for the ship end of my line so as not to lose the distance I'd gained, and in my haste I knocked it away from me. The only good thing was that I didn't knock it out of the notch. Now I was losing space to the ship faster and faster. Yet all I could do was reel in the me end of the line as fast as I could. Suddenly the whole line straightened and gave me a bigger jerk than I'd intended. I could see trampled love crumple a little, and I was swinging just a bit, like a pendulum. I used a glove friction to spread the rest of the jerk, but still I was at the end of my line, and trampled love had crumpled a bit more before I was coasting along with the ship again. My side of trampled love was bent back maybe 20 degrees. The eye of the beam shone at me from the tail like a pale blue moon. For quite a while it brightened and dimmed as I tick-tock swung. Meanwhile I was beating my skull for not having thought earlier of the obvious slow but safe way of doing it, instead of that lunatic suit jetting. I once heard a psychologist say we're mental slaves to power machinery, and I guess he had something. Clearly all I had to do was climb hand over hand up the line to the ship. At moon gravity that would be easy. If I should get tired I only had to clamp on and rest. So I waited for my emotions to settle a bit, and then I reached along the line and gave a smooth, medium-strength heave. Maybe there is something to ESP, at least in a devilish sort of way, because I picked the exact moment when Jeff decided to feed the beam more juice. There was a big jerk, and I saw trampled love crumple a lot, so that it was pointing more than 45 degrees aft. Now there was a steady pull on the line like I was hanging from a cliff on Mars, and the eye of the beam was a blue moon not so pale, In fact, more like a sizzling blue sun seen through a light fog. After that, I just didn't have the heart to try the climb again. Once I started to draw myself up, very cautious, but on the first handhold I seemed to feel along the line trampled love crumpling some more, and I quit for good. I figured that at this boost Jeff would be up to proper speed for Shala near in less than 2 hours. Well, I had suit oxy and refrigeration for longer than that. Of course, if Jeff decided not to cut the beam on schedule, maybe with the idea of eloping with Joseph to the next solar system, well, I'd discover then whether suit oxy running out would stimulate me to try the climb again alongside the beam. Or I could wait until he got her up near the speed of light, when by the general theory of relativity, the line ought to be shortened enough so that I could hop aboard if I were sudden enough about it. No, Joe Hansen, you quit that, I told myself. You don't want to die with the gears in your head all stripped. Thinking about the beam got me wondering exactly how close I was to it. I unshipped my suit antenna and pulled it out to full length, about 8 feet, and fished around with it in the direction of the beam. Nothing seemed to happen to it. It didn't glow or anything, but I suddenly got a little electric shock, and when I drew it back I could see 3 inches of the tip were gone and the next couple inches were pitted. So much for curiosity. Next I reattached the antenna to my suit, which turned out to be a lot more trouble, some job than unshipping it, and tongued on the radio with the idea of listening in on Jeff. Right away I heard him say, "Wake up, Joseph. I'm going to tell you your faults again. I got a new way of cataloging them chronologically. Begin with childhood. You hitched sled rides on airplanes. That was bad, Joseph. That was against the law. If the man had caught you doing it, if he'd seen you whizzing along there back of him, he'd have had every right to shoot you down in cold blood. Life is hard, Joseph. Life is merciless." Right then I felt a tickle in my throat. I tried quick to shut off the radio, but it is remarkably difficult to tongue anything when you have a cough coming. It came out finally in a series of squeaky glubs. "Snap to, Joseph, and listen hard." I heard Jeff say, "It's started again. Animal noises this time. You know if they make spacesuits for Black Panthers, Joseph." I tongued off the radio quick before the follow-up cough came. I didn't have anything left to do now but think. So I thought about Jeff, how there seemed to be one Jeff who hated my guts and another Jeff who idolized me and another Jeff sneaking around in a jungle of saber-toothed tigers and, heck, there was probably a good 20 Jeffs sitting around inside his skull, some in light, some in darkness, but all of them watching each other and arguing together all the time. It was an odd way to think of a personality, a sort of perpetual kaffeeklatsch, but it had its points. Maybe some of the little guys weren't Jeffs at all, but his father and mother and a caveman ancestor or two, and maybe some great-great-grandchild butting in now and then from the future. Well, I saw that speculation was getting out of hand, so, taking a tip from Jeff, I began to count my own sins. It took quite a while. Some of them were pretty interesting reading, almost enough to take my mind off my predicament, but I tired of it finally. Then I began to count the stars. It was really the longest 2 hours plus I ever spent, except maybe the time my first big girl disappeared. But I don't know. The experiences are hard to compare. I was about halfway through the stars when I went weightless. For an awful instant I thought the line had parted at last, but then I looked toward the ship and saw the bright little moon was gone. Right away I gave a couple of tugs on the line and began to close slowly with the tail. No trouble at all. Actually, my only difficulty was resisting the temptation to build up more momentum, which would have resulted in a crash landing. I softed in on trampled love okay, except there was a big spark. The beam must have charged me good. Then I worked my way to the true hull. After that there were handholds. Finally I got to a porthole in the living quarters, and I looked in, and there was Jeff jawing away at my empty seat. I put my helmet against the hull, and very faintly I heard him say, "Joseph, I'm still worried about the enemy. I keep thinking I hear him or it. I'm going to make us some coffee, so we'll stay real alert. You break out the guns." I don't suppose anyone ever moved quite so quietly and so quickly in a spacesuit as I did then. I got in the airlock, I got her up to pressure, I got unsuited, and all in less than 5 minutes, I'm sure. Maybe less than 4. I swam to the cabin. It was empty. I slid into my seat just as Jeff floated in with the coffee. He went real pale when he spotted me. I saw there might be some trouble this time with the Joseph Joe transition, but I knew the only way to play it was real cool. I nested there in my seat as if I hadn't a worry or urge in the world, though my nerves and throat were just screaming for a squirt of that coffee. "Joe," he squeaked at last, "Migod, you gave me an awful scare. I thought you'd done a bunk, I thought. You'd spaced yourself. I kept picturing you outside the ship." "Why no, Jeff," I answered quietly. "One way or another, I've been in this seat ever since takeoff." His brow wrinkled as he thought about that. I looked at the board and noticed that our terminal trip velocity read 15 miles a second. My. Finally Jeff said, "That's right, you have." And then, just a shade unhappily, I might have known. "You always tell the truth, Joe, you're perfect." End of A Hitch in Space, by Fritz Leiber. Compete or Die, by Mark Riensberg. I slammed the aircar door and fumbled in my pocket for the key. I cast a quick backward glance at the policeman 100 feet away. He wheeled about at the sound. My trembling fingers tried to fit the key into the ignition. "Halt!" The policeman yelled, unlimbering his gun and breaking into a run. My fingers failed to coordinate. I heard a shot and nervously dropped the key. I bent over frantically to scoop it up. There was another shot. Pieces of glass trickled down my neck. I straightened up and saw a hole in the windshield, level with my eyes. Hands up. The cop had slowed down to take careful aim. He was so close now he could hardly miss. "Don't shoot." I shouted. "I surrender." I inserted the key in the ignition with desperate precision, gunning the engine so hard that the ship spun halfway around. The policeman leaped out of the way as my CAD super roared past him and lurched into the air. I heard a tattoo of shots from the ground, and then we were out of range. I swore as the acceleration crushed me deep into the seat. My forehead was pounding. Bart's sponsor, fugitive. I thought bitterly, and only a half hour ago I was a pillar of society. Worst thing I had to worry about was a speeding ticket. I had been griping to my wife as usual about the rush-hour morning traffic above Chicago. "Look at this. Just look at this." I said disgustedly. Below us, the lanes were choked with ponderous, slow-moving commuter copters. Around us, flivver jets clogged the expressway like millions of migrating birds. We couldn't make more than 300 miles an hour. The stupid schlubs. I muttered resentfully. They ought to ride the pneumatic tubes to work. "The air lanes should be reserved for top competitors only," said Celia teasingly. "Like you, dear." I ignored her sarcasm and scanned the empty lane overhead. All that blue sky set aside for outgoing traffic, and nothing in sight. A shameful waste. I gunned our CAD super, joyfully, defiantly, and scooted up over the assigned traffic stream at 1,000 per. Celia gave me an alarmed look. "Bart, you'll get a ticket." I grinned and kicked our speed up an additional 200. Illegal, of course, but I made terrific time crossing the Iowa-Illinois border where Chicagoland begins. I didn't squeeze back into the expressway until mighty Municipal Tower came into view through the dense industrial haze above Lake Michigan. There atop the building stood a gigantic sign revolving on a pivot with the wind. It bore the seal of Chicago and the stunning legend, "I will compete most inspiring motto in the world, I think." Celia touched my hand. "We'll have to stop at the bank first." "No time," I said. "We're due at the school at 9:30. It won't hurt to be a few minutes late. This is important, Bart. We have a good marriage, and I don't quarrel with Celia's wishes. But this meant another delay, and I could already see half the morning shot. What with the meeting in the principal's office, and afterwards perhaps taking Freddie out for a soda, or something to make him feel secure and loved. What a lot of trouble that boy was getting into lately. I wheeled out of traffic and feathered down to the roof of the First National. A conveyor belt carried our ship toward the teller's window. Celia opened her purse and withdrew a bank form. Here, I think you'll have to sign this, darling. I voiced my irritation. Withdraw it in your own name. It's a joint account. Personally, I don't understand how you can need more money when I just gave you 400 yesterday. This is a very large amount, said Celia softly. Bank requires it. How much? I asked suspiciously. 10,000. She was staring at me intently with her almond-shaded eyes. Her full red lips were parted in the faintest trace of a smile, as her neat brown penciled eyebrows arched slightly in amused defiance. She was daring me to ask the obvious question. Hell, I thought, I can afford it. I signed the form and passed it back to her. We were at the teller window. She scribbled on the sheet and handed it to the clerk. Now, I said, feeling that I'd fulfilled the code of gallantry, may I ask what you need it for? Certainly, dear. I'm giving it to the Mendelssohns as a going-away present, tonight at their farewell party. What, 10,000 credits? Are you insane? The Mendelssohns mean nothing to me. I was so upset that I kicked the degravity pedal and we started to rise from the roof. I brought us down with a thud. They mean a lot to me, said Celia calmly. They used to mean a lot to you too. But 10,000, I protested. What do you think I am, a millionaire philanthropist? It is a lot of money. Celia agreed placatingly. But the Mendelssohns are leaving tomorrow for Primus Gladys. We'll never see them again. So what? I said heatedly. Thousands of people go to the stars as colonists. Thousands of failures like the Mendelssohns think their luck will change on another planet. Does this mean that, Bart, consider, said Celia. If they had remained here on Earth as our friends, there would have been many occasions in a lifetime when I would have sent them remembrances. The birth of children, anniversaries, graduations, confirmations, bar mitzvahs, wedding presents, funeral wreaths. All I've done now is roll up all those gifts of a lifetime into one farewell present, of a size that will help them a little on their new world. I've cut off a lot of heads for that money. Grain brokerage is a brutal profession, what with 30 billion mouths clamoring for food, and the government keeping speculation in a straitjacket, and that insurrection on Venus, the granary of the solar system, making wheat futures a nightmare. This kind of generosity leaves me cold. I had more to say on the subject, but the bank teller spoke up to Celia. Your identification, please. Celia showed him her wrist plate. Ah, Mrs. Sponsor, I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but this is such a large amount that will need your husband's personal verification. Bank rules, you know. This is my husband. My irritation mounted. I'm Sponsor. I said to the teller, flourishing my wristband, What's the difficulty? Ah, Mr. Sponsor, would you like to step in a moment and speak to our chief cashier? I haven't time, I blurted sharply. Give my wife the money. We were already 10 minutes late to our school appointment. The teller looked abashed and hesitant. Look here, I demanded. If we don't get better service around here, I'll take my account elsewhere. That did it. He fussed around and finally handed Celia the bundle which she had some trouble fitting into her purse. Small denominations, she explained. I gunned our car peevishly, I must admit, and the acceleration shoved her back into the seat rest. We were 10 minutes late already. I should have called my office. We soared into air above old Chicago, the part rebuilt after World War III. The lake claimed a good share of the blast area, of course, but that's what makes our city so unusually beautiful now. 400 tiny islands dot the lakefront, some connected by causeways, others reachable only by aircar or boat. Why are you so cross? Said Celia, taking the offense, if the way women do when they've pulled some outrageous stunt. Look, you can't have it both ways. You can give them the money, but you can't get me to say I like the idea. Solly Mendelssohn was once your closest friend. Solly is a poor competitor, Celia. Let's face up to it. He has brains. He once showed signs of being a brilliant soil chemist, but he washed out of school. And then he became a fertilizer salesman, and he couldn't make a go of that. And after that he took up hydroponic farming, but he wasn't a success at that either. No wonder he wants to try another planet. Solly has had a lot of personal misfortunes. That's an excuse all the schlubs use. No, the fact is, He just can't compete. And unless you compete in this world, you're dead. Below on its own crescent-shaped island lay Chicago Classical School. I put our ship into a fast elevator dive. My sympathies, I added, go to Dolores. She's a bright, attractive kid. Keen competitor. She didn't deserve a schlub for a husband. I paused. And about that party they're giving tonight. I'm not going. Chicago Classical was frankly a boarding school for privileged kids. It taught the first 6 years, and no better, I'm sure, than the public schools of Chicago. But there was social distinction. The contacts would be good for Freddie later on. Freddie boarded there 5 days a week and came home to us on weekends, uncommunicative about his experiences, but happy to go romping with me in the woods and ravine adjoining our estate near Mason City. Unfortunately, that wasn't too often. Competitive pressure kept me in Chicago sometimes 3 or 4 weeks at a stretch. When they gave the first graders a word picture test, Celia once told me, Freddie had represented the word father by the symbols of a bald head, pipe, and briefcase. After that, whenever I couldn't get home on Saturday or Sunday, I made an effort to have lunch with the boy in Chicago at least once during the week. But of course you can't get to know your son very well that way. Just what is this trouble Freddie's involved in? I asked as we descended. Why don't you keep me better informed on the boy? I try to, but when have you had time to listen? I usually see you at our cocktail parties for clients, or else at 3 in the morning when you drop into bed too exhausted to get into pajamas. Well, this matter with the principal. Are you sure it's so serious? They never ask for both parents unless it is. Celia assured me, glancing soberly at the school buildings as we came to earth. We parked, I noticed, alongside a dark blue official car, with the municipal seal, and the initial stars never heard of that one. I told Celia as we walked to the main dormitory and administration building. The place was a gloomy gray, vine-covered neo-Gothic structure which ignored almost 1,000 years of architectural progress. An old-fashioned electric eye opened the door. Inside, the building smelled like stale bread, musty linen, and floor varnish, combined with a dash of urine. The interior lighting was unnaturally bright, it seemed to me, like in a surgical arena. The only harmonious note was struck by the mural in the vestibule. One entire wall was covered by an allegorical painting of sports, professions, and industry, with the phrase compete or perish emblazoned boldly across the top. Celia nudged me. A little raw for school kids, don't you think? This was an old, unhealed grievance between us. Those are the 24th century facts of life. I replied evenly. We reported to the receptionist robot in an alcove controlling the inner set of doors. You are 15 minutes late, said the machine. I will announce you. Be seated, please. We remained standing. I spied a public wall phone and jerked into awareness. Excuse me, honey. I have to call the office. I hastily dialed our number and got the busy signal. Wow, all 9 lines were tied up, including our human and our robot receptionists. I immediately dialed our unlisted private number, and somebody answered with a curse, and I knew it was my partner Charlie Spacker. Compete, man, compete. He shouted, Where the hell are you? Chicago Classical School. Personal problem. I told you about it. Well, get over here quick. That Venus situation is about to blow up, and we're tied up to the tune of 300 million in wheat and soybeans. I'll be over within a half hour. Meanwhile, have Claire book passage on the next Venus rocket. One of us has got to go there. Wilco, said Claire. She always monitored our calls. All right. Storm Charlie. That may help us a month from now. But what about now? Do I buy or sell? These customers are drowning me. Charlie was a great bluff man who inspired the client's confidence, but he quailed at policy decisions. I thought fast. I'd go there and make a deal with the insurrectionists. Help finance the rebellion in exchange for exclusive first option. If they won, good. If they lost, status quo anyway. Celia was gesturing urgently as the inner door opened. Bye, I said, and I slammed down the receiver. It was hard to adjust to the dim lighting in the principal's office. His room was loaded with antique fiberglass furniture of the 21st century. He sat behind, or rather within, a donut-shaped desk. A moon-faced man with short, monk-like haircut and bulbous nose. "You are the parents of Edmund Sponser." We nodded. He pressed a button. "Very well. We will send for the boy." He swiveled around to face a wall of slanting glass which overlooked the children's playground. We could see 2 ranks of boys in a tug-of-war, and some little girls playing Red Rover. "Scott," he said into a tiny microphone on his desktop. A playground instructor looked up. "Yes, sir. Please send Edmund Sponser to my office." "He's not here, sir. I believe he's in the dormitory." "How does that happen?" demanded the principal. "This is game time." "He declined to join in the competition, sir." "I see. Thank you." I felt a hot flush of embarrassment. My son non-competitive, that seemed impossible. He must be ill. It was an insulting accusation. The principal flicked on the wall Visa screen. It showed a lean, rather formally attired man seated on a lounge in the anteroom, next to a uniformed policeman. "Macefield, I believe it would expedite matters if you would find Edmund's Sponser in the dormitory and bring him here. Would you do that, please?" Macefield nodded, and the screen darkened. The principal turned to us. "This incident on the playground which you just witnessed may perhaps spare us all an overly long explanation. Mr. Sponser, I have been in touch with your wife from time to time, and I assume she has kept you informed on your boy's progress. Or should we say, lack of progress? I felt a sense of numb shock. Celia had told me nothing. I managed to control my outward signs of surprise. "Yes, she has," I said calmly, crossing my legs. "But of course we have a fiercely competitive line, and I haven't been able to follow the situation as well as one might wish. Would you tell me, in brief, what it all amounts to, and what you suggest as a remedy? Both Mrs. Sponser and I are willing and eager to cooperate." "I hope," said the principal, "that you will remember what you have just said when I propose the remedy. As to the problem itself, I must put it bluntly. Your son Edmund refuses to compete." If any other man had said this to me, I would have smashed his face in. Celia looked at me warningly. Again I masked my feelings. "This is a terrible thing to hear," I said sweetly. "But surely it can't be as stark and simple as that. Freddie must be ill or emotionally disturbed. Have your doctors given him a checkup? Have your psychoanalysts examined him? Long ago and continually, Mr. Sponser. That was your wife's original suggestion. Your boy was completely uncooperative with the analysts, resistant, negatively competitive, if you know what I mean. In fact, I will repeat what one of our doctors said. If your boy could reverse his attitude, and put all the energy he uses to fight the system into battling his future economic opponents, he'd become a top competitor. However, a year has gone by, and we have not been able to bring about the slightest change. Now, in fact, the situation has gotten out of hand. But, I said, trying to sound detached and clinical, how does this non-competitiveness, as you say, manifest itself in our son? The prefix non had a bitter taste in my mouth. "In every way," said the principal. "He won't play competitive games with the other children. Intellectually, he won't exert himself against his classmates. Financially, he refuses to earn bonus points selling magazine subscriptions in his leisure time. This, as you know, goes against the very principles on which our democracy is based. It's subversive in its influence on the other children. If he were not so young, if he did not come from a well-known competitive family, one would almost be tempted to think Edmund an Australian spy." "Come now," said Celia indignantly. "Expel Freddie from your school if you wish, but don't slander him." The door buzzed softly, then slid open. Freddie entered, followed closely by Macefield. Freddie had been crying. His eyes opened wide, and an expression of joy hid his face as he saw us. "Mother!" he exclaimed, rushing to Celia's arms. She hugged him fervently. I patted him manfully on the shoulder, but I felt shy and a little inept. "Dad," he added, running the back of one hand across his tear-stained cheeks. "How are you, son?" I said inadequately. Freddie looked up at me imploringly. "Take me away from here, Dad. Please take me away from here." He buried his head on Celia's breast and started to sob. "We will, darling," said Celia. We exchanged swift glances. "We certainly will, son, if you're unhappy here," I said rather mechanically. I was, to tell the truth, rather shocked by the emotional display. Freddie had always been such a self-contained little boy, so beyond his years in control and understanding, so undemonstrative. "I think," said the principal portentously, "that matters would be best served if Edmund waited outside." "I agree." There was no reason for Freddie to hear whatever remained to be said. The kid made quite a fuss about leaving us, even for a few minutes, but in the end Macefield escorted him out with friendly firmness. "We are all in accord, then, that your son is to leave Chicago Classical School." "I think so," said Celia with unconcealed hostility. "What steps do we take now?" I asked more civilly. "Do we enroll him in the second grade of public school? I mean, is his work here fully transferable?" The principal seemed to reach very carefully for his next words. He seemed in fact faintly apprehensive. "Mr. Sponsor, under normal circumstances a child's credits from Chicago Classical are acceptable at more than par in the public school system. But this is a case in which the authorities are obliged to exercise jurisdiction." "Just what do you mean by that?" Celia said angrily. "Darling," I said, patting her hand, "control yourself. Let's try to hear this thing objectively. Yes, Mrs. Sponsor, as your husband has said, this is a matter which requires considerable detachment. We too have had a number of conversations in the past year, and I must say candidly that you did not seem to realize the delicacy and seriousness of Edmund's problem. By authorities I mean, of course, the juvenile delinquency courts. Now, I'm the one who doesn't understand," I said very mildly. "You are aware, Mr. Sponsor, that aggressive non-competitiveness is carried on the statute books as a misdemeanor." Scorn and ridicule were in Celia's voice. "But Freddie is a 7-year-old. Quite. But our concern as educators is with the future adult, and unless the child's habits of thought are corrected in the early, formative years, all of his aberrations are magnified by maturity. Would you want your son to grow up a criminal, a seditionist? You need not worry about that," I answered firmly. "I'll take Freddie in hand. He'll learn the value of competition if I have to beat it into him." "I'm afraid it's a little too late for that," said the educator. "School is a powerful influence, but home is the decisive influence in the molding of a child's character and outlook. The plain and simple fact is that your home, Edmund's home, has been an anti-competitive influence. No school can counterbalance it." "That's absurd. Do you realize what line of business I'm engaged in?" "I'm fully aware of that. However, how much time do you actually spend with your son, teaching him the precepts of our democracy?" "What are you driving at?" He had made up his mind to say it. He leaned forward across his donut-shaped desk and said very deliberately, "When the home fails in its duty, the state must step in and do the job. We have recommended that Edmund be placed in our city's special training and re-education school, and that he be isolated from all parental influence for a period of 5 years, or until such time as his attitude shall have displayed a fundamental change." Celia was on her feet. "What, you mean we can't see him for 5 years?" I was leaning over his desk, almost yelling. "You are not going to take our boy away from us. We'll fight it in the courts." The principal likewise stood up. He stared at us, disdainful in his power. "The court has already decided that point. I thought you were sensible, cooperative people who were willing to fight and sacrifice for the preservation of competition. I thought I was doing you a special favor in giving you a last moment or two with your son. That, you must understand, went against all rules. I'm sorry now that I extended you the favor." Celia was tearfully, bitterly sarcastic. "You extended us the favor." I was trembling with rage. "We are taking Freddie with us. You can't. You just try to stop me." The principal smiled, again disdainfully. "He has already left with the Star's officer. There is nothing you can do, except leave my office." I was stunned. That blue car we parked next to. I was paralyzed. I wanted to smash the principal's face, even if it meant going to jail. His desk buzzer sounded. He flicked a switch. Yes. It was the intercom to the receptionist, Mr. Macefield. Tell him to wait a moment. Macefield's voice broke in. It can't wait. That kid has gotten away from us. He's locked himself in an aircar. Who owns that CAD super? I staggered the principal with a straight hard punch in the mouth. I threw another to his jaw and another in his solar plexus. I leaped onto his desk and seized him by the throat and battered his head against the desktop. Then I drove my fist into his face again and again until he lost consciousness. Celia had had the presence of mind to turn off the microphone. I flicked it on. Macefield. I was trusting the phone to depersonalize my voice. Yes. The owner will be right out to open it. Is there anyone by the car now? Officer Fedgerty. Good. Then the boy can't get away. Come to my office for a minute. I kicked at the control panel and ripped out all the wires in sight, then socked the principal 3 or 4 more times for good measure. We exited as casually as we could, nodding pleasantly as we passed Macefield in the hall. Then we broke into a frantic run, through the inner and outer doors, pausing only long enough for Celia to smash the electric eye mechanism with her purse as the outer door swung shut. Nicely competitive of her. We raced out to the parking lot. The cop was standing beside our car, and I could see Freddie cowering in the back seat, behind closed windows and locked doors. Officer Fedgerty, I said breathlessly, Mr. Macefield says for you to come to the principal's office immediately. Something's happened. He hesitated. What about the kid? We'll watch him. You'd better hurry. He headed for the administration building at a lumbering trot. We waved wildly to Freddie. He pounced, with uncontrollable joy, on the door release. Celia plunged into the car, and then out of the corner of my eye I could see that the policeman had stopped. He was viewing us with uncertainty. Then he yelled and started to run toward us, unlimbering his gun from its holster. My trembling fingers fitted the key into the ignition. I heard a shot and a thudding sound, then another, and a hole appeared in my side and front windows. I gunned our car like fury, and we rocketed into the air so fast that Celia, holding Freddie tightly in her arms, moaned at the terrible acceleration. We were far above Chicago's islands. Nothing, not even a police car, could catch our CAD super. I turned to my son. You're a bright boy, Freddie. I'm proud of you. A real competitor at heart. Then my eye caught the great municipal sign, with its motto, I will compete, and I realized for the first time the seriousness of what we had done. The alarm will be out any minute. I told Celia. I must land. I nosed our ship down to the lowest airline, merging with slow local traffic above the city. For once I was not pleased to be driving such a conspicuous car. Where to land? Certainly not my usual parking lot. They'd check there as a matter of routine. Celia read my thoughts. Where would they least expect us? Navy Pier Traffic Fines Bureau. I exclaimed, they have a free parking lot there. That's good for the car, said Celia, but risky for us. She thought, the Art Institute. They have a private lot and we're members. Ridiculous. I started to say, then checked myself. That's good. That's cultural. The cops would never think we'd go looking at pictures. There would be people there, a crowd in which we could lose ourselves. A big building where we could remain all day, if necessary, without attracting suspicion. A place where I could think. I desperately needed to think. I don't want to go to the Art Institute, Freddie whined. I want to go home. Celia tried to comfort him. Mother wants to go home too, dear one, but we can't go home just now. We sure can't, I thought grimly. I maneuvered past the petal-shaped peak of Tribune Tower with its banner. 10% competition means 10% American. Past the upper stories of the Prudential building we're competing, are you? Past the squat old Bible Federation building competitor, remember St. Peter? And at last settled with a sigh behind the museum. I want to go home, Freddie whimpered, his eyes starting to tear again. He was a thin, rather bony little boy, with light brownish eyes like Celia's, and a forceful jaw that was quivering now at the point of a sob. Celia caressed his curly brown hair. We're going to spend the entire day together, darling. We're going to look at some wonderful pictures. I was irritated, but I guess you can't expect too much understanding of a kid. We entered the building from the rear, parking lot entrance. The Art Institute was one of those wild, non-geometric creations of the 21st century Reconstruction period. It was a flat, one-storied building. The outside was partially circular, with a pearly, transparent roof. Inside it formed a spiral, with galleries partitioned off like the chambers of Nautilus shell. At the eye of the spiral stood a small sunken garden and tea room. I looked at my watch. 10:15. We can stay here until 5, if need be. I told Celia, don't leave the building until I return. Where are you going? Celia was calm outwardly. Only her eyes registered alarm, to see my lawyer, then to the office, then to the bank. I have a hunch that 10,000 won't be enough for our present needs. Bart, let's not discuss it now. First, I want to find out how we stand legally. I patted Freddie's cheek. Bye, son. I'll try to get back in time for lunch with you and Mother. I strode off, pausing at the main entrance to call the law offices of Devron, Beach, and Feldman. Beach was my man, and he was in. I hailed a copter, and we lumbered over to the gold-black, ellipsoid Richmond building opposite City Hall. Beach was a top competitor, a slim, trim, fit, fighting individual with graying black hair, and a smiling sunt, and face underscored by hard lines of determination. He was humorless, busy, and abrupt in all his dealings, but he'd never yet lost a case for me. I have to be in court in 10 minutes, Bart. Can you give it to me briefly? I don't know if I can. There are so many aspects. To begin with, I assaulted a man, knocked him unconscious. Government official, top competitor. No, just a private school principal. Injure him badly. I don't know. He was still out when I left. Beach's eyes flickered with surprise. You're not a violent type. He must have provoked you. Called my son non-competitive. Beach dismissed the matter with a gesture. You've nothing to worry about. He paused, his shrewd eyes surveying. Is that all? Unfortunately not. I was ashamed to tell the whole story, and I've told Beach some pretty raw ones in the past without flinching. In effect, I've defied a court order concerning my son. Obstructed justice, you might say. Leave the legal definitions to me, said Beach tersely. Tell me what you did. Well, the principal was turning my son Freddie over to some guy from the special training and re-education school, without any advance notice. Just bang, like that. Called Celia and me in this morning to tell us, as though it were already an accomplished fact. Well, I knew it was illegal on his part. Imagine that, taking a kid away from his parents for 5 years. So I snatched up Freddie and left him with Celia in a safe place and came directly to you. Beach, I want to fight this. I want you to take a law book and beat the city's brains in. Beach stood up. He would not look me in the eye, but the hard lines on his face showed up like steel cables. I won't touch the case. You'll have to find someone else. A wave of shock and fear surged through my veins. Beach, you're the best man in the city. You've got to take it. I couldn't win. No one could. You're in trouble, Bart. You'd better hand over your son to the school. He was thinking out loud. Plead emotional upset on your part. It's a terrible thing for a father, a top competitor, to be told he has a non-competitive son. You momentarily lost control of yourself. Bring him to the school voluntarily. Say you thrashed him within an inch of his life. Say you've been too busy competing to pay much attention to your son's upbringing. But now you're turning him over to the school, and you want them to indoctrinate him thoroughly in the principles of democracy. You'd have a scandal, of course, but people would sympathize with you. Applaud your resoluteness. Yes, you would get off that way. I still couldn't handle the case naturally, but I can recommend someone. Beach, I said firmly, I won't give the boy up. He was silent for a moment. Then you're ruined. You're a fugitive from justice. Your only hope is in Australia. That was a slap in the face. Australia. I shouted. That crummy socialist state. That schlub society. No, sir, I'm staying right here in the free competitive world. Beach looked ostentatiously at his watch. You'll have to excuse me. I have a case in court. A murder case where I can do my client some good. He picked up his briefcase and went to the door and stood there courteously showing me out. "I don't imagine I'll be seeing you again, Bart. Take a lawyer's parting advice. Don't go home. Don't go to your office. Put your family on the next ship for Australia." He put his hand on my shoulder, adding, not unkindly, "I also advise you to leave this building quickly. You realize that I must report you to the police." I fell down the elevator shaft, stopping at the mezzanine rather than the ground floor. There was a balcony and staircase overlooking the main entrance. I could see a policeman loitering at the doorway. I had no reason to believe Beach had immediately made his report. Even if he had, was it likely the police could reach the scene sooner than it took me to drop 38 stories? Nevertheless, there the cop was. I went back to the elevator, rode the updraft to the roof landing. A police ship was idling over the Richmond building. Coincidence. I saw a taxi drop his fare only 20 feet away, and I wanted desperately to hail the cab, but I couldn't take the chance. I remained for a minute by the doorway. The police ship also lingered. I asked a building employee where the freight elevator was. He pointed the direction, and I stripped off my suit jacket and folded it around my waist beneath my shirt. Then I rolled up my shirt sleeves and stepped into the down shaft. I hit bottom 2 floors below street level. There was a clerk in a receiving room. "Has some office furniture come in for 11/8?" I asked in a schlub accent. "Nothin' yet," said the clerk. I thumbed at the doorway. "That the freight tube?" "Yup. Maybe they're waiting for me outside." It was a silly thing to say, but it gave me the excuse of looking. I ducked my head out and saw that the dock was empty. There was a rush of sewer-tainted air, and the hum of the city's subterranean conveyor belt. "The idiots!" I exclaimed for the clerk's benefit. "There they are at the next building." I slammed the door and hopped onto the belt, which was moving at about 5 miles an hour. I jumped off at the next dock we came to, rode the freight shaft up, then got off at the 6th floor. Quickly I rolled down my sleeves, whipped out the jacket from under my shirt, smoothed down my hair, and was presentable again. I walked around until I found the passenger shaft and descended to the ground level. I was more angry than frightened. I, a fugitive, a top competitor forced to flee through the city sewers. What a rotten, unjust turn of events. What next? I was outside now, on the pedestrian belt moving eastward toward the lake. Obviously, whatever we did, wherever we went, money would be necessary. The bank, then. I would draw out my entire account. A second thought. No, not the entire amount. That might excite suspicion, cause a spot check with the police. Half would be better, 125,000. I entered the First National and went to a counter to write out a check. A cautioning light suddenly flared in my brain. What if the authorities had called the bank, frozen my assets? There's only one safe way to find out, I thought. I wrote out a small check to cash, 50 credits. Went to one of the many tellers, handed it through the cage. I knew, of course, that my picture was automatically taken as I did so. The teller glanced curiously at the check, stamped it, and without hesitation handed me a 50-credit note. I was elated. The bank had not yet been notified. I returned to the counter and wrote out a check in my own name to 125,000 credits. I presented it to another teller. "Your identification, please." I flashed my wristband. The teller studied the check minutely. "This is a considerable sum, more than I have at my window. Could you wait for just a moment?" He picked up his phone. A bank guard tapped me on the shoulder. "Could you come with me, please?" My impulse was to run. A paralyzer pistol was sheathed in his wrist holster. There was no use. I followed him to the original teller's window. "I'm sorry, sir," said the man, "but an stop has been put on this account. You will have to return the 50 credits." "Certainly," I said, hastily whipping out the 50. I wanted to dash for the door. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the other teller hang up his phone and look about urgently. He had not yet seen me. "Here is the invalidated check," said the teller. "I suggest you hold on to it." "Thank you." I pointed in the opposite direction from the second teller. "I think it's number 16 there." He went his way. I went my way, as fast as one can in a bank building without starting a chase. I hurried through the doors, waving frantically for a copter cab. One descended. Where to? Good question. Fly me over the islands. I have to kill some time. We ascended. Me over the islands. I have to kill some time. We ascended. I could just about rid the cabbie's mind. These damn competitors. So busy and so loaded they have to spend money to kill time. We wafted towards the lakefront. My own thoughts. We wafted towards the lakefront. My own thoughts were swirling chaotically. I felt as though someone had turned off the degravity device just as I was stepping into the elevator shaft. The rug, no, the entire floor itself, had been yanked out from under me. I knew now that I was being pursued systematically. It was not yet noon, not yet 2 hours since the event. Already the subtle, confident, overpowering resources of the state had been brought to bear, narrowing the avenues of escape, cutting off the criminal's lifeline. Yet what had made me an outlaw? Love of offspring. Do you want me to just keep circling? Said the cabbie. I made a quick decision. Board of Trade Building. I'll show you which entrance when we get there. My office was located there. Undoubtedly it would be but I had to communicate with Charlie, had to get some money, had to arrange to get out of the country. In my mind's eye, I could visualize 2 plainclothes men seated in the anteroom of the firm of Sponsor and Spacker, trying to appear like clients. I could see another detective or 2, armed with photograph and paralyzer, keeping vigilance on the roof landing. A few more watching the ground-level entrance. It was hard for me to believe I was that important to the state, worth a platoon of human bloodhounds. And yet, if the state was doing a thorough job at all, one had to assume they were there, and at our home in Mason City, Iowa, and at my club, and at all the space and air terminals as well. But it did not seem likely to me that a detective would actually be sitting in my private office, at my desk, waiting for me to come in through the window. That was the chance I'd have to take. We approached the massive Board of Trade building, which resembled the glued-together pipes of an antique pipe organ, and I pointed and said to the cabbie, "See that balcony? Let me off there." The driver stared back at me, wide-eyed. "We aren't allowed to do that, mister." I realized that. I said, handing him a 20-credit note, "But I want to play a joke on a friend." "All right, buddy," he said, maneuvering his copter closer to the building. "Remember, if you land on the pavement below, I don't offer any guarantees." He hovered stationary beside my balcony, and I leaped across the airspace of 2 or 3 feet and slipped and clung, and finally scrambled to safety. I could see into my darkened office. It didn't look as if anyone was there. Then a new problem presented itself. How to open the unbreakable strontium alloy window. There was no way at all to do it from the outside. Why hadn't I thought of that? I looked down 68 stories, and looked up 41 stories, and realized I was trapped. Unless I could reach the balcony outside Charlie's office. Oh my God, I thought, a human fly act. That was 10 feet away, and I am 6'1" tall. Moreover, the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, and the face of the building was perfectly smooth. Not a thing to use as a hand hold. There was another possibility. I took off one of my shoes and hurled it at Charlie's window. It missed, but fortunately remained on the balcony. I took off the other one. It struck his window with a dull clonk. If Charlie was out of his office, well, I couldn't be any more in a jam without shoes than with shoes. A face appeared at the window. Our secretary Claire. She peered out for an instant, but the angle was too extreme for her to see me waving crazily. As she disappeared, I let out an anguished shout. She reappeared, pressed the window lever, and stuck her head outside. "Mr. Sponsor," she said in amazement, "is Spacker there?" I had no time to dwell on the situation. "No, Mr. Sponsor, he's still in the pit." A frown crossed her forehead. "But there are some gentlemen waiting to see you." "Yes, I know about them. Now, Claire, come into my office through the adjoining door and open this window. And first please reach out and get my shoes." She smiled, and I too had to see the humor. Claire was a pretty-faced brunette with ultra-fair complexion and a tendency towards overweight, which kept her eating prescriptions instead of meals. She couldn't compete with our robot Steno, but customers liked to deal with a human being, and she was loyal. She let me in and handed me my shoes. I sat down, put them on. Those men outside are not to know I'm here. This was the real test of her loyalty. Claire nodded tersely. She was not a dumb girl. I'm in serious trouble, Claire. The less you know about it, the better, but it's all tied up with the crisis on Venus. Were you able to book passage for me? Yes, you've a reservation on the midnight rocket. Good. When's your lunch hour? I'm on it now, Mr. Sponsor. Will you do me a tremendous favor, Claire? I know it's an imposition, but it's quite urgent. Would you go down to the Venus spaceship line and pick up that ticket for me? And while you're at it, get 2 more tickets on the same ship, but separated from me. Do you understand? Have them bill us as usual. Under what name, Mr. Sponsor? She was a canny girl. Leave all 3 open under our company name. This wasn't much better than Mr. and Mrs. Bart Sponsor and Son, but it left us some leeway to juggle identities. Perhaps trade tickets with 3 schlubs at the last minute. I hope you don't mind this imposition. I added, I'll be very glad to do this for you, Mr. Sponsor. She hesitated. Do you want me to bring the tickets back to the office? What should I do with them if you've left in the meantime? These were knowledgeable questions. How much did she already know? Was Claire really loyal? Or was she planning already to tip off the police? Have them trail me, trap Celia and Freddie as well. That was one of those unavoidable risks. Good question, Claire. Leave them in an envelope at the mail desk of the Conrad Palmer Hotel. Under my name. Hell, I thought. If she's going to betray me, the name won't make any difference. Otherwise, I'll need my own name for identification in order to pick up the envelope. They had not gotten around to examining my personal files. The drawers were still locked, and my slim, antique missile gun was still filed under W for weapon. I slipped it into my pocket and began rifling through my papers. I had never, to be truthful, expected to be in a situation as bad as this. But top competitors have to be prepared for some rough tactics. Under I was a set of false identity papers. Under S was a sleep bomb, strenuously outlawed in private hands. Under B were various blackmail letters, including one I secretly held over Spacker. I looked hopefully under M for money, but there my foresight had failed me. It had never occurred to me that a man with $250,000 in the bank, and 3 times as much in securities, would someday need money. I did find something under M that made me pause. Mendelssohn. It was a yellowed old folder, certainly the oldest in the entire file. My thoughts suddenly swirled back to college days. This was a project we had worked up together, when Solly was still hot on soil chemistry, and I hadn't settled on anything definite except somehow making a fortune. This was a technique for creating tillable topsoil out of solid rock in 10 short years. About 1,000,000 times faster than nature could do it, but who wanted to wait 10 years? Not I, at least. And when I, who was to do the selling, cooled off on the idea, Solly lost interest too. Intriguing, though. Maybe Solly would like it back. Maybe the poor schlub could use it on Primus Gladys. I began stuffing things in my briefcase. Charlie Spacker returned. I could hear him enter the adjoining office. I gave him time to settle down at his desk, then made my appearance. Bart. He was genuinely startled. Charlie was a heavy-set, muscular man with deep, resonant voice, short-cut wiry hair, and ruggedly sculptured Roman features. He was a good bargainer by instinct, a rough competitor within established ground rules, but weak on the frontiers, slow to assimilate new ideas, fearful of decisions. You've been a long time in returning, Charlie. I've waited here almost an hour. The gentlemen outside are growing impatient. Charlie was confused. They know you're here. How do you think I got in? Through the window. But I thought you were in serious trouble. Beach called and said, I know all about that. Beach is behind the time, and he's not getting any more of our business, do you understand? I had been speaking harshly. Now I fell into the familiar friendly vein. Charlie, this is the situation. I came within an inch of getting my head chopped off. But I spoke to the central committeeman, and the matter's being straightened out. I paced the office casually. It's costing me money, of course, a cool $500,000. Charlie's eyes grew to the first magnitude. Canopus, have you got that much? Not quite. Not in cash anyway. There are some securities I can't put on the market right now. So I'm 100,000 short, which isn't so much actually. I had to make this sound completely nonchalant. I thought I'd borrow it from the business for 30 days. I assume that's all right with you. Spacker is no fool either. He hesitated. Well, sure, Bart, if we have it. But you know, with this Venus crisis we're running pretty close. I exploded. What do you mean, if we have it? Our assets top 30 million. You weren't in the pit this morning, Bart. The way Venus commodities are going, we'll be damn lucky to cover our commitments. That bad? Well, it's a good thing I'm leaving for Venus tonight. I paused. All right, Charlie, then make me a personal loan. I'd be glad to, Bart, but, considering the circumstances, how can I be sure you'll come back from Venus? Spacker was shrewd. Don't be absurd, Charlie. I tried to make light of his bullseye. If that bothers you, I'll give you 2 for 1 in government Series R as collateral. Spacker shook his head. If something should go wrong with this deal, then the government will be able to reclaim them as forfeit, and I'll be out 100,000. I was swallowing the humiliation, frustrated with a rage that I had to conceal. I was furious at his lack of trust, and chagrined that he was so well justified. All right, Charlie, I said cordially. I'm a little hurt by your suspiciousness, but you have me at a disadvantage. I need the money. I suppose I could raise it some other way, but then that would delay my departure for Venus. And you know that our mutual welfare is tied up with the trip. If so many things worry you about this personal transaction, let me put your mind at ease. I'll sign over my equity in the business as security for the loan. Is that good enough? Charlie was now his best competitive self. Look at it from my point of view, Bart. If you didn't return, the business would become all mine anyway. Isn't that right? A bland look of innocence spread over his face, a mask concealing the saturnine smile. Bart, I suggest you delay your trip for a day or so. Raise the money some other way. I held back long enough to believe my ears. Then I drew my gun. You bastard. You can't force me to sign. I'd repudiate it by phone the minute you left. I'll kill you. That won't get you the money. You'll rot in the slave mines of Mercury. True. A feeling of fatalism swept over me like ocean surf. I opened Spacker's door and called out to the detectives. If you gentlemen will step in here, we've just received word of Mr. Sponsor's whereabouts. Then I stepped back behind the door jamb, leveling the gun at Spacker. He knew I meant silence. He knew I would kill. The detectives entered. I jumped behind them. Raise your hands. They complied. You too, Spacker. Now, the 3 of you turn your backs to me and walk to the wall. Keep those hands high. I opened my briefcase with one hand, withdrew the sleep bomb, hurled it at their feet. The detectives knew what it was after one gasp and tried to hold their breath. But one gasp is enough. They crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I closed Spacker's door and hung up the Do Not Disturb sign. Our robot secretary was taking a flurry of phone messages. I waited patiently in the anteroom till Claire returned. Here they are, she said soberly, handing me the envelope. 3 berths on the sophocles. That's wonderful, Claire. Thanks a lot. By the way, you'll notice that those gentlemen have left. The matter is all straightened out. A smile wreathed her face. I'm very happy for you, Mr. Sponsor. In celebration, you know what we're going to do. We're going to give you the rest of the day off. She was enthralled. I waited until 5 minutes after she'd left, then walked briskly to the down shaft. I had to assume there were detectives posted at the main floor entrance, and on the roof, and even perhaps in the freight entrance. I got off on the 2nd floor. I walked down the corridor, studying the signs on doorways. There was a market research firm, Mechlin Drew Inc., that occupied a large suite with several labeled doors. I opened one that said employs and found myself in a room with a medium-sized computer and several preoccupied mathematicians. I went directly and purposefully to the window, opened it, and calculated the distance to ground level. 12 feet maybe. The employees looked at me with faint interest. Someone from the building maintenance department, probably. For a minute or two, I watched the pedestrians glide by on the conveyor belt. I saw no evidence of the police. I think I'll have to examine this from the outside. I said to the employees, "Will one of you close the window after me?" I got out on the sill, eased my body down, hung by my fingertips for a moment, then let go. I could see a puzzled expression at the window as I glided away and became lost in pedestrian cross-traffic. In a mood of self-congratulation, I headed for the Art Institute. The mood vanished as I passed the first newsstand. Boldly on its display screen was a front-page story about the fugitive sponsor family. There were pictures, of course. They didn't have a very good one of Celia. College graduation shot. She had nothing to worry about. The photo of Freddie was better, but the city is full of skinny 7-year-olds with sensitive features. No great risk of recognition there, but the one of me, a perfect likeness, repeated on an endless number of newsstands between the Board of Trade building and the museum. The large, oval-shaped bald head, shorn of all but a trace of sideburns. The straight, prominent nose with flaring nostrils. The large, sensual lips. The hard, clamped jaw. Thanking Zeus for Chicago's anonymous millions, I entered the quietly thronged Art Institute. Celia and Freddie were looking at paintings of the prismatic school, without much enthusiasm, when I found them. Their greeting made me feel like a hero. "Daddy," said Freddie, hitting my leg joyfully as Celia embraced me with a passionate kiss. "It's 1:30, said Celia softly, achingly. "We were so worried." "Let's go eat," I suggested, suddenly aware of hunger pangs. "We already have, but it'll be much nicer this time." We went to the tea room. Alongside was the sunken garden, with its dwarf trees and moist green grass and bubbling waterfall. 3 or 4 pieces of ancient sculpture, smooth white marble of the Greeks, stood in the garden on pedestals. Somehow these had survived the destruction. Nothing else remained of the whole collection, said Celia sadly. Renoirs, Rembrandts, Raphaels, all gone. "I'm tired, Mommy. Why can't we go home now? After a while, dear. Poor kid. He's weary of looking at pictures, and so am I." "Freddie," I asked, "why didn't you like to play games with the other children at school?" Celia glanced at me disapprovingly. "Oh, I like to play games, but it just seems that when everyone's trying so hard to win, it spoils the fun, you know. Leave him alone, Bart." I finished my ersatz soup and my synthetic sandwich, and drank down a cup of chemical coffee, and felt much better. Freddie napped on one of the garden benches, and that was a good thing for him and for us. We had to talk, weigh alternatives, make plans. "The real crisis," I said, "is at 5 o'clock when this place closes. Then we have to get into our ship and fly somewhere. Wherever we go, there'll be police looking for a green CAD Super with Iowa license plates. We have one advantage at that time," said Celia, "rush hour, if you can stay in the thick of traffic, and not hedge hop. Don't worry. The real crisis, I think, is when we board the Venus ship," said Celia. "The police will be watching all departures, checking identities, just as a matter of routine." "That's true, but we don't go aboard as a threesome. You and Freddie earlier, and I at the last minute, with false identity papers." Celia shook her head as if warding off an unpleasant thought. "Aren't you afraid that when Spacker wakes up he'll tell them about the Venus ship? According to my information, the sleep bomb knocks you out for 10 or 11 hours. A doctor can bring you out of it a little sooner, but you still don't regain your full senses right away. Even allowing 10 hours, Bart, 1 and 10 is 11. Our ship leaves at 12 o'clock. That means we face 1 hour of supreme risk." She was right, of course, and there was one more source of anxiety that I thought it best not to mention. Claire. What would Claire say if she found out about the sleep bomb? If she went back to the office for any reason this afternoon? Or if the police found out in some manner? Surely they would go looking for the detectives. Surely they would question Claire. What would she tell them? 5 o'clock. Exit separately through the rear door to the parking lot. First Celia, walking briskly, with keys to the car in her gloved hand. unaware how I stare at her handsome figure, voluptuous movements of hip and thigh. How akin the awareness of danger and awareness of sex. She opens the car door, turns the ignition key, idles the engine. Next, Freddie, as well coached as possible. Unhurried, lackadaisical. Taking a slow, wandering path, oblivious of the peril. Curious about the other cars, taking his time. He reaches our car and Celia scoops him up, and I see him clamber over the front seat and bury himself in the back. Then I, striding heavily, hastily, briefcase in hand, looking neither right nor left, lowering chin almost onto chest, waiting for a voice behind me, expecting a shout. Wait, stop. I reach our car, jump in, slam the door, open the throttle. We ascend. Circle into the lowest, slowest, most congested local traffic lane, westward bound over Chicago. I didn't much like Celia's suggestion, but I couldn't think of a better one, and we had to spend the next 5 or 6 hours somewhere. So why not the Mendelssohns? Said Celia. It's a little early for their party, but I'm sure we'll be welcome. All right, but we've got to keep quiet about our troubles. I don't want that schlub to have the last laugh on me. It was an evening in early fall, and the sun was setting, but not fast enough for my comfort. I craved the protection of darkness. We already had passed 2 police cars headed eastward, and each time I cringed helplessly, and Celia and Freddie ducked down out of sight. Possibly the red sunset tones were falsifying the green of our car. Otherwise, I can't see how they overlooked us. Traffic was starting to thin out as we arrived over the Mendota district of Chicago. This was kind of a marginal area, no longer desirable, not yet slum, where respectable poor people maintained some semblance of pride in their old dilapidated solar-heated homes. It was an area so thick with grime and industrial soot that I had a hard time making out the roof markers from 200 feet. The glass and concrete dwellings were universally alike in pattern, a hollow square with patio in the center. Yet despite the general poverty below, I failed to see a single house that didn't have a rattletrap aircar of some kind parked in the rear. All except the Mendelssohn house. The Mendelssohns never owned a car. They had turned their backyard into a vegetable garden. Think they'll mind if I land there. Not when they're leaving tomorrow. I landed gently, nevertheless. Solly was sensitive about plants. I think they were really astonished to see us. The girls ran into each other's embrace with squeals of recognition. Solly and I shook hands with a good deal more restraint. Dolores was tousling Freddie's hair. Then we went into their house. It was pretty bare, of course. They had packed most of their things, probably had them stored aboard ship by now. But there was enough furniture left that went with the house for us to sit down on. How wonderful of you to come and see us, said Dolores. She was a tall, dark, big-breasted girl with classical features in the Byzantine sense. Her hair was black, her movements languid, her voice deep and melodious. We couldn't see you go to the stars without saying goodbye, said Celia. We talked about you so often. Dolly said, wondering how you were, what you were doing. I found it hard to imagine this exotic, beautiful woman transplanted to an alien world in the role of pioneer farm girl. We've thought about you too, said Celia, so many times. It was awkward. Solly and I hadn't exchanged more than 5 words. Would you like some refreshments? Said Dolly. Drinks, something to eat. She smiled at me and smiled at Freddie and nodded yes until Freddie nodded with her. Sure you do, she said. We laughed. Dolly stood up. We weren't expecting our guests for another hour, but everything's ready. She and Celia and Freddie went into the kitchen. I hated to be left alone with Solly, and I suppose the feeling was reciprocal. Are you glad to be going? I inquired neutrally. Very. How long does it take to get there? 2.5 years. That's a long time, not considering the distance. Primus Gladys is 9/10 of a light year away. Funny, I said, a star being that close, undiscovered until this century. It's not a bright star, half the luminosity of our sun. For all we know, there may be others just as close. Solly meditated on the idea. I suppose that's possible. I said, must be thousands of stars in the southern skies, Faint stars, I mean, that haven't been measured. We were both silent. There seemed nothing further to say. The distance was as far between us as between Saul and Primus Gladys. I fumbled in my briefcase. This is something that may interest you, Solly. I handed him the folder containing his topsoil project. Found it in my file just this afternoon. Thought maybe you could use it where you're going. He looked at it, his forehead wrinkled in a frown. Remember. I cued him. College days. A light came into his eyes from a source thousands of light years away. Oh yes. He uttered slowly, a faint smile touching the corners of his mouth. That was our big business venture, the topsoil initiator. He looked at me peculiarly. Bart, how come you kept it all these years? I always thought it was a good idea. This was not a lie. But why? I said, haven't you done anything with it? Oh. He drawled. No drive, I guess. The real reason, I guess, is that I never had enough money to buy a barren, rocky acre where I could give it a practical tryout. 10 years seems like such a long time to wait for results. I said. Solly reflected with that faint, remembering smile on his lips. It did then. The girls returned with food and drink, and somehow Solly and I had warmed up over the topsoil recollection, and we all became quite gay and animated and loud talking, and I suppose it was a little like old times. Then a little while later Celia took her purse in the other room, and when she came out she handed Dolores an envelope. I knew what was in it, and I wanted to shout, my God, don't do it. That's all the money we have in the world. But I couldn't get the words out, and Celia said, Dolly, here is something for you from us. It's a going-away present. We want you to have it before the others come. How nice, said Dolly. What can it be? She opened the envelope, and a mixed expression played across her face, delight and dismay. Why, it's money, a lot of money, thousands. She turned her head away in reluctance, then handed back the envelope. Oh, no, Celia, we couldn't accept it. Celia refused to take it back. Oh, now, Dolly, she snapped, don't be stuffy and proud and stupid. We have millions. We want you to have it. You certainly need it. You can't deny that. So please accept it and make us happy. It's wonderful of you both, said Solly, but you know how it is. We just can't. We just can't, repeated Dolly. Oh, please, please, cried Celia, and she was really getting emotional. Don't you realize? This is the last time we'll ever see you. You're going to a faraway world, our two dearest friends, and this may seem like a lot of money, but it really isn't. It's all the gifts and presents we would give you in a lifetime, rolled up into one. It's funny little baby clothes when your children are born. It's anniversary gifts. It's for your boy's bar mitzvah and your daughter's confirmation. It's wedding presents when they grow up. It's funeral wreaths. Celia started to cry, and Dolly started to cry, and they hugged each other and started to cry even more, and the tears rolled down their cheeks. And the tears rolled down my cheeks, and Solly's too, I guess, and we shook hands very solemnly. And Celia stuffed the envelope into Dolly's hand. And then all of us really cut loose and bawled, I covering my face with my hands, and Solly burying his face in a handkerchief. Only Freddie wasn't crying at first. He was just standing there looking bewildered. And then he got scared and started to cry too, hanging onto my pants leg with one hand, and trying to reach Celia with the other. And then, thank God, the first guests arrived, ringing the bell, so that we had a compelling reason to stop. The party was still going strong when we left at 11. Solly and Dolly walked us out to our car. There really wasn't much left to say. We had found each other in friendship again, and would never again be nearer than 9/10 of a light year. A pity, said Solly, and I knew what he meant. The evening was very cool. Celia began to shiver. We took off, and the cabin heater warmed up the thermometer, but still we felt cold. Freddie sat in the front seat between us, dozing lightly. Our CAD super roared through the night. Even at full power, Spaceport, Nevada, was 30 minutes away. The moon set rapidly. The night grew darker. I fear that we will be caught, said Celia tonelessly, like a voice dissociated from body. Our ship's nose wavered slowly between Procyon and Pollux, Canis Minor and Gemini, back and forth, droning on in the blackness. "I fear for our little boy," said Celia like a soul lost in a maze of warped space. "What will they do to him? They'll never lay hands on him," I said softly. The serpent writhed and charioteer rocked as twins dueled the crab and hunter pursued bull. "That was a fine gesture you made," Celia whispered. "What? Giving them the money? I'm proud of you." The lights of spaceport glowed on the horizon. It was a vast complex of launching sites, covering 100 square miles. But only one ship could blast off at a time, and that ship would be flooded by searchlights. I singled out the Venus rocket, and we descended. It was 11:32. I handed Celia her 2 tickets. As we approached the Venus compound, I could see several police cars parked on the field. Passengers seemed to be leaving rather than entering the ship. The gangway was crowded with people pouring out of the spacelock. "They're looking for us," I muttered. "Is that why they're all getting off?" said Celia. "They must be shaking down the entire ship." This is the moment I feared. She tightened her grip on Freddie. "There must be a way of getting aboard," I said. We edged forward to the gates of the field.